your heart. The pieces fall like glass and tear you all apart. But life goes by so fast, and bad times always pass. The chaos comes with the war drums, but it'll never last. Oh, it's just a brand new breakdown for you, and it makes you wanna cry to heaven. It's just a brand new breakdown for you, and you don't know how you make it on your own. Come inside and close the door. Put the keys upon your table. Another long day passed and you're all alone. Pick up the pieces of your heart. Gather everyone you're able. Mend the fragments of your love into a work of art. Oh, it's just a brand new breakdown for you, and it makes you wanna cry to heaven. It's just a brand new breakdown for you, and you don't know how you'll make it on your own. Well, times are getting tough, tough on everyone, and it's gonna get rough, rougher than it's ever done. And the darkness blinds our eyes, but it's plain to see a new day will rise, you and us and me. It's just a brand new breakdown for you, and it makes you wanna cry to heaven. It's just a brand new breakdown for you, and you don't know how you'll make it on your own. It's just a brand new breakdown for you, and it makes you wanna cry to heaven. It's just a brand new breakdown for you, and you don't know how you make it on your own. You don't know how you make it on your own, but you're learning how to make it. Hi, my name's Rob Fillo. That is a brand new original song called Brand New Breakdown. I just wrote it last week, and it's been going over and over in my head, and I just needed to share it with you. I love you so much. Thank you for helping me hit over 300 subscribers on my YouTube channel, and many more to come, I'm sure. Just like there are many, many more videos to come as well. Please hit like and subscribe, and thank you so much for watching. Take great care of yourselves. Bye for now.
All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Indy After Dark. I'm here with Bonnie, Bran, and Virginia. And that was Rob Filo's one of his newest songs, Brand New Breakdown. Love that. I feel like we're all in the middle of some kind of breakdown these days. I think many of us can relate. But I like that he has a really positive, kind of positive spin on it too, which I appreciate. I've played Rob's music before. I hope you guys all go and check him out. Thank you to everybody up here on panel. The link is pinned at the top of the chat for anybody else who wants to come and join us for conversation first tonight. We'll start music around 11 p.m. with open mic. And there's a lot to talk about, a lot going on these days. Okay, first of all, how are you guys all doing up on panel and in chat? Fill us in. Thanks to everybody coming in, too. I see you all coming here and appreciate you all being here tonight. Camellia, much love to you. Thanks for being here. Avoid, good to see you. Snooks, much love. Thanks for being here. And JM for slinging links. Hey, Watt, thanks for coming up.
Hey, Watt. Hi, everybody.
Costa, I added your song to the playlist. Thank you for letting me know. I'm looking forward to sharing it here and kind of premiering it. Thanks for putting it up and giving us a heads up. We'll get that checked out here sometime soon during music. All right, there's the link to Rob Philo's song. I hope you guys all went and clicked on it and made sure you're subscribed. He has a great channel and puts out a lot of really great original music. So please go give him some support. If you want to leave a comment and let him know you heard him here, maybe we'll get him over here on panel sometime. Eric, good to see you. Thanks for being here and for all your support. Dux, much love. Yeah, I thought that was a great one for tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see you, Chris. Oh, I've got our backstage speakeasy up. What am I doing? Well, now you guys got a little sneak peek. That's what it looks like backstage during the movies, during the conversation. All right, let me change that up a little bit. Nope, that's Thanksgiving. There we go. Okay. All right. Okay, there's the link for anybody who wants to come up and join us too. Okay, we have some kind of breaking news, I guess. I had just heard about this in a chat right before I started getting ready to be here, but apparently there was a plane or something that hit a mall or just outside a mall in Philadelphia. And if any of you have heard any information, please let us know in the chat. And Bonnie, do you want to actually here? I'll grab it. I can share this one. We'll share a little video of an eyewitness from there. I think this just happened, so I don't know if we'll have a lot of news about it yet.
There's lots of news also, if you want me to look for any of that.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Hey, Rod.
Hi,
Good evening, everybody.
chat.
Make it as big as we can here. All right, here we go.
Deus, quase que a nossa casa pegou fogo. Ai, meu Deus. Ai, meu Deus. Ai, meu Deus. Ai, meu Deus, o carro pegou fogo. Ai, meu Deus, nossa casa pegou fogo. Ai. Ai, meu Deus. Ai, meu Deus. Ai, meu Deus.
Avenue, yo. I was right there, bro. What the fuck? Yo, somebody crit. Oh my God, yo, the world, yo. A plane has crashed right off the boulevard at Cottman Avenue. It's on fire. It's not under control. The plane, pieces of the plane are in the Roosevelt Mall parking lot. It looks like, according to police, that's why they're roping that off.
The NTSB.
All right. Wow, that looks horrific.
Yes.
Jeez. Well, let's be praying for all involved and
Absolutely.
also for the truth to come out sooner than later about whatever, caused this, because it seems like we've got a lot of things like this happening lately. I know there's a lot of reasons that some of us have talked about before about, pilots and the safety of planes and, the expectations for how things are being built and run, being dropped and lowered during COVID years and kind of remaining subpar. So it's hard to know because there's a lot of things that it could be that have caused something like this. It also could be intentional and scary indeed.
That's one of the things that I was watching with the DC, what happened there, the plane and the helicopter. They were saying that the controllers in the tower, I think it's FAA, requires 30 trained and skilled controllers, and they have only like 19. So that's a profession for anyone to get into, I guess, seems to be a high need for it. And
well, I know along with pilots that when they were requiring the jabs, a lot of people were resigning or retiring early.
Yes.
And, that happened in a lot of important fields. So it's possible that really had an impact there as well, Good to see you,
Bless you.
Moon. Anti, thanks for being here. For all you do. Jam,
Yeah.
much love to you. Billy, good to see you. Tony, much love to you. We have music the second half this week, starting around 11 p.m. Oh, well, that's just horrible. I'm sorry to see that things like that happen ever, obviously. And it just seems like they're happening with more frequency these
Yes.
days, like everything else.
So
Yeah, thanks
then
for
we
letting
get
us
our
know.
tinfoil hats on, and it's like, what's behind?
Yeah. Welcome, Yoviover. Yoviover. It's a new name to me. If you want to let us know how you found the channel, I'd appreciate that. But welcome. Glad you're here. I'm here. Much love to you. Good to see you, Night Wolf. I saw Teresa here. Lots of people coming in. Thanks for being here, everybody. Mo, much love. Tate, good to see you. Thanks for all the support you give to so many. Hey, Traveling Fools. Yo, yo, yo. Good to see you. Hey, Cola. Camellia, much love. Might be repeating some names. Glad you're all here. Okay, John, good to see you. It was a medical transport that
Yes.
crashed. Oh,
From what I heard, the one in Philadelphia, it was a medical transport plane.
yeah. Medical transport as in transporting someone for like an emergency, or medical transport?
I believe transporting the person, I believe.
Wow. Oh, wow.
I'm not 100% sure, but the couple reports that I read into, they've all said it was some type of medical transport plane.
Yeah.
Okay.
And someone in chat said it had just taken off, and it happened so quick, nosedive. Just so, I don't know, malfunction or.
Yeah, like I'm said, another diversity hire accident, and that's a possibility. I mean, I know it's kind of a maybe controversial thing to say, but it's true. When standards are lowered in general, and people aren't hired just based on their abilities, things like this can happen.
Yeah.
Okay, Take Two says right now they're stressing the fact it nosedived so quickly shortly after takeoff. Hey, Snooks, good to see you. What were you going to say, V?
Hi there.
Hey, Snook.
Thanks
I
for
don't
coming.
think it was right into the mall. It was near a mall, but I think it was actually in a residential area right outside the mall.
I think that's what they said in that video too. I think I had heard that it had crashed into the mall, but it looks like it was right by it.
I can address the medical plane. It actually came out of Florida. I think Miami, which I don't understand why it was flying that far up to Philadelphia. It did crash on a street outside the mall. It did hit a residence. And of course, everybody on the plane, I'm assuming, is not alive anymore.
Right. Yeah, I would guess not from the looks of that. Good to see you, Jake.
But that was the latest update.
Happy lurking. Any idea how many were on board?
Well, some people were saying 6, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
Like I said, that was a long flight for a medical patient.
It is. So it couldn't have just taken off, could it? Or
No, I'm not sure about that aspect. I can find out though easily.
Good to see you, Maury. Thanks for being here.
Oh, and hi to everybody on the panel. I'm sorry. Hello, Indy.
Hello, Snooks. Thanks for coming up. We're
I
just
got caught up
jumping
in
right
the
into the
news.
heavy stuff today. Yeah.
Well, it's been some heavy
Good.
stuff.
Yeah.
I'm reading it had just departed from the airport.
Okay, which means it had a lot of fuel. And that would explain why there'd be so much fire too.
It was 280 miles per hour at the time of impact.
Glad to hear it,
At
Kat.
least 6 people killed. Yeah.
Yeah, good to see you, Kentucky. And KY says, we will never see the truth. FFA cover-ups, government will help. Can't have people scared to fly. Right, especially when they're pushing, starting in July, that you can't fly without the real ID, which includes bio-tracking of facial recognition and fingerprints. So as they're trying to push everybody into that system, they're going to not want people afraid of flying.
I thought they were requiring a vaccine of some sort with that also.
Maybe I haven't heard that, but with the new AI mRNA vaccine being pushed by Trump, that I would not put that past anything. I think that's, he's obviously in line with that agenda.
When it comes to the accident over the Potomac, say the word for me, Indy.
Potomac, I think. Potomac.
River. Potomac.
It's probably one of those things like, people say differently in different places, but
no, it's Potomac, and I've been saying it right all day except for now. Anyway, God, now I forgot what I was going to say. Anyway, yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead, what?
Please. What's saying it the correct way?
The moment's passed. The moment's passed.
No, you say it, I'll laugh again. I'll laugh. Go ahead and say it. Now you're not going to say it. Anyway, yeah, as far as that crash, they've identified the two men that were in the helicopter. They know there was a woman on there. They know because she was in the same battalion. Why haven't they identified her?
They are not releasing the names of the military. I don't know why.
No, they released the name of the two men.
Oh, they did?
Yes, they did.
Because last I saw, they were not.
No, they released those, gosh, I think last night. But they have not released the name of the woman.
Can you share that information or?
Yeah, they were all on the same base in Virginia. Yeah, in fact, I'll get it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what bothers me is why
I'd heard that there was
the woman.
I really have not heard much about this, but I did hear that there was some kind of information of a name that was given of a military personnel who was transgender, who was allegedly involved, and that's not true. That's been debunked. Yeah. That was like some kind of hateful attack on that person.
Yeah, she put out her own message about that it wasn't her and she wasn't even on the plane. And
right. Good to see
I'm in another Discord and that came up and I'm just, that really triggered me. I said, you can't assume that right off the bat. I said, that's ridiculous.
Assume that it was an attack?
I think it was just an accident.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
I think it was just an accident. They were doing a proficiency mission and you have blind spots in the Black Hawk. That's been mentioned to me by people that have flown Black Hawks. So you have blind spots. But for it to be, and some people said the helicopter was too high, some said it was too low, but it flew into the plane.
Yeah. Yep. That one looks really suspicious. Yeah, and like Avoid said, even when people are qualified for the job, this happens, but twice in a week is bananas. Yeah, agreed. And Biaxo, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
I hate to be suspicious about things. I like to look at it as just being an accident, but you just, I have been proven wrong.
Well, it's just so sad to me that we have seen so many Black Hawks go down in the past couple of years. And so it does make you wonder why. Why is this suddenly happening more frequently?
Because they're not being maintained.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's what I was saying. Like the standards went down during COVID and they haven't been raised back up in a lot of different, fields of manufacturing, not just in planes, even in our food processing.
That's a good point.
Yeah. I have heard that but I have not yet seen any footage. Carl said he sent me something. I'll try to find that in a second and pull that up. Carl, let me know if you sent it in email or another way.
I'd also be interested to know if any of the flights or any of it was autonomous. I know a lot of those Black Hawks, they have the ability to go in autopilot mode.
Yes, I've heard people give that theory, and it is an interesting thing to think about.
Well, the pilot had over 1,000 hours of flight time, which is a lot. The co-pilot had 500 hours. But then some stories are saying the male was the co-pilot. Some stories are saying the female was the co-pilot. So that kind of has not been gotten straight yet.
Well, I mean, we're talking about with I mean, we're kind of talking about both crashes right now, but with this newest one, obviously this just happened, and we know, I mean, there's so much misinformation that comes out, so we do need to, kind of keep an eye on things and see where it land, what comes out that makes sense eventually. Oh, 2 doctors, 2 pilots, a patient, and a family member on board.
Oh, just
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It just breaks my heart.
Yes. But with all the technology that our military has, it just seems odd. That's all. I'm not saying that
I agree.
our military is being
Good to see you,
attacked
Jerry.
or anything, but it just seems odd.
Okay, this is from ABC News, and this is where I got information and put it somewhere. All 3 soldiers were from Bravo Company, 12th. Wait a minute. Am I hearing noise? Did I do that? Dang it. Sorry.
You're good.
That's me. Okay. They were with the, I'm sorry, 12th Combat Aviation Battalion based at Port Belvoir, Virginia, about 20 miles south of DC. This particular Black Hawk is also used to transport military VIPs. So there was concern there was one of those on board. Just a minute, I'm getting to the names. Sorry.
Right, Ante?
I had the names right here. It tests their ability to fly at night unaided without night vision goggles, which being in that busy an area is not a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting to the names, y'all.
And that's what they were saying about the control tower. There's supposed to be 2.
Yes.
And the one was saying that he was doing for both of them. So, of course, they have to go and relieve themselves for whatever reason every so often, and they're going to have one person control it. So,
Potomac.
but it sounded like they were putting a lot of blame on the control tower for the accident in DC. Mm-hmm. This one in Philadelphia, new.
See you, Al.
They haven't even.
Well, they also brought DEI
pilot
into
error on
it,
the Black
which
Hawk
I don't
pilot.
understand at all.
Good to see you, 101.
Shout out 101.
I'm sorry. Chief Warrant Officer Andrew Lloyd Eves, 39, of Great Mills, Indiana, and Staff Sergeant Ryan Austin O'Hara, 28, of Liburn, Georgia. Those were 2 of the 3 soldiers on the crash, but nothing about the woman again. And this is from, let me give the source, NPR.
I'm sorry, what was the name from Georgia?
Ryan Austin O'Hara of Liburn, Georgia.
Thank you.
Is it Liburn or Liburn?
Liburn.
Okay.
Right. I agree, Brian.
But like I said, the base knows who the woman is, so why isn't she being identified?
Well,
yeah, Jerry, that's a good thing to consider too. We were talking about, things being able to be remotely controlled and things like that, but also, China chips, like the microchips that are in everything. So many things have been made in China. There's really no way of knowing, I mean, I'm sure they can find that out, but we have no way of knowing. Blue, good to see you. Go ahead, Bonnie. What were you going to say?
I don't know now. Reading chat and
I know.
Listen to you and I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, you'll come up with something brilliant to say.
Right. Biox makes a good point. They're military helicopters.
You always do.
They are military helicopters. They're supposed to avoid incoming objects. They have lots of radar and stuff. So it's just crazy. Yeah.
I think something malfunctioned. When they're
Those
having a
Black
problem
Hawks
with
can be taken over remotely, though.
that's what I've heard also, especially the new ones that they've come out with in the military.
Yep.
Hey, Rabid. Good to see you.
But why would
Rabbit, hold on one second, Snooks.
I'm sorry.
Rabbit, I'm going to go ahead and remove your wrench. If you can comment again, I just want to make sure that you're still being able to be seen. We had one of those weird, Snooks, we had one of those weird things happen where somehow Rabbit wasn't able to be seen. Okay, Rabbit, go ahead and write something so I know you're still with us.
What I did was I made a second account, and Lady C helped me with that. So now I can see in chats.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad that's no longer an issue.
Wrench.
Yeah, when that happens, people don't show up on the blocked list. Okay, I can still see you, Rabbit. I think we're good. But okay, I'm just going to give a public service announcement here. I have I won't say a number. I have very, very few people intentionally hidden on my channel other than obvious trolls and porn bots. So if you can't be seen, please send me an email. My email is in my video description and my channel description. And let me know. And thank you to Blue Unicorn for letting me know, or Blue Butterfly for letting me know that Rabbit could not be seen because I had no idea. But yeah, just let me know because the people who are blocked know why they're blocked and they're blocked for good reason. We'll just leave it at that. But I don't block people intentionally for the most part. So yeah.
No, but my pinky has hidden a few by accident and they've had to be brought back. I will admit.
Well, that happens, of course.
I have a runaway pinky finger on the right hand. I absolutely do.
Aloha, Shelby. Good to see you. Sissy Song by
chat.
Alan Jackson. You'll have to ask for that during the music part and see if anybody knows it. I don't think I'm familiar with that song.
There's so many variables with this helicopter crashing into this plane. That helicopter was used to being in that area. There's a theory there was a plane down lower that was coming for a landing.
Thanks, Jan.
You all saw that.
Yes, and so they thought that maybe that's who the helicopter had said that they'd seen.
Yes, and that's who they were focusing on, and then they didn't see the one right in front of them.
Right, maybe.
And the Kansas rep, he said that he was okay. He had gotten there just before the accident. A lot seemed to be worried that he was on that plane because they had said VIPs. I'm sorry.
Who did you say they were worried was on the plane?
The representative from Kansas. I'm
Good
sorry, I don't remember his name.
Yeah.
There's so many of them to keep up with.
Billy, much love. The helicopter was a drone. Yes, yeah, we've been saying that it could be remotely controlled.
They're saying Larry Schultz. Is that the person from Kansas? Yeah, everybody's putting Larry Schultz, so that must be the.
Okay.
That must be.
Yeah.
And when you get to algorithms, that's interesting.
Oh, hey, Algo. I'm not there yet.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the algorithms here.
Same.
Yeah, Rabbit, we just were sharing a video about that and kind of talking about that. That's what got us into all the conversation about the crashes here. Pat, much love. Good to see you. And what were you going to say?
But even the plane, the footage I've seen from Philadelphia, it seemed odd because it just seemed like it was coming in so fast and it seemed like it was already in a ball of flames already. It wasn't like a plane coming down and then boom, flames. Whatever was coming down was brightly lit, and coming down extremely fast, I don't know, it just seemed kind of odd.
And Jerry just said
it was already on fire.
Yeah.
Larry said the plane that crashed in Philly blew up in the sky before it hit the ground.
Well,
1.21 gigawatts.
Something else that confuses me is that they're saying the plane was found in 3 sections and the helicopter was found upside down on the bottom of the river. They didn't say it was intact or not intact. They didn't
Yeah.
say it was in pieces.
So it makes me wonder if the
That's
medical
all.
one was using oxygen. I just saw an article where a 4-year-old was in a, oh goodness, what do they call that thing? It produces 100% oxygen, and there's various reasons that they use this. It's like an MRI machine, but it's a tube, and
Yeah, like a
it was
compression chamber.
and it blew up while he was in there, and of course he didn't make it. His mother was injured, and I think they said this only happened one other time, and it was a child also, but the explosion killed the grandmother also. But there it is. Kentucky survival. Hyperbaric chamber.
Yeah, hyperbaric
Oh,
chamber. Yeah,
I know what that is. I would
that
like
would
to
make
Yeah,
say,
although I
sense.
remember that.
sorry, I would like to say this, that after this happened, you know, Trump's team was on the spot. I mean, Levitt had a comment out immediately. Sean Duffy was speaking. Who else spoke? Pete Hegseth. Um, it was just like immediate response where I don't think I would have ever seen that in the other presidency.
Well, right. Even after what happened in like Maui and stuff, we had to wait days, or wasn't it
Yes,
even like weeks to hear from him? So I
Yeah.
am glad that Trump is addressing things quickly.
very fast. Then he came out the next day and immediately said something, I think in the morning or early afternoon, whereas I think that under Biden, we wouldn't have heard anything from the White House at all till the next day.
Hmm.
You know, those are
Algo,
my
is that for that must obviously be for the DC crash? That might have been part of what was debunked, though. I don't know.
Yes, it was debunked. She put out a comment saying she was not on that plane and that wasn't her. And that's been
Larry,
verified.
good to see you. Glad you're glad, to Kat. Happy lurking to everybody who is, including you, Michigan.
Yes, hit this like, sub, and share out. Thank you. Gotta do it.
Thanks, Nooks.
I gotta say, I was very impressed with the press secretary, Carolyn Levitt. She just, the press briefings are a lot shorter.
Yes,
She's
yes.
precise, she's concise, and she's got
Hmm.
just so much respect for her.
She's answering questions instead of just avoiding them or saying she's already addressed them. Or,
There's no circling back or I'll refer you.
right. Jeremy, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I want to highlight that comment. I know we already kind of talked about it, but that's what I've heard too, Larry. I haven't seen that yet. But yes.
Just, yeah, I was very impressed.
Yeah, I'm impressed with her too. Kind of just something to sort of a brief thing, but you know, a lot of people had said that, and Trump had said that he was going to address the drone situation. And then people said, "Oh, he did. You know, he addressed it right away. Maybe it took a day longer." And she addressed it during her first press briefing. But I was underwhelmed by that response. I don't know about the rest of you, but basically, we were told, "Yeah, it was ours, and it was for research and some. What was the term he used? Various other reasons, but like nothing specific at all." And maybe that's a, you know, like an intel issue. Maybe they can't let us know for
So
some
you know
reason,
what?
but I don't know.
He did say they were ours.
Yeah.
See, this is
He
what
said this
happens.
is not the enemy.
Oh, I
And
did. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, he said this is not the enemy. Well, she said for him on his behalf that this was not the enemy. And I don't remember the exact wording, but she said something along the lines, quoting him, that it was for research purposes and then for various other purposes or various other reasons, but he didn't go into any specifics.
Okay.
And I just thought that was a little vaguer than what I would have liked to have heard.
Well, I would agree with that. I mean, that he said something is great. We finally got it addressed, if that's, if that's addressing it. The funny thing is, like, when I send these stories to Jeff, I'm so busy typing in 4 chats, I don't hear what I sent him. And I speed watch it just to get make sure it's okay to send. So I don't even hear any of the news. So this is the first I heard it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, it was right towards the beginning of the first press conference with Catherine. I don't remember her last name, but the new press secretary.
Levitt. Carolyn Levitt.
Is it I think it's
Carolyn?
Catherine.
Is it Catherine? I
Yeah.
could be wrong.
Echo, much love to you. Good to see you. I don't know if you guys can tell my voice is kind of like hoarse tonight. So if I start getting really muted or muffled or something, just somebody let me know.
You okay?
Oh yeah, I just am fighting a little bug of some kind. Nothing bad.
No, it's Carolyn.
Is it Carolyn?
Yeah. It's Carolyn. I just looked it up with a K. Carolyn with a K.
What's
So
her
you were
last name?
close. Levitt.
Okay.
Yeah, Levitt.
Okay. For some reason, I really thought it was Catherine. Garrett, good to see you. Yeah, the link is, as Anti's pointing out to many, and everyone is welcome. The link is pinned at the top of the chat for anybody else who wants to come up to join. You can come up just to say a couple comments or come up to hang out and see where the conversation goes.
Have you been singing a lot? Is that why your voice is raspy?
I mean, I'm always singing around my house and with my kids and stuff, but no, not like normal, more than normal. I don't know. Hey, Cheryl.
I heard that your little boy sang to somebody special the other night.
Oh, yeah,
She
it was.
was so delighted. She
It
just
was really cute. It was
I was
really cute.
I was voice chatting with her, and she said he started singing going towards the door or something,
Well,
and
hopefully she
then
doesn't mind me
she
sharing that. I'll just say it. But it was Lady Campion, and I was on the
Yes,
phone with
okay.
her and my son. He's a great singer, but he's a little bit shy about his singing. And he like kind of I had my door shut and I was trying to, talk on the phone. As a parent, any of you who are parents know that's exactly when they want all of your attention, is when it shifted to somebody else. And so anyway, I noticed that he kept like singing closer and closer and closer to my door. And finally they knew I was on the phone with Lady C and they know her. And so finally I realized he wanted to sing for Lady C. And so I asked him if he wanted to, and he never sings for anybody other than our family. And he did. He came in and he sang her a whole song. And it was really sweet. And then my
Well,
daughter had to sing a song too, of course.
she loved it. I
Yeah, she was a good
I
sport
wouldn't have
about
said
it.
the name, but I mean, it's okay to say her name. She wouldn't have minded, but
I
she
don't think
just
she'd
loved
mind, or
it
I wouldn't have
because,
said it. But
when
yeah.
children sing to you and they don't really know you that well and they don't normally sing to you,
Right.
that is such a gift.
Right.
Such
Well, I mean, Lady C and I are friends and we do talk. And so they are familiar with her, but it was kind of a big deal for me, it was a big deal to hear him be comfortable singing for somebody else. Cause he usually just gets really timid about it. And it was very sweet.
Well, I'm hoping someday
Yeah.
when
And
I
every
talk to you,
time,
they'll sing to me.
good to see you, Frank. Much love. Every time that my daughter hears Lady Campion sing, she says a comment about how she needs a gold medal for being the best singer. And she's so matter of fact about it. She's always like, Lady C really needs to get the gold cup for being the best singer. She just does it like that every time. It's so cute.
So sweet. Well, now
Oh,
we need a
awesome,
song
Jeremy.
from you, little Indy, and your son. All three
Yeah, I
together.
do. I promised my son we'll do something sometime soon. We're all over the place. I'm doing something cutesy from like a nursery rhyme, which is what I kind of want to start with, just to have that. But then, hey, Chris, good to see you. But then he wants to sing like Queen or Pink Floyd or something because he's really into those right now. Yep.
Oh, that's so sweet. I think it's so sweet that your children sing and you sing. I mean, I just, how wonderful
Yeah.
to be able to do that together.
Yeah. It's great, except there's some lyrics like, when he sings the line, I um what is it? I don't want to die. Sometimes I wish I'd never been born at all. I'm just like everything in me is cringing. I'm telling you, it's like this existential moment where I have
Right.
to reevaluate things and see if I should be letting him sing songs like, you know what I mean? Like I don't want to hear my little 8-year-old singing those words, but at the same time, whatever. It's music and he'll figure it out eventually.
Change the words.
Speaking of music, I
Tired
was
of
going
Void?
to do a live about, I don't know if y'all heard about it, but a 500,000, is it a foot hole in the
I see
sun?
you guys
And so I was
sharing.
looking for what I thought it said, a hole in the sun, but it's the little black spot on the sun. But there is a song called Hole in the Sun or something like that.
Black Hole Sun?
Yes, that's it. And
Oh, there's a lot of theories about that one.
so I
You look
was
at Hollow
listening
Earth
to it,
theory, put on your
and I
tinfoil
thought,
hat for those.
yes, and I thought, okay, this is kind of depressing. I'm not going to share this, but interesting about the sun, and in that song, it's kind of sucking the people up into it.
Right, KY.
Mm.
Well, I mean, there's a lot going on with the sun and solar flares and the Schumann resonance and all of that. I mean, we've been talking about that for years,
Mm-hmm.
And the pole shifts kind of tie in with all of that. And yeah, there's a lot there. But it's good that, I mean, I don't pay a ton of attention to that. I guess it's one of those things that definitely feels completely out of our hands. You know what I mean? Enough that it's like, well, if we're all going to get blown up by the sun, I hope we go quickly. But I don't know.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We keep focusing on these little things and who did it and was it this side or that side or whatever. And when there's really catastrophes going on,
Well, I've shared that clip from a little spoiler, I guess, but it's from Resident Evil, a series of movies, and in it, it's a bunch of world leaders meeting around a table, and they basically say that there's something that's coming that's going to, and I think they actually kind of just follow along with the Green New Deal, like the green agenda. They say basically like the world's becoming overpopulated, there's not enough resources, they know that something's going to lead to a catastrophic collapse. And so instead they're going to do, basically, they don't use this term, but a controlled demolition. And they're going to make it so that the elite, they can survive by killing off the rest of the planet, basically, so that the human species can continue. And I'm sure a lot of people think that that's far-fetched, but when you look at eugenics and what they have been saying through AI is going to happen for decades, and a lot of the plans in place, I think that's very likely what's happening. So maybe it is going to be an asteroid or a solar flare or something that they maybe already see is going to take us out, but those are those things that are outside our control.
Yep.
There's some happy thoughts right there all at once, but there you go.
Well, no, but it's all
Anthony, good to
true.
see you.
I feel like I'm good with God. When I go, I go.
Right. What were you
I'm
going to
not.
say? What?
Oh, nothing. I was going to say that I know we all know evil exists. Good versus evil. It's the eternal battle. From the
Yes.
beginning to the end. But
Yeah.
I just lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
That's all right. When you get it, you jump in. Don't be too polite, Watt. You gotta jump in on this crew.
I had it and I
Now,
lost it. It's okay.
but while I'm with you, Watt, I saw a comment. I think Cheryl had said that you were singing really well last night, and I must have missed that. I'm guessing that was over at Creek.
Well, I
Yep.
appreciate that, but I can neither confirm nor deny that.
I have heard you sing before, and you do have an amazing voice. And maybe sometime I'll get you to sing up here. Just
Hey,
saying.
tonight could be the night. Who knows?
There we go. There we go. I would love it. No
I
pressure.
missed you singing. Oh God, I'm gonna
That's what it was.
cry.
Yeah, we know evil exists, and I don't like to give them more credit than they're due. You know what I mean? I know they can manipulate things, but in my small way of thinking, if they knew something was coming, they wouldn't. They're just so evil and corrupt. They wouldn't want to have the disappointment of knowing they didn't cause the destruction. So in my mind, if they knew something was coming of that magnitude, they would try to create something before that,
Yes.
to cause the same effect. I mean, it could easily be done. I mean, we see it in small events every day, airplanes, trains, and automobiles. But I don't like to give them that much credit, but I mean, I acknowledge they had the ability and the technology to manipulate things for sure.
Yes.
Well,
Because
that's one of the things that I've thought, I'm kind of keeping on my radar is I feel like it's possible that they are using Revelation, the book in the Bible, Revelation, to kind of manufacture us being in those times.
yes.
And that gets really tricky. It's just a thought, something to throw out there for other people
Yeah.
to think about and consider as well.
I agree.
Hey, I had to remember who you were for a second there, Mayhem. Hey, good to see you. Thanks for coming up. There we go. That's better.
Hey, I finally made it to one of yours.
Yeah, glad you're here.
Yeah. Gotta figure out why is my thing not popping up so I can turn the camera off. I don't need people looking at my pretty face.
Your pretty face, like I said. That. Okay, so Battlefield Production, formerly known as Mayhem Studios, has a new channel. If a mod could drop that link, actually, Anti, since he's up on panel, if you could drop that, that'd be great. So people can make sure they're subbed to his new channel. Blackbird, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you showing support.
Hello there, Mike.
Hi.
Yes,
Why'd
Brand
you go
pointed
dark
out.
again?
Huh?
We can't see your pretty face.
Well, you're probably driving, so do whatever's safest.
No, just be dangerous. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I like being
Be
dangerous.
dangerous.
Drive fast.
Brand says that
Drive fast, take chances.
Carolyn is the 36th and youngest White House press secretary in history. She's 27 years old. Yeah, and her composure so far has been really impressive. It's just a nice switch to see, in my opinion.
And then we had Kaylee McEnany, who was equally good.
Yeah, I liked
under
her a lot
Trump.
too.
She was amazing.
There we go.
So yeah, they're both just great.
Blue visible.
I'll go.
I see Blackbird.
I guess you saw that. What?
What happened?
Ricardo, good to see you, brother. Thanks for being here.
Ricardo.
God bless you as well.
But
Yeah,
I'll
Lady
go.
C is special, and the children know, that's for sure. I think everybody knows.
So what life is singing tonight? Cool.
See how that became a certainty, like right away, just that quickly.
Lock them in.
Frank,
Lock
good to
'em
see
in.
you, Frank Strax.
I've got the dialect of Daryl. Whoever Daryl is, he must be a great fella.
Daryl
Might
and
be
my
bona
other
fide.
brother, Daryl. It's a, and that's what I said. No.
Yeah.
Are we talking about Daryl
This is my brother
Dixon
Daryl,
from?
my other brother Daryl.
Oh no.
Okay, hold on, one at a time. What did you say, Virginia?
It was Bob Newhart's show. It was a hilarious friend they had, and he would introduce, this is my brother Daryl, my other brother Daryl. And
Yes.
it was like, right? You do kind of sound like a Mott Life, not gonna lie.
What show was this from? I gotta look it up later.
Before your time.
Obviously, yeah.
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 Sound like a short man, Watt.
The Bob Newhart show. What?
All right, I
I'll
got
find
you.
it, put it in Discord. Make, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Annalisa, happy lurking. Thank you for being here.
Hey, Anna.
I'll definitely take that as a compliment.
Yeah. Great point.
Yeah,
Really quick,
I think if you say that you're lurking,
hold on one second. I just want to say that it is Switch tonight. I see a lot of musicians coming in, and you were definitely welcome to be here for conversation. I'm not trying to imply otherwise. You're also welcome to come up on panel for conversation. But I just want to make sure you know that we're doing music the second half tonight, so that will be starting around 11 p.m. Eastern. Okay. Mayhem, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, if you say you're lurking, I don't think that counts. They're not supposed to say you're lurking.
I appreciate people coming in and letting me know they're lurking otherwise. It's great.
Can we call those people loungers?
Yeah.
Well, what's the difference between lurking and loungers then? So loungers are the ones that come in and announce that they're there?
And they're staying here, and they're in lounge chairs.
How is that different than the lurkers?
Lurkers, I don't know.
Lurkers don't say anything. It just come in.
I don't know. I don't do math. That's always my excuse. That's my excuse for everything. Okay.
Yeah.
I get away
Aw,
with it.
nice, James. You see that, Snooks?
Oh, he told me I sang like an angel, but he didn't tell me which angel. Because he did. He said later on, he said, well, that's a bad singing angel. And he said, well, I didn't say which angel. So I'm trying to find out which angel now.
Connie, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a little bit. Glad you're here.
Hey, Connie.
And James, thanks for being here too.
Guess it doesn't matter. You're still angelic.
Yeah,
You
but
know?
it could be a bad angel. See, it could be a fallen angel. You don't know with James. He does
Yeah.
this. He has barbed wire compliments. That's what I call
Good
him.
for you.
But it's funny.
Wingnet, good to see you. Yeah, some pretty big solar flares really soon. Yep. I've been hearing that, and I do follow it somewhat. There's a couple channels that I'm sub to that cover it, and so, they're on my radar, but I don't follow it really closely,
I don't understand them.
Well, that's part of it, but also, like I said, it's just something we can't really do anything about. How do you prepare for something like that? If it's going to hit, it's like, it's like if Mount Rainier explodes, like, we can't do much about that one either.
Put on
Benjamin,
sunblock.
good to see you.
Put on heavy duty sunblock. That's all I can think of.
Right?
So,
Okay,
so
I'm following
you want
signs.
me to do community news?
Say that again?
You want me to do community news?
Sure. What kind of
Benjamin,
community?
it's good to see you in chat. Always. No. Carl
I'll
did a
go.
live and introduced his
Yes.
girlfriend. So congratulations to Carl. And also we lost a member of the community, Bruce Wonky Looney.
Oh, I did not know that.
Last.
Oh,
I knew he'd been on
Yeah.
hospice, and thank you so much, Bonnie, for hosting him and, letting him share that information with everyone and get support, because I'm sure that was really meaningful to him. I'm sorry to hear that he passed, but
He's been a good friend for years and come up on the panel whenever he could. And he was there for the New Year's Eve party, and that was good to have him up there. I think that might have been the last time, or maybe there was one other, but yeah. And he was a good, kind soul, very godly. He was just a good man. So,
definitely.
great loss.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that news with us, Bonnie. I had not heard. Did he just pass? Was it today, or did he?
No, it's been a couple
It's the 28th.
Thank you.
Okay.
I put the obituary on. Several of us did. Gigi, Carl, me. Put it up.
Okay. Yeah.
Community.
I will go and check that out on your community tab. Thank you, Bonnie. Yeah.
Listen, Indy, I'm going to jump off. I just wanted to come up here and talk about the helicopter and the
Good to see you, Brad.
Philadelphia plane. So I'm going to get back and chat. And
Okay. Well, come on back up if something sparks your interest. Thanks, Snooks.
Yeah, it will. Love all of you.
Appreciate
I'll
you.
be in the
Good
chat.
to see you, Snooks.
Love
Good
ya.
to see all of you.
yeah, good to see you, Snooks.
Yeah. And congratulations to Carl and to Pamela. I was grinning the entire stream that they did together. It was so cute. You guys are just all giddy, and it's adorable. And I hope for the best for you both, of course. And it's kind of fun. We got to celebrate these good things that happen.
Yes,
Definitely.
Yeah. And, anyway, it was really cute. It was really cute. And I'm just excited for you both. Right, Connie? They know the Bible too, and it can be used to deceive. That's what Satan does.
Yeah, the great deceiver.
Right? Trump is Daniel's prophetic dream little horn. Maybe. Maybe.
And
Hello,
Tate
Connie.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mayhem. What were you going to say?
Oh, I was just saying hello to Connie. I saw the comment come up.
Yeah, there's a
Sorry
couple
about
of
that.
you have been saying hello. Hello, Algo. Cheryl.
Yeah, go ahead. You guys shout out chat for a minute and I'll catch up.
Shout out to chat. What's up? How you doing? Love you guys.
Greetings, everybody.
Agreed with that, Robin. Yeah, I mean, and there's so much good that's happening. You know, you guys all know, I think, where I stand when it comes to Trump. You know, I'm very pessimistic and I'm definitely going to be keeping a close eye. But there's so much good stuff, you know, that we've wanted to have happen that we're seeing happen. And just current events, Brad, wherever the conversation takes us, politics, religion, all the stuff we're not supposed to talk about.
Yeah.
That's kind of how we roll. But you know, so you know, it's not like we're not seeing it. You know, I've heard some people, and I'm not trying to call anybody out or anything like that, but I'm here. But you know, I've heard some people say, well, you know, what do you guys expect? It's too soon to see, you know, we got to give him time, Trump time. And it's not that I don't see that there's positive things that he's doing. And I knew that he would, but that's how it always seems to go. You know, they, whoever they are that's in office tend to do enough things to make people who are on their side of the red blue spectrum continue to support them and be glad they elected them, and then also laying the foundation for things that none of us really want and continuing the globalist agenda. And when he, you know, made his announcements about Project Stargate, Operation Stargate, and putting all of the billions of dollars towards AI and including mRNA vaccines in that, to me, that's still a huge red flag and something that ties right in with Trump talking before he was elected about wanting to have bio tracking for everyone in our country. And I just think they probably go hand in hand. So, you know, here in Washington state, there actually are some bills they're trying to pass right now that would go along with that. You know, I'm in a very blue state, and I very much feel like the entire West Coast is pretty much overthrown. And I don't think our elections are counted accurately still. And on top of that, they are trying to push in Washington, Oregon, and California, but I know more, of course, about Washington. They're trying to push for basically reducing your freedom of speech so that you are not allowed to speak out against mandates for vaccines. So, I mean, it's crazy. That's how Orwellian it still is over on the West Coast, which is, let's just consider it's a fourth of our border. People don't tend to think about very often.
Right.
So on the border.
Okay, wait, hold on. So
Okay.
which one? I said it was the Bob Newhart show. So which one was it that had the whole, my Daryl and my other brother Daryl? Was it both or only the original? Okay.
I'll find it on the interwebs.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Bonnie?
So
Agreed.
not only are they putting up the wall at the border, they are putting the, what do you call the wire?
The razor wire?
Or razor wire?
I think it's called something else, but that'll work. And so they're stretching that across the wall on the inside of it, like our side of it also. And
oh, you mean concertina wire? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what is the difference between razor wire and concertina wire?
It's just a military term for razor wire. It sounds less threatening to call it concertina wire.
Okay. So, but as I'm watching this happen, people are saying, so is it to keep people out? It's looking like it's to keep people in.
Thank you. That's what I've been saying since Trump first started talking about the wall. I obviously agree that we need to have borders and border security. But this is one of my darker thoughts, but I think they're building the Colosseum. I think whether you think we're New Babylon, whatever, we're not mentioned in the Bible. I think it's going to be like, it already is, but I think it's going to be very much more like we'll become the scapegoat for the entire world because of our government and what if you want to look at it this way, what we've allowed them to do globally. And I think it's going to be like the Hunger Games. It's going to be like,
I've been
or
saying
like
that for the longest.
they'll sit back and watch
Yes.
us consume ourselves.
It's funny you say scapegoat. Did you see the picture that was posted of Trump with the reflection of the goat in the mirror?
Yes.
No, I didn't see that.
Big Chap, I think, posted that.
Good to see you, Couch. Thanks
Somebody
for being here.
did.
I'll have to go check that out.
But yeah,
Big
it's
Chap.
Colosseum. I mean, it's the same thing, from Rome to here. I mean, you give the people bread and circuses, they have no reason to revolt. You know?
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, Aldo. Thanks for coming up.
Hey,
Yeah,
Indy.
really, I don't see how that would work, keeping us in. We still have the northern border, or is that why?
Well, they closed that during
one of the-
COVID.
Let's
Is
be
that-
honest. Who's really running towards Canada?
But look how many did on the graph. So, I mean, I'm not running to Canada.
I mean,
But
I don't believe in snow, so I'm not running that way. I'm running
No.
towards it, if anything.
Well, if you're familiar with the book and then the show, the Handmaid's Tale, like it becomes Little America or Little America, Little United States. It should be Little United States, but I think they call it Little America in Canada. Like Little Italy or Little China,
yes,
because
Yeah.
people are escaping to Canada from the United States. If you're not familiar with that book or that story, The Handmaid's Tale, it's a really good one. A lot of people, and the author, I think included, wrote it as though it's written from like a kind of left perspective. But I think it very much pertains to what's happening now. And I could see that happening more.
Could it tell what type of event or events led up to that happening? Like what led up to that timeline?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was basically, if I remember correctly, I think what led to it or what's alluded to is that it was kind of a collapse of society in general. They brought it down through the financial system collapsing. And in that story, men eventually were the only ones who were allowed access to funds. So it kind of put men in a awkward situation with their wives or partners, and women's rights were removed basically right away, and that was part of the beginning of that story. But there's a lot in it that I think when I read it in high school, I thought it was terrifying to me. It's probably one of the most terrifying books to me because I've always thought that it seems very believable that it could happen.
When was it written?
I want to say probably in the 80s or 90s, but I'm not certain.
I think it was
It's not like it was written. It's not like it was, Orwellian or
100
something.
years ago, yeah.
Yeah. The author's still alive and still writing other books.
But that's whenever I found out that there were FEMA zones, that was the first thing that came to mind was the Hunger Games. Because even I had a picture, I don't know if I still have it because I changed phones, but they were having a discussion or a meeting or whatever they do in Congress, and there was a woman sitting in the background that was totally out of place. She had on this outfit that looked very futuristic or something, and a whole lot of makeup and this big white puffed up wig. I mean, like she could be straight out of the people who were up there in the Capitol in the Hunger Games, is why I took the picture of it, because I was like, what is this? She is so out of place here.
Oh, remember during Biden's inauguration, Lady Gaga was wearing something that looked very Hunger Games-ish. It was like an outfit that was
She
straight
always
from.
does.
Well, yeah, but it was very, very close.
But at that time, yes, yeah.
So, Indy.
Yeah, what's on your mind, Algo?
I have a little clip. It's like 25 seconds that will explain What Life and Larry and Daryl and the Newhart show.
Nice. All right,
perfect.
Yeah.
Are you willing?
Pull it up. Yep.
Okay, let me find it here. I've got.
Wait. Okay, now make sure it doesn't have any copyright in the video because that'll.
It doesn't. And it's so
Okay.
short that they'll never catch it.
All right.
Nice.
You tell me when it's up there.
Yep. It's up.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Larry. This is my brother Daryl. That's my other brother Daryl.
That's it. Dude, you sound exactly like him, and I love it.
Thank you for that, Algo.
That's funny. I've never seen that.
It's a great show.
That is great. You're gonna have to go check that out for sure.
That was the show
Hey.
called Newhart.
Okay, there we go.
And
That
that
was the
was-
other question on the table.
The second episode of the first season, and Larry and his two brothers, Daryl and Daryl, were in the show all the time. But your dialect, I don't know where you're from, and I'd love you to tell me.
Dude, I don't even know. From the state of insanity.
You
No,
sound
I
exactly
live-
like him.
I live here on Georgia.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Georgia, fair enough. So
Yeah.
when the first time I heard you speak, and I think you're smart and I think you have a lot to say, but the first time I heard your voice, I'm like, that is Larry from that show. He sounds exactly like him.
That is funny.
And so
Really fast,
Come
you
on,
guys. Hold on
Wildlife. One
hold
time,
on
say
one
this is my
second.
brother there.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, go for it. Can you, if
What
you'll
was his
repeat?
name again? What did he
Daryl.
say?
his
This
name's
is my
Larry.
brother Daryl. This is my other brother Daryl.
There, boom, boom. You got it.
Oh, laughter is good. That's for sure.
And so, my friend Indy, that is
Yeah.
literally the reason I came up on that.
I appreciate that you did.
I
Thank you,
on the
Elko.
clip, and I had to do this because What Life, you rock.
Well,
I think-
anything else, you made my day. I appreciate that.
Well, good, because it made my day as well. So I'll tell you what, the communities like this with wonderful people like Indy who spend the time, energy, and effort to do this, who bring us all together and let us have a moment like that. Oh man, sis, you're the best. So
I appreciate you. Thanks for coming
I'll
up
be
for that.
in
If something
chat.
else
I'll
sparks
be
your
in-
interest, you hop back up here again.
I'll be in chat. I'll be in YouTube. You guys take good care.
All right.
Nice.
Take
I
care.
made an allegiance with Batman.
Yeah.
Good.
Can't lose with that one.
What Life, we got this.
Tate, thank you very much for the super sticker. I don't want to let that pass by without saying thank you. I appreciate you and all of your support. That was good. Thanks, Algo. Neil, thanks for coming up. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, I just had a cool jingle I had to say. It's past the Christmas time. It's a holiday jingle. It's kind of funny if you don't mind. And
Sure.
Your kids will love it if they hear it. Okay, it goes jingle bells, Batman smells, Robin laid an egg, Batmobile lost a wheel and the Joker got away. Hey,
I remember that one.
yeah,
That one's been around forever,
How does everybody remember that, but nobody knows where it comes from?
right? It's like
Oh,
Nana
yeah.
Nana Boo Boo. Like there's
Yeah.
things like that just have lasted forever, but nobody knows where they originated.
Yeah, there's some out there that have some real dark origination
Right,
to
I know.
them, like London Bridges falling down, and ring around the rosy, pocket full of posy.
Oh, yeah.
That goes back to the Black Death period where you kept posy to where you could in your pocket to where you could stick it in your nose, cover up the death smell, and they made a child's rhyme out of it. So there's
Neil,
some
do
dark.
you remember the rest of that?
Actually,
Batman one?
no, I do not. I never heard it as a kid. I believe it was in elementary school when that was going around, and I never was able to remember the latter part of it. But I know there's some part of it.
It goes, Batman's in the kitchen, Robin's in the hall, Joker's in the bathroom, peeing on the wall.
I've
Right
heard that
on.
one too.
Really?
Kids, I think the kids made it up and it just carried, or I don't know.
Little one cracked me up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's all those
Always-
little, like the little hand clapping things that the kids do, like those kind of rhymes and things,
Yeah.
names.
Chinese, Japanese, dirty names.
There's a little Johnny in every generation.
Right. Yeah. Controlling the weather. That's a big topic too. I think, I think
Speaking
there's
of
so much
which,
evidence
turn
that
the
that's
heater up.
out there.
Oh, we're getting up to 80 this weekend. Sunny and beautiful.
That's what I'm talking about.
Looking forward to it.
Nice.
But they keep saying the South is going to get a snowstorm. I don't know when, but it's
I don't believe in it.
weekend.
I was hoping you were in Michigan saying it was going to be 80, because that means it'd be warm out here too.
No.
It was like 77 here today.
Y'all can keep that cold up there.
Man, I don't think it got above 60 out here.
And so, but with that, we've been out at my mom's going through stuff, and the bees. You go outside to smoke a cigarette, and the bees. So we go and sit in the pod to smoke, and the bees, they're just trying to get in every way they can.
Wow.
Here's a little secret about bees. They're actually looking at
Michael, good to see you.
The sound that the bee makes, the buzzing sound. They've actually correlated that with the human mind, and they use some, and I don't know the exacts of it. It's a new therapy, but they're using sound therapy for PTSD, and they discovered the bee sound is very, very tranquil for guys who have PTSD, which is kind of makes sense considering I was in bees for so long.
It makes sense.
Really?
Yeah, it's sound therapy of some sort or another that's trying to figure out, and they're re-looking at psychedelics and stuff to help with the PTSD and stuff like that as well for soldiers coming out of traumatic stuff. I'm glad they're finally looking at it, because I had to do it illegally for too long.
I can understand a certain frequency. I've seen the brown noise and the green noise, but I don't think bees would be comforting to me, and I do have PTSD. But it's nope. When I hear that, I'm ducking and running.
Right. Yeah, I was gonna say that too. I hear that, and I'm like, nope, get away from me.
Remember the murder hornets that came out like during COVID? Those giant those have apparently been eradicated from the United States.
Nice.
Oh, it's the Japanese hornet.
Yeah, but it was like that huge. They called them murder hornets.
Yeah,
there were Japanese hornets up there in your area of the woods, like 4 inches long or something like that.
John, thank you very much for the super chat. John says, if you turn off all the media you see, what has really changed in your life that hasn't happened through your lifetime?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I say I don't watch the media, but I do watch a lot of, YouTubers who cover the media. So it's kind of like it trickles into you no matter what, can't avoid it completely.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. For
Speaking of the murder hornets, did they ever figure out how they got here?
Not that I ever heard.
I had heard South Africa, but I don't know how exactly they got here. There's been several things that they have linked to South Africa. It seems like there's something in Georgia.
See, there you go.
Georgia or Florida, a plant that has some kind of a fungus or a bacteria that was causing problems for a while there. I can't remember.
I don't know about that, Brad.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I probably walked across it today. Didn't even know it.
Good to see you, Lady Smith. Thanks for being here.
And then I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll hold my thought.
I was just gonna say, and then you wonder how much of this is really true.
Oh yeah. I mean, you've been told your whole life. For people that don't know, they tell you a dandelion is a weed. Get rid of it, kill it. Neutralize it. For people that know, it's one of the most beneficial plants out there. From top to bottom.
Yes. To add to that is they know that we are looking at plants now more medicinally. So are they trying to scare us away from that?
Well, they actually have they're trying to get a legal right, because in the writing of the laws for medical treatment, they don't look at holistic or natural medicine, and that's why we don't cure people. That's why, like, when I started my channel, I've been big into holistic medicine for like 40 years. And I got lots of strikes for telling people just general basic health stuff that's holistic based medicine. And I even had like 5 minutes after one of my live streams went offline, the World Health Organization complained and had my stream down. So you have to study holistic and natural medicines kind of sort of on your own, because it's illegal here in America. And there's big money keeping you sick or treating you, not getting you, curing you.
Yeah.
Right.
And oh my goodness, I just lost it. How are we all doing this tonight?
Solar flares in the
Take
drone.
another
Right.
hit.
Yeah, I lost it too.
Oh, that video that I shared about PSYOP.
You're hoping now.
Interesting, at the top of the comments after I shared it, it says UN, capital letters, dash, and then it said climate change is an important topic. And it was weird that that's what came up. It wasn't a copyright or anything. It was just like they used to do with if you were talking about COVID or the juice or something like that, the little paragraph would come up.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I think, Bran, you were the first one to share that video with me, and you said something about, what did you say, Bran? It was something about, like, is the psyop psyoping the psyops or something?
Yeah.
And then ever since then, I had like 4 different people send it to me. I've seen it, like, the algorithm kept having it pop up for me, and it is a great video. I had it on the list to play tonight. I know, Bonnie, you played it. I don't know if we want to do a video. It's about 18 minutes long. It's a really good video, so we might still pull that up and play it. Thank you, Snooks. It is a lot of really good information. If not, I'll put the link in the chat either way. But isn't it weird how things like that happen, where like we all kind of get something pushed to us? Like, I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to disagree.
Almost sounds like we need the. Go ahead, Neil.
Oh, I just told you I'm going to disagree just to keep it interesting.
I was going to say it almost sounds like we need the fact checkers fact checking the fact checkers.
Yeah, well, definitely we need the fact checkers need to be fact checked. Well, now they've gotten rid of them, though, haven't they? I mean, now it's like community notes or something.
Yeah, yeah.
It's good. It's going back to where your own intelligence determines how far you go in life. Isn't that amazing?
Common sense and knowledge. I mean, it's like just trying to, you know what? And even with all that, that's what I said, even at the border. Okay, I've heard that there's been booms, and so I'm 2 hours away. So that I said, if I start hearing things right here, then I'll let y'all know, and I will be relocating to one of my other places. But I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the reasons that it's good that we have this community, and part of why I wanted to help connect people. And I know a lot of us have wanted to stay connected because we can hear the, boots on the ground, eyewitness information from people throughout the world, not just our country even, but also if there is something that weird that's off or that happens, hopefully we can use this network to share that information quickly,
Absolutely. And please share it. That's, I think that at first we were all talking about getting together somewhere, buying an island, whatever. But then I started thinking about it, and I thought, I think that we are all exactly where we're supposed to be for whatever reason. And maybe it is to share what is really going on in your area. Because, I know Texas is huge. What Tate said about Texas earlier is absolutely true. There's so much open land here. And so we are not overpopulated in any way. And but because of its size,
poison.
So that's why I'll ask Pat Evans sometime. okay, what's going on over there, or stands alone, because they are in different areas, and even rescue and them over on the East Texas. It's so different in each area, but kind of the same.
Yeah. Really quickly, side note with chat conversation from 4 minutes ago. But I'm seeing all the conversation about dandelions. And actually, I had dandelion root tea recommended to me for something, and it's been working really well. So I prefer natural medicines, and that was something that was recommended to me that I've been enjoying. Is kind of a natural diuretic. It has many purposes, but anyway, appreciating the conversation. I like all the information and wisdom being shared. And yes, food is medicine, but unfortunately our processed crap food that most people eat is poison. Goes both ways.
Absolutely, look at the ingredients.
Yeah, right. Definitely be following ingredients. Anything with soy, even if it doesn't say it's GMO, it's GMO. Bioengineered food ingredients is like a new term basically for GMO.
Eat more sauerkraut.
Yeah. Anything with probiotics is good.
What did my daughter just open? I think it was a can of tomato sauce. She was making chili, and she said, "Look what it says on the can," and it said plant-based. And I keep being told, "Don't touch anything with plant-based." Well, they're doing it to everything. So that's growing your own is the best way to battle that. We were talking about the ranch style beans because they're the bomb, but we haven't even looked at the ingredients of it because we just like them so much. We're just not going to look. And is ignorance an excuse? No, but we're all going to go some way, and why not enjoy it?
You could grow a bunch of beans in your area.
It does say in the Bible that you can, doing anything isn't sinful. Doing something in abundance is. So I don't see we're doing a little bit of the stuff that might kill you ain't that awful bad.
Right.
Well, I was going to say, I think as long as you're informed. I mean, I think it's people who have no idea about it that I worry about more.
Yeah.
But what were you going to say? What? Hold on. What? I wanted to give him a chance.
She was just talking about beans and growing and stuff. I said for her area, she should be able to grow beans pretty good, whatever kind you like.
Yes.
Good to see you, Count.
But it's the spices. It's whatever they add to it that makes them so good.
Yeah.
Spice is kind of the variety of life, though. There are countries who have much lower instances of certain ailments, largely from the spices they use. Countries that use a lot of turmeric and ginger and garlic, for example, have lower rates, allegedly, of certain things. So there's something to be said for growing your own and buying as clean as you can, at least. Or even with beans, it's not hard to make them yourself. Buy dry beans, wash them pretty well, season them really well with your stews and stuff. They've started taking turmeric out of grocery stores. You can find it in the produce section. It's a root. It looks similar to ginger, but kind of different, and fresh turmeric is amazing, and it can't be regulated, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's being taken out of stores because it's so healthy. It's so counterintuitive, but that's what they're doing.
Yeah. John, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, Indy, good to see you. I will be taking time off from other streams in February. Much love. God bless to you and the community. Thank you. Appreciate that. Glad you're, well, it sounds like you're taking a break in February. I'm not sure on that one, John.
Let's just all pretend he's going to Hawaii with some hula dancers and he's going to be on the beach for weeks since he didn't tell us, and let's all just wish him well.
Yeah, well, we do wish you well, John. But it's been good to have you back around, so I'm Hope all is well with you, that you're taking a break for good reasons. Right, Blue?
Actually, Hawaii in the wintertime ain't that bad at all. That's average temperature, 70 degrees. So if you ever want to take time off of the cold stuff.
Yeah, you can't complain about that.
Also, Australia is having their summer.
I would love to go to Australia for vacation. Never been to that side of the world.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
Hey, milady.
I just like, I know where that came from, Al, but I'm like 3 minutes behind, and I just see kimchi.
Oh, yeah. Good stuff.
Yes, anything with probiotics is good for your gut health. It's like natural medicine.
I would definitely go to Australia, but as soon as I see one of those spiders, I'm out. I'm done.
Yes, that's the thing, man. It's a bizarre anomaly between New Zealand and Australia are real close together. New Zealand has 0 indigenous things that can kill you. Australia has every damn thing in the world that can kill you, from spiders to snakes to the air. I hear they got these things called drop bears. You know, that was
even in the ocean. They have these little clear shrimp-looking things that if they get you,
they got you.
They got the blue octopus, the little 2-inch long octopus, the most poisonous thing on the planet, as far as octopi go, in their waters, and you can't even see it. It's real small.
All right, I'm not going to Australia.
Change your mind.
Yeah. Like an island version of Alabama, you know, it's just.
Oh no, it's worse. It's worse than Alabama. You got Alabama tamed. Those people ain't got
Thank you,
shit
Don.
tamed up.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going. Send me a postcard if you go.
And they took the guy's guns away too, which I was totally amazed about.
Right, Craig?
You still got the boomerang. Is that still okay or no?
You have to be like,
if you ain't got a 45, I guess the boomerang's second best thing.
Yeah.
you have to
Yeah,
be like,
some good
talk about
information.
where
Hold
he
on
would.
1 second. Hold on 1 second, Bonnie. There's a couple great things being shared in the chat. Seed oils are bad. Yes. I like this conversation about health and food. Sugar is bad. Yes. Buy foods and condiments in stores that are from other countries. Our food is illegal in 120 countries. And that's a really good point, Connie, because part of with the influx of people that have come in from all different places around the world, we do get a lot of goods from around the world, and they are much safer in a lot of cases. So good thing to think about, and usually less expensive too.
One thing, if you have to use sugar, use cane sugar.
CD Doug.
It is actually a lot healthier for you, because as an iron worker, and this is an iron worker, I have a CNH sugar factory. I couldn't throw a stone at it. It's less than a mile away on the Delta here, and I worked at there, and they go through a lot of bleach. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What were you going to say though, Bonnie?
At the way that he was able to kind of like hypnotize the insects or the snakes or anything that would hurt you. But so when you were talking just now, though, it reminded me, have y'all heard of the TB outbreak in Kansas City?
This was recently?
Yes.
I heard something about it.
Active TB. It's like 2 counties that are side by side, and they have like 160 cases of it or something like that.
Of tuberculosis? Is that what you said?
Yes. And 2 people have died. They're trying to figure out how or why just in these 2 counties, this huge outbreak of tuberculosis.
Well, I would say one of the first things to look at is how many, people do they have here that have come in illegally?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, that just seems like an obvious place to look.
And for those people who are preppers out there, once they started rushing the border too quick, I got myself a whole bunch of imbutyryl hydrochloride, and that is what they give you for tuberculosis. And I got a whole shitload of them ready for this scenario.
Nice.
Damn
Hey,
it.
Dennis, thanks for coming up. Dennis, you're muted, just so you know. If you think you're talking, we're not hearing you. Yes.
I thought
Indy
it was
has a
just
habit
me.
of doing that. No, Indy does that all the time. Don't worry about it.
Only to you, Neil. Only to you. And only when I need to. You've been doing pretty well tonight.
Well, I'm muting myself, so you can't do it.
Perfect.
Right. Self-regulation. That's what's up, Neil.
Right? Yep.
I like come in for strafing rounds for 3 seconds, then mute
Yeah.
myself.
Oh, thank you, Tate. I was wondering. You mentioned golden milk earlier. He says turmeric, ginger, black pepper, cinnamon, cardamom, and 1 cup of milk equals golden milk.
Nice.
That sounds tasty. I have to do it in like cream on a smaller ratio or something with keto.
Yeah.
But
And if anyone wants to get off of high blood pressure and cholesterol medications, if you'd like to go that route, replace it with honey and cinnamon in like teas and coffee, and do it in excessive amounts, and because it's known to lower blood pressure and high cholesterol numbers.
Good stuff.
Am I unmuted?
there you go. Yep. Good to hear you,
Cool.
Dennis. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing. How about
Thank you,
y'all?
Kim. We're doing pretty
Dennis.
good.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, we're just up here talking for another hour and a half or so before we get into music. Scott, welcome. Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
fighting
People
a
think
hiccup
seedless
right now.
fruits. People think seedless fruits and vegetables are more convenient, but it's not natural at all. Yeah, and if you see something that's labeled organic that should have seeds that doesn't have seeds, it's not organic.
Right.
You know
It's
what's really good is,
something
and it's
special.
very organic, is manatee meat. If you get one, don't let anybody know about it. But I'm telling you, it's kind of like pork, but just that much better.
Dennis, I think you were so full of it most of the time. I can never tell what things you're saying that are true and what things you're saying that aren't.
I'm never to be taken seriously.
I know. Goodness sakes. Manatee meat.
That's an interesting video that Andy put up. The link.
Which one?
I
Which
think
one?
it said, why is this healing people? I'm not
Oh,
sure.
about meat? Yeah, I have that saved to watch. I
Yes.
have not seen it yet. But I'm doing keto, and I tell you, I feel a lot better. It's not the same as carnivore, but it's very low carb and a lot of meat, a lot of protein, green vegetables, and I feel great when I'm on it. I think it's different for everybody. You know, every person has their own chemistry, and you kind of find what works for you.
I do a seafood diet. If I seafood, I eat it. It's my diet.
If you have a good metabolism and that works for you, then great. Brad, good luck with that. I've heard a lot of people, I think there are a lot of people in this community that are doing fasting or intermittent fasting.
I have never been able to get over 150 pounds, no matter how hard I try.
You need to get you some manatee steak.
I tried steroids and eating 2 steaks a day and doing 5 meals, working out with bodybuilders, and I didn't get over 147.
Agreed, Dex. Yeah, if you guys aren't hold
uh,
on, Dennis. If you guys aren't subscribed to Kim's Creations, go check out her channel. You can see a lot of the projects she works on in her community tab. So you can go check her out there. She was nice enough to send some little knitted hat ornaments to me and my kids for Christmas, which was really sweet.
Nice.
Yeah.
And
what were you going to say, Dennis? Oh,
I was gonna say, if you grind up bald eagle beak and then snort it, it's an aphrodisiac, and it'll help you out with that.
Anyway, Bonnie, what were you gonna? What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say that your metabolism has a lot to do with that also. And Neil seems like he could be a hyper, so I could see where he would gain weight easily.
Yeah, I got a lot of things go fast in my body naturally. I've never had to use cocaine, and I put people on cocaine to shame with speed.
Count says there's an avian flu epidemic in central New York, over 50 dead snow geese. Well, I think that avian flu, I mean, they're really pushing that hard. And, there's things like that happen naturally. There's things that happen unnaturally. But I definitely think they're trying to cull our wild animal populations.
I'm just wondering why they bypassed putting masks on bird and went straight to culling them.
Right. That was what I was going to say. I think when they push it in the news, even though these things happen regularly anyway, it's with an agenda.
I think it definitely. I don't know why it hasn't happened here. Apparently in Ireland they did it, but we got to start putting these diapers on these goddamn cows. They are farting way too much.
Apparently that's a big problem. Bill Gates says so.
Yeah.
Oh, here's some interesting news for you, Indy. According to geologists, there's an underwater volcano about 9 kilometers off the shore of northern Oregon, supposed to explode within the next couple of months. It shouldn't do a tsunami warning because it's too far underground. It's supposed to be the largest underwater volcano explosion they've been able to. Since they've had sensors to measure it.
Well,
is it along the fault lines?
Yes, it is.
Was under there, yeah. So the whole deal is they got that nuclear plant in Tri-Cities, and it's right close to the Cascadia fault line, or the volcanoes into the Cascades anyway, which sets off the volcanoes, and Godzilla is sleeping right fucking there. So it's a big goddamn deal. Honestly, guys, you got to pay attention.
Right. Ramtha is going to come right out afterwards, maybe from there instead of under Mount Rainier.
I was wondering when the stone gnomes are going to wake up, and you guys think they're actually mountains. They're all just stone gnomes.
Yes, D-Dog. I've heard about beet being really good for blood pressure regulation.
And from what I read, volcanoes put off more carbon, is that what they're worried about, than anything human or animal could possibly do.
I did a video on that. 1 hour of a volcano's eruption puts out enough carbon for everyone on the planet for a year. Yeah. And the month that I did the report, there was 27 active volcanoes going. So we were in that one day, we did 27 years worth of carbon warming because of volcanoes, not human activity.
Well, apparently there's a cow farm in Texas that they fart out more methane than Mount St. Helens popped out in 1980.
That's only because in Texas they do things bigger.
It's because we have all the beef.
They're going for the Guinness World Records for the most farts from cows ever recorded.
Y'all are brisket hoarding sons of bitches. I need to get some more of that Rudy's barbecue sauce shipped to my house.
I mean, he doesn't want to hoard brisket. I'm just saying. Oh my God. D-Dog, don't encourage him.
That's Saturday.
Oh, you guys. If I'm gonna get my channel taken down for medical information, misinformation, or whatever about bald eagle.
Yeah.
Well, the whole deal is what you want to powder it up and then snort it, or you can inject it but you have to mix it with the bald eagle egg, and then heat it up on a spoon. Not too long, it's going to harden up.
Oh my goodness! Next, now they're just all pulling your leg.
Some would say,
yes,
yeah.
Cat, get heirloom seeds and plant them in your garden. Absolutely, heirloom are best. And there are a lot of people who will send them to you too. You can find all sorts of different networks where you
Save
can do
your seeds,
exchanges.
replant them each year.
Mm-hmm.
Builds that DNA up.
Right, Kim. Yeah, dude is creative. I'll give him that. I know, that's why it fits in, Imir. Dennis ain't right. Okay, Kim, I'll check that out. Thank you.
I learned to quit taking stuff seriously a long time ago. I just have fun.
Yeah.
Ultimately, that's what life is here for, to have fun.
Well, if we're not doing that, then they've already won. We've already lost.
That's why I'm eating a bag of vinegar, salt, potato chips, because it's fun.
I call those douche chips.
And if you didn't before, you do now.
I was wondering what that familiar taste was.
Dude, you guys use vinegar when you're douche?
But in a
Sounds like a
sense,
terrible
No
idea.
comment,
I
Gemma.
like so.
Ironically, I think I actually have heard conversation about that before. We'll just move right along. If you know, you know.
Jesus Christ. I thought the video that I saw with a woman vaginal knitting was fucking weird.
Oh, okay. We're ding. There's that bell we talked about. We're just gonna shift gears right away from vaginal knitting. Okay, Al Bundy said good times 33, and I'm not sure where that came from, but it made me think of the one of the, this is just a little sidebar, but one of the what am I? No, I'm not gonna remember it. The landing lanes where the planes were supposed to land was 33, and I just thought that was interesting that they put that out in a news. You know, that they
Illuminati
covered that
confirmed.
number, right? Yep. A little sidebar.
Yeah,
Okay.
people say they won't fly in cars.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Ew, I want a flying car.
No.
Yes, they do, Jerry. I just want the hoverboard.
Well, if all of y'all are going to be flying in cars, then I'm going to be on the ground in the car.
No, see, I don't want no one else to have a flying car. I want to be the only one. I don't want anyone else up there with me. You get me wrong.
No, I
Right.
don't.
Okay, well, here's a question about that. Are you guys seeing shortages in eggs by you? Because I have just recently started to see, like, Costco was out of eggs, and that can sometimes just be a coincidental thing. But I'm curious.
Commercially, there's a big strain on it. Yeah, just look how many
Yeah.
birds and stuff they put down over the last couple of years. How many plants are just mysteriously put?
Yeah.
We just last weekend we had one just across the river in South Carolina in Saluda County, Amick Farms poultry plant, and they employ I want to say over 3,000 employees there, and it's just they produce meat. They wouldn't know eggs. Then I was I was on somebody else's panel. It was a guy from Arkansas, I believe, and he told me that there was a chicken plant where he was at that happened on the same weekend, but they were dealing with eggs.
Wow.
Dude, check it
Yeah,
out.
I think hold on one second, Dennis, before you take us down some joking wormhole. Yeah, I've heard that too, Watt. I mean, I think they've been talking about this for kind of months. It feels like it's been amping up. So it doesn't surprise me that we're now seeing, these shortages, but I'm just curious if it's happening around the entire country or if it's in, like, certain spots,
Well, here, check it out. Those eggs that everybody's eating, they're from a certain kind of chicken. It's the same kind of chicken that everybody's used to eating. It's a genetically modified chicken that has like some gigantism, genes shot in it. So we're at 6 weeks, I think, they're ready to process. And if you let them get too much bigger than that, they just have a heart attack and die. This is the reason why it's hilarious. Everybody's freaking out about cage free. Literally, these chickens can't live outside. They're growing them in Alabama, Mississippi, and all these different places. They'll die if they get outside. They have to be temperature controlled. When they go to harvest them, they die of a heart attack during the process. Go to your feed store and buy those other types of chickens right there and eat those eggs. It's just a different type of chicken that we're eating that's coming out of the stores, and the same place comes. I built a hatchery, or helped build a hatchery in Burley, Idaho, and it was a hilarious thing. The eggs, they hatch, they get instantly thrown on a conveyor belt. They're going 40 miles an hour straight to this gigantic stainless steel roundabout where there's these illegal Mexicans that pick through and figure out which one's male and female. Throw them one down one chute, and throw another one down a bunch of chutes. There's a bunch of them on the floor trying to escape, and it's a trip. The whole process. But they're all genetically modified. What you're getting out of the store, And
Right.
if you're buying brown eggs for FYI, they paint them brown. So if you're not buying farm fresh, you're getting fake eggs at the store. I don't care if you buy them
Right.
for expensive price and they look like they're fresh. They paint them that color.
I mean, that's true with like a lot of our food, like Apeel, APEEL, is something that's being used to coat a lot of our produce. And it's kind of like what used to be the wax, but it's not the wax. And apparently it's not healthy at all. So it's really important to be washing fruits and vegetables. You can do that in a lot of different ways, but apple cider vinegar is one way.
I actually built a factory out here in Northern California, and the whole purpose of the factory is they brought in fresh fruit and packaged them and filled the packaging with nitrogen, and that's what the plant did, because it keeps the stuff looking fresher. But as soon as you open it, get to the house, it goes rotten within like a couple of days. So if you've ever gotten any fruits or vegetables in a plastic package, and then you open up the package to use them and they go rotten, it's because they were filled with nitrogen.
Yep. And there's this organic stuff will rot faster than the GMO stuff because it's built to last. But they're growing to potatoes the size of footballs in Idaho right now.
Good to see you, Nana.
And it's all on a time clock. They know exactly when to harvest, get them harvested and whatnot. It's all a process. Otherwise, how can you forecast it, right? Yeah, it's a trip. All this GMO stuff that we're getting fed right now, it's a trip. But they've bioengineered every kind of food that you get at the supermarket right now.
Even the chickens. So my son is hatching, and I'm gonna get them from him.
Nice, Lady Smith.
Because if you go to Tractor Supply or wherever, you don't know what you're getting.
Love it,
but
Anna.
now is the time to get them.
You know what you're getting. You don't want to end up with a bunch of roosters and wonder why you ain't getting no eggs.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
That's the way to do it, JM.
Even the dog knows what's up.
That was a hard job when I was a kid. I was a rooster milker, and I couldn't get it to happen.
But did you ever milk the bull? Tell us the truth.
Well, yeah, that worked, but it just took a lot longer. It took a lot longer than the other ones. We only did that on slow days when we couldn't get enough produced.
Yeah.
John makes a good point. He says change the word flu and sickness to poisoning, and now you know. Yeah, wise.
That's why everyone should learn about natural and holistic medicines.
Yes.
Your whole diet would change.
Well, and it's also a sustainability issue too, because, you know, it's best, we were saying earlier, like grow your own, but there's a lot that can be foraged and harvested locally too, in wherever you are.
Definitely.
Dude, if you want any rosemary, I got 2 yards full of rosemary. It's a herb. Everyone likes it, but it's a herb.
Is it a herb?
Its name is Herb. Leave it alone, Marge.
Do you use a washcloth?
Right, in washing. Okay, I did put the link. Hopefully you guys clicked on it. Thank you, Kim, for sending that to me. It's a little long to play tonight. I am going to watch it, though. I saved it to watch. We might play it at a speakeasy or in a future stream, but I wanted to make sure everybody got that link. That's another one, though, that's also been popping up in my algorithm. So I've seen that, but I haven't watched the video, you know? But it's about Klaus Schwab, and it has to do with chickens and culling and, you know, their plans. So thank you, Kim, for sharing that. Chessboard, I don't know if you heard, but much love to you. Thanks for being here. Good to see you. Thank you to all my mods who are sharing out links. Appreciate you all. Make sure you're subbing each other up. I'm always amazed when people who've been in here a million times are like, oh, I just subbed so-and-so. And I'm like, what? It's been like 3 years. Like, go sub each other up. Follow each other. Everybody. There's a lot of really great content creators here covering all sorts of topics.
I got great kitty cat videos that'll make you laugh.
Yeah. Yeah, the area I'm in now, there are quite a few people with greenhouses and chickens and bees and a lot of farmland nearby. It's great.
That's good to hear. People's doing that.
Yep.
Need more people to do stuff like that.
Now all they
Much
need
love
to do is
Savannah. Good to see
learn
you.
how to naturally make chemicals through plants, so that way they'll know what winter cropping is.
Right. Costa says, so it's an international thing. I think talking about bird flu. Yeah. My question is, how does it get transmitted internationally? Is it by people or by livestock? Or is it a bioweapon that's been engineered for the purpose it's serving, which is to cull our natural food sources?
Can't be eating them chicken beaks.
You guys, I'm having a hard time. There's so much great conversation in chat, you guys. I'm having a hard
I
time.
heard it was from the
keeping
chicken
caught
foot
up here.
salad.
What?
Oh, the Vietnamese eat this thing. It's called chicken foot salad. They don't get rid of anything a part of the chicken. They have the feet, and they call it chicken foot salad.
I don't really know what's on the foot to eat. I know people eat them. I just don't know what they're eating.
It's probably like
I moved
eating
down here to
chicken
Georgia, and
pig
they
skin
sell
or
that
something.
here at the store. It's the weirdest thing. I can't find a brisket, but I can find chicken feet all day long.
Oh yeah, you can get you some chicken feet salad, yeah, if you want it.
Well, they have a lot of collagen. You can actually make really good
Broth.
chicken bone
Oh,
broth
right.
out of the
Yeah.
feet.
That would
Yeah,
make
but
sense.
you know you can make some really good barbecue out of brisket.
Oh yeah.
Well, sure, but we're talking about chicken feet.
But we're
Ladies, if it's a-
wanting brisket.
I mean, I love brisket.
Good to see you, OJ.
And feet, but you can make a really good thick broth using the feet, and it's a cheap way to do it.
And that would make sense. That would be the only reason, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that would just be something to rinse out. I'm pretty sure you're kidding anyway.
Y'all can't get brisket up north. Is that what I understood?
Good to see you, 79.
Oh, I can get brisket. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we have brisket.
Yeah,
I mean, it's probably not like Texas barbecue style brisket, but yeah. Our chili also has beans, so you know.
All you need for a good brisket, just smother it in salt and pepper. That's it. 225, 12 hours. Take it out after 6 hours and wrap it with tin foil. Throw some balsamic vinaigrette in that tin foil and rewrap it. Let it sit the rest of the night.
That sounds good.
I'm telling you right now,
yeah,
it's gonna taste just like beef jerky when you're done, but it's so good. It's gonna fall apart though. You can't really cut any steaks out of it. The vinegar and the balsamic vinaigrette breaks it down.
Hey, G-Mon.
Tate says, I was feeding my hens Tractor Supply food off and on a couple years back. They quit laying completely until I took them off that feed. I remember a lot of people talking about that a couple years ago,
That was
Tate.
a big thing, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
it was a huge deal that there was something that eventually people said it was something in the feed that was causing the chickens not to lay. Another thing to consider is all the vaccines they give to livestock, because a lot of like cows and also even in the wild, deer were getting COVID vaccines that were mRNA. So, I mean, if you know, it's affecting humans, it's affecting the animals too.
Now we're having the cases of the zombie deer down here in the south.
Right.
Why don't they have a fart vaccine for the cows?
Well, hold on now. If a deer gets
Savannah.
COVID, does that mean after you cook him up once and eat him, you can cook him up and eat him again?
What?
He's teasing about the zombie deer, I think.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, that's a good thing, Lori. I mean, it's something I'm just learning more about too. I'm not, we move a lot, so I haven't been able to do a lot of gardening, but I'm starting to do container gardening. For people who are in small spaces, that's a good way to go to start things off too. You can also look into like aquaponics or what is it called? Hydro gardening? Hydroponic. Yeah. Aquaponics and hydroponic. Yeah.
Well, if you're going to do aquaponics, they got a new system where you can have a few tilapia in there to help with the
yeah, that's what I would like to do once we get settled somewhere, for sure. It's the best way to do it, I think. People have huge setups for that, but you can also have small ones,
Someone just said in there that in Denmark they have a cow fart tax. How the hell do you? How are they monitoring that?
It's just
Well, it's
made.
basically it's a system of. Oh, go ahead, Bonnie.
Don't pass high school. That's the job you get.
Bonnie,
They
what
got,
were you going to
they
say?
got a bunch of cow butt plugs, and they just monitor how many times they fart, and that's how much they
No,
tax it.
it's a scam to buy carbon credits.
Yes, I
It's
just
money
believe
laundering.
yes.
No, it's
Go ahead,
not.
Bonnie.
Green is good. Vote Democrat.
And if your brisket is coming out like jerky when using the vinaigrette, maybe try butter, because it's not supposed to be. Jerky's kind of tough.
No, it wasn't like tough jerky. It was like a
I know,
soft.
Snooks. I
You know what I
didn't say
mean? Like
otherwise.
it just you couldn't you couldn't cut strips out of it. It just fell apart, kind of like pulled pork. You know,
Oh, okay.
but it gave you that jerky taste. It was really good.
Yeah.
I'll definitely do it, you know, again and again. But you don't even need to do that though. Honestly, the Texas style of doing it, salt and pepper, that's it. You know, and then you know,
No.
225. Or you could either do baker's wrap at some point, or you can do tin foil. Some people like it one way or the other. If you're using baker's paper, then the smoke still is allowed to get in there a little bit more. But if you let it sit there for a good 6-7 hours, even 8 if you want to, you get a good bark on there. And then you cover it, you wrap that sucker up,
Good one,
and let
John.
it go the rest of the night.
And that's any meat we cook, we put in the refrigerator for like overnight, and it gives it it makes it better. And
oh yeah, you wrap it up with the towel when you're done, and you want to stick it in the refrigerator for a little bit. Yeah.
but whenever we're
effing chickens, Craig,
we wrap it in foil. I've seen people use beer. I've seen people use Coca-Cola. I've seen all kinds of ways of making brisket.
Sounds like we need to meet up and have a brisket cook-off.
Yes, it's not just salt and pepper. Sorry.
I hope I make it to that
It's
meetup.
not just that, but
I volunteered to be a taste tester on that one.
anybody that doesn't know how to do it right there, they'll get a good shot out of it just by doing it that way. But then if you want to get pro at it, then yeah, you got injections you can put in it. You got different little, you know, this, that, and the next thing. But when it comes down to the spices and what people naturally use down there, what I learned, it was just strictly salt and pepper. You can inject it. You can do all this, you know, whatever, you know, fancy stuff you want to do to it. But on a straight out brisket, if you want to turn out real good and just call it easy, you coat the sucker with salt and pepper, and use some good salt. Like you get that pink, you know, salt, and coat that sucker with it, and then some good pepper. Not that store bought cheap stuff out of the can. Get some good crushed pepper. Just coat sucker to a good like 16th, you know, almost 1/8 an inch. Cover that sucker and throw it in there for a good 6.
And when I understand the Himalayan salt is not any better than
it is. It's got minerals in it.
Yeah, because that other stuff's bleached just like sugar, you know.
Yeah.
You want to try to get as natural as you can if you can get away with it.
I like how Lori just puts, it's a miracle we are still alive.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good outlook.
That's why we need to have more kids, because we're so stupid. We keep killing each other off, but we outbreed our stupidity.
Yes, Jerry, forgot the garlic. You have to have garlic.
I love I put garlic on everything too, so I don't mind none of that.
I do a good garlic butter.
Good call, count.
Okay, Wildlife, set up this brisket contest. I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to remember, like people don't understand. Brisket's a tough meat.
Taking
so
notes as we speak.
You know, it's the same damn meat, pretty much. Ribs and brisket and all that, the same stuff. So it's a tough meat. It doesn't have a lot of fat content. It's not like a steak where, you know, 2 minutes on one side, flip it, boom, 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 and you're done. You know, you got a good, you know, you got to get a good steak. This stuff right here, it's gonna be well done. It's just tough meat, but You get there's
Good point.
a point while you're smoking it where it's going to stall for a bit, like 160, like 168, between 168 and a little over 170. It'll stall for a bit, then finally get up to temp. You want that brisket a little over 200 degrees before you take that sucker out. And then you want to let that sucker rest. You want to wrap it real tight. You throw a towel over it, and then throw it in the fridge for a little bit. Let it just, because the towel insulated, so with the foil, and you want to just let it sit like that, and it's going to put all the juices back together. Otherwise, you throw that sucker out. That's the biggest mistake that a lot of people make in any kind of meat cooking, is they throw it right out the grill and start cutting it. You want to let it set, get the juices to good. Otherwise, you're just going to cut all the juice right out of it.
I wanted to point out this comment from John. He says, if they alter something that is natural, they can now patent it. And that was something that was a concern and is a concern for something. This is kind of a rabbit hole thing, but with mRNA vaccines, if they change your DNA, then technically you become genetically modified. And there are some patents and some conversations happening in different states with governments about what kind of control people can then have over you if you have altered DNA.
Become your own
in the
clone.
back of your mind.
Well, that's the
What did you
whole
say? What?
problem with things like
No, I just said you would
turmeric
become your
or,
own clone.
quote unquote supplement.
Maybe next level, yeah.
Yes,
Why did we stop with stem cell research?
we
I
didn't.
don't think they have.
They didn't stop that at all.
They actually were just talking about that recently.
I thought they stopped it.
It was embryonic stem cell research that they stopped, not stem cell.
No, they haven't stopped embryonic either. They're using umbilical cords still, but it's still a debatable thing.
When did that change?
They were just talking. Yeah, I don't think that's ever changed. It's been debated.
Mm-hmm.
It might be different in different states, but as far as I understand, it's still being done.
That's actually the best stem cell to use is the embryonic. I heard several years ago it was at the beginning of the Biden administration. They were like fighting, letting researchers use the embryonic stem cell, and they could only use the human stem cell from like people fixing to die or something like that. They were like some sort of I don't know, ethical thing was going on with that. Or
different.
Yeah, that's how Christopher Reeve got better on South Park. Remember?
Right.
But yeah, Mel Gibson's dad too.
You notice some of us who are mothers here who maybe have had a kid in the last decade, they give you pamphlets in the hospital to save your placenta or to store the umbilical cord placenta situation, right? And it costs money. You like rent a storage space for it, and they save it to help you in the future if you ever needed those stem cells, whatever. Okay, you're never going to convince me they aren't just using them. Taking off a little splice here and there,
rescue,
seeing what they can do with it.
Actually, that is medically the best for the individual. But yeah, you're right. They are probably using it for research as well. But it actually is good to have original embryonic stem cell from the individual who needs the research done, because it's like already a perfect match.
Well, remember, that was how I first heard about Project Veritas, and James O'Keefe was when he was kind of blowing open what was happening with Planned Parenthood and how a lot of the fetuses, the babies that had been aborted, were being used without permission and sold.
Yeah, they were sold. But now they're having people sign up for it.
I'm sorry, I highlighted that comment.
It's so good. Placenta California rolls. There's certain sushi restaurants that serve that shit. It's so good.
Okay, wait. What did you say, V? I'm sorry.
They're just convincing people to do it on their own now with these companies, with the placentas and all of that. It doesn't even require an abortion or a embryo, set of cells.
But now,
just
if you look at, if you look at some of the meat that's being bioengineered, a lot of that comes from human meat. It comes from human tissue. They don't call it human meat, but it's bioengineered meat. So look at where they get those stem cells. Just saying.
Yep.
I think that's why they tell
Quit
people.
Saying, damn it! I was going to enjoy that steak. No, I don't want it.
I think that's why they tell people not to be cannibals, because we're delicious. And if we realized that we would just eat each other and we'd be gone.
Hey, maybe that's why women have such nice thighs, right? Huh?
Well, Anti said it's the gluteus maximus.
They look
I was being nice and said thigh.
They really do look delicious sometimes.
You get my point, right?
Well, think about though. Okay, just down this rabbit hole too. Think about like when how many times in movies and things, and maybe which came first? Did it come in movies and things before people just said it? But like when you see a baby, you say like, "Oh, I want to eat them up. They're so cute." Like what a weird thing to say.
Yeah.
And now, if you know, that's not that far fetched. It feels like something that's probably been pushed.
That's a good one for backstage. Caveman, the movie with Ringo Starr.
We've got a whole list going.
It's like the Cabbage Patch Babies.
Yes. Oh, we've talked about them backstage.
But when you just bathe your baby, and I don't think they mean it as cannibalistic.
Well, neither did I until now. You know what I mean? Like, because it's just what we've been. That's what I mean. Did people say that naturally? Because it doesn't seem like a very natural thing to say. I want to eat them up
somewhere.
But we say it in an endearing way. Obviously, we don't mean we want to consume our children. But does that terminology, has that been something that's been kind of promoted for us to say? Or is it something that naturally
like
came
you
about?
said earlier, the nursery rhymes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. No, I never heard any of that other stuff. And it was just, and you don't even.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I don't think people say it with the intention. Bonnie, I've said it too. I don't think people say it with any intention behind it, meaning to eat or consume children. I'm just saying, knowing what we know now about how much of that exists, I think that it's probable, like with nursery rhymes, that it's things that we've been kind of indoctrinated into. And it's a soft compliance maybe for satanic agendas, or it's a way to slowly like get people more accepting.
I don't know, because then I think you're taking the natural everything away. You're if you fall into everything that's being said, everything that's evil, everything that whatever, and put more meaning behind it. I mean,
awesome, Lori. Congratulations.
My son that weighed over 10 pounds when he was born, he was just a little ball, and get him a bath and just sit there and kiss on his cheeks, and until I left a hickey on his cheek, and then it was like, okay, maybe I should do that. But like
it's a little too close to home, Bonnie. Okay.
But I'm just saying, it's like you're loving on them, and they need that.
No, I agree. With the principle behind it and what we mean by it. I agree. I'm just saying it's one of those weird, it does not seem like a natural thing that has come about for us to say we're going to eat our children, even though we say it in an endearing term. To me, it's a weird thing. And I've said it too. I'm not.
Maybe you're so sweet, I could just eat you up. Or, I mean, even that's enduring with the person you love. I just saw somebody say they like to nibble on ears. Well, okay, people nibble on each other. It's not like it's not like.
Hey, maybe the kids have like a certain smell. The kids just might have a certain smell that just like it sets off our Neanderthal instinct or something. You never know. We might.
Maybe.
I bet you we're delicious. We just don't
know. Only
know.
about 6% of the human population.
I hope to never know.
Yeah, same here.
Right.
They've actually discovered.
Yeah, good question, Imir. How fast can they grow a clone? I mean, I guess it depends on what they're talking about, but for those who grow cloned plants, I mean, there's literally fertilizers you put on that say, when to bud, when to bloom, when to, it's pretty straightforward and can be manipulated easily. So I'm guessing it's something like that with cloning of living creatures as well.
3 months.
There was a movie. I can't remember the name, but there's been a lot of cloning movies. But it was the one with Keanu Reeves, I believe, and his Keanu Reeves' family. They passed in the movie, so he basically took all the tech from, I guess, his work or whatever home, and he like tried to reclone his entire family. That was a pretty interesting movie. I can't remember the
Do you
name
remember
of it.
Yeah.
I can't. It was a Keanu Reeves movie. It's been, I don't know, within the last 4 or 5 years, maybe.
I feel like maybe I've even seen it, but I can't remember.
Wasn't it Pet Cemetery?
No, not that one. Similar premise, though. I mean, it was pretty dark. You know, if you think you're doing something for the greater good, you just added that emotion, but you don't realize what you've unleashed till it's too late. You know.
Yeah, we're God's
Another
creature.
good movie about cloning is The Island.
The Island, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Dude.
facts, Lori.
If somebody's cloning me, they've reached the bottom of the barrel. You know what I mean? They're just experimenting at that point.
If someone's cloning me, they want the destruction of Earth.
Yeah, who is this person? Who are these masked men?
79, I love you.
79.
Damn it, someone's got to. I want you to time her out.
Never. Yeah, agreed. Arrest the medical mafia. Right? Well, I mean, we'll see. I would hope that under this administration we'll see some accountability, but then when they're pushing a new AI mRNA vaccine in to the tune of billions helping fund it, it doesn't give me much hope for that. And he just met with, Trump met with Gates for about 3 hours, which, I mean, I'm not saying they shouldn't meet. I think he should be open to meeting with anyone. But, I'm not a fan of Gates and what his agendas are. So
nope.
I never took
But
the
none
shot.
of this-
I decided to smoke it. I wanted to try it a different way and
Good
see if it
for
would
you,
work
Cheryl.
better.
I'm surprised you didn't snort it, Dennis. With your
okay, maybe
It
too
was
technical
liquid.
or
I
whatever.
couldn't do
But
it. I don't know how to powder it up. So
Cheryl made a comment. I seen a video where they were leaving the umbilical cord connected to the placenta after they're born. It's actually also not cutting the umbilical cord right away. It's delayed cutting of the cord. And it's because there's a lot of nutrients and things that pass from the placenta into the baby after birth. And when they cut the umbilical cord too quickly, those things don't go to, all those nutrients don't go to the newborn. So it's actually a practice that a lot of people, are doing where they will delay.
Russia did a lot of experiments with birthing.
So my youngest sister does as a nurse. She's delivered a ton of babies so far since she's been doing it.
Right, CRISPR. Yeah, count.
or EICU.
Hey, Umin, good to see you. Thanks for being here. We're like all over the place. It's really funny.
Bacon!
From like placentas to bacon to
Space mining. You hear Trump talk about space mining?
Yeah, actually, Moon, one of the things I keep getting pushed in my algorithms is, I can't remember the name of it, which is probably for the best because I don't want to promote it necessarily. I don't really know, but it's basically like a supplement for women, aimed at women. It's supposed to help with a lot of female health issues.
That sounds
is
kind of sexist.
encapsulated. Hold on, it's encapsulated like liver and organs from beef, and including the placenta and things like that.
So
whatever.
what? You just stop by the birthing centers at dinner time, pick up some placenta?
Actually,
got
people do
sandwiches
consume the
and
human
stuff like coming
placenta
out.
too. That's actually another thing people do. It's supposed to be, I mean, if you think about it, like with liver or other organ meats, it's like extremely nutrient dense.
Now
It's
hold
keeping
on
the
a
child
second.
alive
You
for
know,
longer.
going down this road is eventually going to lead to the one spot, right?
Well, I'm not going to venture which spot you're talking about, Neil.
The gutter.
Right, Jerry, Soylent Green. Yeah.
Okay, guys,
Maybe
the
another
placenta's
thing.
got a lot of nutrients. It's not that bad. If you're gonna eat a liver, you could eat a placenta.
Actually, I
You
hate
can make-
the taste of liver. I'm not a fan of organ meats myself.
Me
but-
neither.
But come on, girls. Come on, girls.
Techno, good to see you.
You can make placenta
Yes.
capsules when a woman who has a baby, it's an option. There are companies that do it. If you have
Yeah.
enough money, you can make your own placenta made into supplements.
Encapsulated. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, you could do like placenta and corned beef hash. You wouldn't even taste the difference, you know?
No, but the point is that
Oh,
they
I
can be
would
dried
know.
and encapsulated so that you don't taste them. So you just take it and you still get the nutrients from it. But yeah, what
I
is it
just
called?
want to know if they
That house
serve it with
doesn't
candy.
right. You'd think you'd have to. Should be required.
Right.
First you made them hungry, then you took it all away.
There we go. That was just to help those of you out there without food to eat right now.
I've seen a lot of green faces.
You know those little pieces of sushi with the fish on top, and instead you got a little slice of placenta on there, you know?
Nice one, Craig.
Dip in a little soy sauce, man. No big deal.
Yeah, I'm eating fish tomorrow. Definitely fish.
Sorry, Ozark. He says, I've been cooking and listening. I'm nervous of what I'm cooking now.
Please be. Please.
Enjoy.
Excuse me.
Right. Yeah, Moon, I agree. I think they are similar. Yes, I do agree, Lori. I think they are trying to normalize cannibalism and pedophilia. Yeah. Maps, I mean the terminology, changing the words. There's all sorts of we've talked about this oddly before, but there's even places where maybe you guys remember the name of it, but where they're taking cells from different celebrities so that they could grow meat that you could eat that was like genetically grown from. Remember, I mean these are real things that are out there.
It's like they're trying to steal Tom Brady's his shit, like on South Park.
Yeah, you get you a Will Smith burger.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
You're in the right place.
Oh goodness.
That's disgusting.
It's horrible.
Yeah, it's all pretty gross.
It's mojo. That's what it
Good
is.
call, Lori. You know, Lori, that is not something that I am really good about other than like big, like Thanksgiving or Christmas or things like that. And it's actually something I really do want to start doing more often. Lori says, I believe we can bless our own food, pray before we eat.
Every time.
It can't hurt.
Amen.
There's power in prayer that I'm sure I don't understand completely.
All right, I'm out of here.
Have a good night, Neil. Thanks for coming up. I didn't even have to mute him or boot him. This is like a turning point.
Wow.
Mute and boot.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I get it.
Where are you guys all from? So a couple of you from Texas. Indy, you're in Seattle, right?
Seattle area. Uh-huh.
Okay.
A little further than I used to be, thankfully. Moon.
I grew up in Portland. I was born and raised in Portland. I had a house in Washougal for a while, and in 2020 we dipped out, got the heck out of Egypt because everybody's, just the homeless. It was just depressing. It was going to the old neighborhood and just seeing how bad it was turning, so we decided to leave. And then the last time I got out there, it was like, I don't know. I went out there last year, the beginning near the beginning of the year, or no, it was last Christmas. That's what it was. My mom had to go to the doctor in the hospital, so I flew to go see her. And man, I just saw what the place turned into. It was like, dude, graffitis all over the walls on the I-5 freeway on each side. The walls, on each side. You got Delta Park down there. That's like it's a freaking.
Love you, Tecto.
It's Ethiopia, man. You got burnt up RVs, upside down cars that were burnt. They're just chilling there. The place is just full of homeless. Man, depressing. And then I guess like when it heats up, everything's all hunky dory. Like weather-wise, they just go up in the woods and they'll just take over the campsites. You can't even go camping in the Mount Hood National Forest anymore. That's my old stomping grounds. I grew up there. My dad took me fishing since I was a little kid. Can't even go up there anymore. Apparently, they're moved over to Bend. They're just raiding the whole area over there. Just disgusting. I just last time I went out there, I just said I'd never come back.
It's gone downhill a lot in the last 5 years, for sure. I mean, the crime is through the roof. Like, we used to hear about some major event like a mass shooting or road rage shootings or anything like that. I'd say like once every few months. Now it's almost a daily occurrence or multiple within a day. And it's not just in Seattle, or King County even. It's, all up and down the entire coast of Washington. It's crazy. Good to see you, Eric.
Gross. It's just disgusting how they just let that happen, and that's what they did. I remember when the fires hit in 2020. So we went from Washougal down to Huntington Beach, and then COVID shut everything down. So it's like, it was basically just a 4-month vacation down there until we left for Texas. But in the meantime, so we dipped out there and the fires just started, right? And I remember there were sheriffs up in the Portland area, in the Estacada area, Oregon City, those areas right there. They're catching bums that were getting dropped off by. They're saying it was Antifa was dropping off these homeless people with nothing in their pockets but a book of matches or a lighter, and is dipping out. And these guys were starting the fucking fires. They're paying them to do it or something, but then these cops are catching them, and they're posting it on Twitter. And then it wouldn't last half a day, and then Twitter cuts it off. Like they delete it. And there was this one cop that I'm pretty sure it was Estacada, or it was either Estacada or Oregon City, south of Portland, southeast of Portland there. And he was like, dude, I don't give a shit. In 2 months, I'm dipping. I'm out. I'm taking a job out of state. I don't really care. But here's the deal: the governor is literally stopping the Wyland firefighters from fighting this fire and letting it just come inbound. And she just called him off. And he's just spouting off on this video, and they deleted it. And then all you saw in the news was like they're just blaming it on global warming, when literally they caught several people lighting these fires. There were even before that, because there was a storm coming in, and they caught people with chainsaws. There was chainsaw marks on telephone poles up in Seattle. And people were setting up these telephone poles for sabotage because of a windstorm coming in for them to tip over and spark fires and shit. And there's video coverage of that. They deleted all that stuff before Elon Musk took over Twitter. This is back in 2020. It's such a trip.
Mm-hmm.
So what if they were doing it for
Bestiality, Cheryl?
Not to start fires? Why would
Thank you, Tate.
a cell phone tower start a fire?
No, not cell phone towers. I'm talking like telephone poles. Somebody were these guys were cutting like little 45 chunks out of telephone poles, knowing that there's a windstorm coming, and then they toppled over, right?
With a transformer or something.
Yeah, they were just. This is like intentional stuff, but the cops were admitting on and then posting videos on Twitter saying, "Hey, we're catching homeless people with like literally nothing on, no ID, no nothing, book of matches on their pockets, and freaking we're catching them lighting fires, and then Twitter would delete it, and then the KATU news in Portland and up in Seattle, down in California, all these guys are just blaming it on global warming." When people were lighting these fires and they're catching them, these cops were catching them and posting it, and then Twitter would censor that shit.
Well, the other problem here, and I think in all of the West Coast, is that they've been doing catch and release. Like they basically decriminalized a lot of things, and then made it catch and release. So even if they did catch someone, they were just letting them go without bail, and it was a slap on the wrist. Or there were, during a lot of the time in the 2020 through 2022, 2023, they were getting funding to pay their bail for them.
Yeah. Hey, didn't that happen to the same dudes that were trashing the courthouse down in Portland? I mean,
yes.
they were throwing freaking like fireworks or pipe bombs or something. They surrounded the place. There were people inside. They arrested these guys, but literally just let them out the next fucking day.
Yep. Yeah, like that was all happening. It's
all federal crimes, 100%. Every one of these guys, and they just let them go.
Sorry, Jess. Might be healthier though. Just check the ingredients. Yeah, I know Decat. I think the Puget Sound, the Pacific Northwest is, I think, the most beautiful area, but right now it's just, there's so much crap going on.
It's a dumpster fire. Everybody's leaving. Businesses are leaving in droves. Downtown Vancouver, they built like a really downtown Vancouver, right across from Portland. They built a really nice waterfront with some nice high-end buildings, high-end restaurants, high-end apartment complexes. But just west of that, where you get to the railroad tracks areas, it's all homeless camps, and any bike trail around there is all homeless camps. So along Marine Drive in Portland, right between the Columbia River and the other side, any bike trail that's there, it just leads to a homeless camp, and it's just overrun with it. And then so that encompasses that Delta Park area that I was talking about, Hayden Meadows. And then over the Vancouver side, they just did this gigantic expansion there. Spends a whole millions and millions of dollars on building these buildings and restaurants and apartments and all that, and they're just surrounded by homeless, dude. So people are spending, and these are high dollar things like $4,500 a month kind of apartment suites, just to go downstairs and be surrounded by freaking homeless people, and they won't get rid of them. I don't get it.
Well, and the latest thing now is that they've just increased the minimum wage again to, is it 20 or 25? Oh, V just left to go down to chat. V, if you know, it's either 20 or $25 an hour. I can't remember. I think it's 25. But either way, that's just going to continue to push up the price, the cost of goods. And then also, because it's always passed on to the consumer. And then also, it's going to run businesses out of the area, more businesses. And we've already, so much of downtown is like all boarded up now.
Look what happened in California. I think it was April last year when their law took effect for the $20 minimum wage, and then instantly all these restaurants just closed, and then so the only thing that makes sense out of this whole thing, the minimum wage thing is ridiculous. But what makes sense out of this whole immigrants coming up and whatnot and taking jobs and all that is that our generation nowadays, the U.S. generation of kids nowadays, don't want to work. They're not going to go out and build shit. They want to play video games.
Is that I don't know though. Is that true, or is it that they don't think that they can earn enough to sustain themselves because they can't? It's impossible. It's like next to impossible to earn enough money to own a home and have the American dream. So, if you were in a point where that wasn't a possibility, why would you want to be a part of that system?
Right. Dude, you can. You can if you don't have to go to college to go learn a trade.
No, but so what you were talking about a while ago, the minimum wage going up. So what happens is the economy is going up completely all the way around. So the cost of living just to rent anything around me is $2,000 a month. So a child just graduating high school, just graduating college even, that's a lot of rent, not to mention your bills, gas to get anywhere, because I'm in a rural community. So if you're going to college for a job, you're most likely going to work in a big city. So they would have a pretty good drive to get to that job and back. So it just keeps everything going up. And I believe that it's been structured that way on purpose.
Yes.
Yeah, dude, they're all these politicians, man. They all work in the same building. They all hang out at the same golf clubs. It's like, dude, you got to think about it. You got CNN on one side, Fox News on the other side. But either side's got half paying attention to them over here and a bunch paying attention to them over here. You don't think the same guy owns that shit? They're all controlled. They're all pulling the strings. They're just doing one way or the other. What Biden just did in his last 4 years is make all those trillions of dollars back, or however much money it was for COVID, they handed out. There's no free lunch. There's no such thing. And that's exactly what they did. They handed out a bunch of money and they just pulled it all back during those last 4 years and effed everybody over, got their money back and more and some. Now Trump's going to come in and lock it up. Yeah, but Trump's going to lock it up, and he's going to hit these tariffs and lock it all back. But dude, he doesn't have. Dude, I voted for Trump. I'm a huge fan, but at the same time, he doesn't have enough time. I think his daughter's going to run behind him, or it's going to be like because he has such a following. It's a cult following, and so that's what makes sense
in
to
many
me.
cases.
Is his daughter runs up behind him and then takes a spot, or one of his sons, probably his daughter, because she's in the background. Nobody's talking about them, and their sons are on Twitter and then talking on social media and just saying this, that, and the next thing. They just now they got shit, to talk shit about them about on the media, but they're not saying anything about Ivanka. So when it comes down to that, that's what I kind of foresee happening right there to keep it going. Otherwise, 4 years is not enough time to fix all the crap that they just dismantled of everything that he started. It's not. There's no way. It's going to take all the rest of this year just for him to get his crew accepted.
Do you really think there's going to be another election?
Oh, of course.
Didn't Trump say that would be the last election ever?
No.
People have taken that different ways. He did say that. He was speaking to Christians, actually. He said, after this one, you'll never have to do it again.
No, that's not what he meant. If there's no more elections, you have a civil war, 100%.
We'll see. Maybe. I mean,
I don't think that would be the case. I don't know. It could possibly cause something to go off, but at the same time, do we just take everything that's said?
Good to see you, Douglas. Thanks for being here.
At face value, or do we question it, how it's being said, how it's being presented to us?
Well, we're not a dictatorship, and we never will be, and neither Republican,
pretty darn close,
or Democrat will stand for that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
When your government can tell you if you can collect rainwater, when your government can tell you if
what you can inject into your body, and if you don't, you won't be able to work.
Yeah, but here's the deal. There's a lot of old laws out there that are not enforced. Okay.
These are new laws, Dennis. Like I was talking about in Washington State, they're trying to continue to push so that mandates it'll become illegal for you to even speak out against mandates for vaccines.
Yeah, that's not going to pass, and people will fight it enough to where it's not going to. It's too much far out of line. It's
already happening when people have to speak in code words on YouTube. Just to get to a simple broadcast. It's already happening.
But that's a private company. I mean, think about it. It's like it's our choice to join.
What do you think America is?
Right, but that's the problem, though, is that a lot of where are there not private companies? It's not like we have publicly owned alternatives to those private companies. So
no, we have Roger Wilco. There's apps out there that we can talk to each other on privately all day long and say whatever the hell we want. But on YouTube or Facebook, all these social media sites and all that, that's theirs. They can make whatever rules they want. It's not, you know what I mean? Just because it got popular is not their fault. You know what I mean? So it's not fair to shut these guys down or try to mandate these guys because shit, you got hundreds of millions of people are on there now.
Who remembers what was the name? Fault. What was the name? Because that was one of the big. I don't remember the name of it, but there's like a law that might not even be the right term, but there's something that the social media platforms are under. Bonnie, I hope you know what I'm talking about. I can't remember the name, but it's a number, but it's like basically it gives them the right as journalists. They're protected as though they are journalists, even though they're not actually journalists, because they do editorialize. And that was proven by like Zuckerberg, for example, where they were pushing certain things and pulling back. The algorithm was pulling back the visibility of some things and promoting others, which is editorialization. And so they shouldn't be covered under those same protections as journalists, but they are. And I wonder if that's something that Trump is finally going to address now that he's president.
Well, there's a lot of things because 2020, even all of that was going against HIPAA. And so if they have all of these things in place to protect from overreach of any kind, 2020 kind of showed us that all went out the window.
Yes.
We are being dictated. We are when they're telling you can't walk into a store without something over your face. when you can't walk into, okay, this new real ID. You can't go into a federal building if you don't have it. Does that include the courthouse? Does that include the post office? Is the post office a federal building? Does that include any driver's license place, anything? So
Yeah, but you can't
far
have your
is
cake
this
and eat it
rule?
too.
How far is this going to go, though?
It also includes all domestic flights.
Yes.
In July.
You can't have your cake and eat it too.
That's probably going to include the cruises eventually also. And I don't understand what you mean you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah, well, I'll explain it because here's the deal. All look, money has evolved in different shapes and ways and forms. IDs have done the same thing, but then they allow you into certain, So okay, there's a lot of fraud going on, a lot of identity theft going on as well, right? So just like they're trying to stop people from reprinting money, they print it a certain way and hide certain things or whatever, so you can tell if it's a fake dollar or not, kind of thing. Same thing that they're doing with the IDs, right? But the big deal about it is that our country is evolving with technology so fast that our dollar, our monetary system is going to change 100%. It has to. It already has. Nobody's carrying change in their pocket anymore. I don't have cash to tip a waitress. I don't carry cash.
I do.
If they don't give me an option to bill so I can tip this person, I'm like, fuck. You got an ATM? I mean, and that's an inconvenience here.
The problem.
But don't you think, Dennis, that can be part of the plan? That's by design?
It is, yeah, 100% it is. It's all going digital. Exactly.
Right.
That's exactly the way it's going to go.
Because it's all about control.
Think about this. Elon Musk just let out a glimpse of this robot, this droid he's got, and he's building thousands of. And all you have to do is, if anybody that's in like my generation, I'm 42, so anybody that older than me or whatever watched and experienced all this technology happen from day one, where we're from black and white TVs to color TVs to you got your telephones that are wired, connected to the phone, and then the little answering machines, and then cordless phones, and all the evolution of computers to Windows and all this shit that we've seen to cell phones and all this kind of shit. So he sends this robot out that could be a waitress and a bartender, and anything else in between as far as mental health that they're talking about that they can do. Give it a couple of years and a couple another generations, just like they did the iPhone, and that son of a bitch is going to be throwing concrete. It's going to be building.
You sound excited for that to happen.
But it has to, because guess what? Our generation of kids right now are not signing up to work these jobs. So that $20,000 robot right there is making it costs less for a company to buy that than to pay a guy $20 an hour to do a shitty job and forget your freaking napkins and your hot sauce at Taco Bell. You know what I mean? This thing is going to take it over everything, and it's just a fact of the matter. And Elon Musk said this like 5 years ago. It's not a matter of if. It's a matter
but he's
of
also
when.
developing and promoting, and will gain from all of the technology that's advancing. That's going to make that true.
I'm just saying, it's a fact of the matter. He already said it. It's not a matter of if.
Do you mind if I ask where you're at, Dennis?
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. And then that's why he was saying that there's going to be a universal income that we're going to have, because all these guys that went and spent their time in college, these general health doctors, family doctors, not needed. The AI is smarter. They have enough research. They can tell you what's up. These guys are just drug dealers. That's all they do is just hand drugs at you. Robot can just figure things out for you.
Hello.
That's what they're going to do.
Where are you at that you're seeing this? Where are you at that you are seeing kids will not work? Where you're generalizing like it's all of them.
I'm a construction superintendent. I've been in this industry for like about a little over 20 years now, and I've been on job sites across this country. And I've watched the evolution of workers on the job site turn from white Americans, black Americans, or just regular, Americans, a lot of them union on the East and West Coast, to 100% illegal Mexicans. The last job that I went and babysat in Florida, we had 35 pieces of gigantic earthworking equipment and one person that spoke English. Okay.
You want to know what I'm seeing?
Every single trade.
Glad
It
you are,
used to be
Dennis.
just concrete and roofers that they were doing, but every single residential home that is getting built in the United States right now is all by illegal Mexicans. Every one of them.
But you're
Well, if you
seeing
look at zoning
business
laws, they're not even
leaders.
allowed to build single family homes in a lot of places now. They have to build condos or apartments. And that's part of that design too.
No,
And you're
Texas, they're
seeing it
building
from
homes
the
all day long
business
with all this
end of it.
extra land that they have, because there's a lot of land in Texas that's not farmable. So they're just expanding and building homes because there's just a big market for it. A lot of people, tons of people from California and whatnot are moving to Texas. And same thing in Florida, and same thing here in Georgia. They're knocking trees down in flood-prone areas and just stick building these things, and it's all illegal Mexicans that are building them. And they've taken over. They've not only started on the trade where they're just roofers and
Okay, hold on,
concrete guys.
Dennis. Okay, Dennis, finish your thought and then give Bonnie a chance to respond.
Okay, I'm just saying that they've taken over all the trades. I've watched the evolution of this happen in the last 20 years, where it was pretty much. It's a fair generalization. They're roofers. They're concrete guys. Nobody else wants to do that shit. They're farm pickers. They're doing all the shit that nobody else wants to do. They've taken over the deal where I used to mow lawns when I was a kid, and now they are. And then kids that were my age and teenagers that want to make some money can't because they're doing it.
Okay, now I want to counter that with no. I am seeing what you're seeing is the business end of it as a boss. What I am seeing is these young kids, young men, whenever they're graduating, but they are going out and they are doing it themselves. They're doing it not even under a business. They're doing it themselves. I know that for an electrician, by code, you're supposed to be certified. And I know that a lot of these things they're supposed to be certified for. But what I'm seeing is the people who are certified, our plumbers, our electricians, all of them are taking on apprentices and teaching them the trades so they can get certified. I am seeing these youth going out and taking these jobs that nobody else will work or can work physically. I see them in the subways. I see them in the grocery stores. I see them still carrying out grocery bags for people. I see them doing the kids that I just hired to do the overhang on my house. They put their information on Facebook. Somehow I found them, and they came and they did it at a lot cheaper rate because they're not certified, and they did a better job than the person certified that I would have hired that did my closet and did a really crappy job. So I'm seeing completely opposite of what you're talking about.
Okay,
And
let me.
But also,
elaborate.
wait, I want to say something about that too. Also, something to consider is that a lot of people since COVID, and this will take some time to play out, are pulling their kids from indoctrinations of state schools. And I think we'll be seeing a lot of more people going into trades and things like that because of it. I mean, that's going to take some time, for the kids that are at those young ages to become workers. But I do think there is a huge turn that's happening because of everything that's been revealed over the last few years.
Here, let me clue you guys in on things, because like I said, I've been a construction superintendent for a long time. The warehouses that are getting built right now are fully automated. You might for a 1 million square foot warehouse that they're building right now, you might have 25 people that work there. Everything else is fully automated forklifts to a fully automated system that loads the trucks, and they're fixing on making it a standard kind of deal in the next 10 years where you don't even need a truck driver. Okay, it's a fully automated truck. That's what they're building right now. That's what I have built.
Open, Lori.
Okay, they have these warehouses called ASRS buildings that are fully racking supported buildings, and I could compare it to, if you got kids, the movie Monsters Inc., where it's just a big row of doors and everything like that. Literally,
Right.
these are all fully automated forklift systems, and it's all dialed in. And literally, so there's a company called New Cold, for example. It's a
Sorry,
freezer. Okay. There's 15 people that work in this office. It's a gigantic building that's that tall. It's all cold storage. It has less than 5% oxygen inside the warehouse right there to act as a fire suppression. Okay, but they're building all these warehouses so close together now in preparation for all these automated trucks that are all battery ran. They can't go as long as regular trucks can that run on diesel. So they're building all these warehouses close together, and they're building them in the manner where they get the property management place secures it. They hire the guy. They don't even have a buyer yet or anybody to lease the place. They just know they will. Okay, that's what's been happening.
Okay, so Dennis, here's a question though. So are you glad that it's moving that way? Do you think that it's a positive thing, or do you think that it's a negative thing?
It doesn't
overall?
matter. It's happening. It doesn't matter how I feel about it. I'm
You
just
think
being
it's
real.
inevitable at this point that we've already
Yeah,
that
it's the realism right now. That's the thing. Okay, so the fact that Elon Musk showed us those robots right there tells you a clue. And my wife is a server bartender. That's all she's got. That's all she's ever been doing. Okay, and the fact of the matter is, him showing that robot right there, what it can do. Just think back in time on when the first cell phones came out, or that little Nokia with a snake phone with a snake game on it, that everybody had back in the 90s, and then when the Motorola flip phone came out, and then boom, when the smartphone came out, and then now look what we have right now. That's what we have to look forward to.
I agree that I think a lot of us are seeing it and seeing that it's fact. I just think a lot of us don't agree that that's the direction we want our country to go,
Doesn't
and
matter.
that's been being done by design. So, yeah, but I think that's where like kind of the argument comes in. Is it past the point of no return? Then we're already headed towards that beast system. I mean, to me, that's what that is, because it's all about control.
Well, that's why all these investors, second after Donald Trump got back in, now he's got all these guys, investing in these gigafactories and all that. There's a reason for that. There's multi-billions and billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars at this point from different investors that are stocking money into this because that's what they're investing in. It's a full-on, it's a new industrial revolution, but it's a technological revolution. It's AI revolution is what we're going to witness in our lifetime.
Well, I do think though that like what Bonnie's talking about too, though, and like I was saying, I think there's still hope through the youth. I mean, because they're going to always need, even if things are automated and there's things that are done by AI, they're always going to need some amount of workforce that's human. And I think, and in order for that to happen, they're going to rely on the kids. So if we can get more people out of the indoctrination of schools, and that is happening, throughout our country, then maybe there is some hope that the kids aren't as bad off as you're saying that they are.
Okay, just check it out. He already tossed the warning out. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that that I agree with it or I don't agree with it. What I'm doing is I'm taking the emotion out of the situation and looking at it for what it is and what these guys have said. This is the richest guy on the planet, and this is what he said is going to happen. And he said it's a fact of the matter is that we're going to need a universal income for these people. So
then you already think we're in basically a I can never say the word. I can't say technocracy. There we go. I got it. Because you think we're already run by the owners of big business.
We're still going to need.
We're no longer in a democracy or a republic.
So we're still going to need. So look, a good example is the job site that I'm running right now has no as-built drawings or nothing. It's a remodel for a field house for a minor league football baseball team for a farm team for the Braves, and this is just a mess. This is something that AI couldn't just go over and do. It's human decision necessary. Okay, there's always going to be things that were it would be a good idea for a lot of tradesmen to try to get into the matter of get into the electronic field and learn to be technicians to be able to fix a bunch of freaking robots. That's pretty much what it comes down to. And there already is that opportunity to do so, because behind your guys' eyes, you don't realize it, but every single food processing plant that's out there, and I've worked at several gigantic food plants where all your French fries come from every fast food joint, for all your burgers, all your chicken sandwiches, all your chicken nuggets, and all that shit. I went and built all these, built in these places. I've added on to these places. I've worked hand in hand and seen what they got going on. I've seen the technology. This is way back in 2008. Before I even got into the cold storage business. These guys already had robots that were stacking pallets and already were taking jobs way back then. Right now, it's night and day difference. It's all fully robotic. They've eliminated so many jobs, it's retarded. Now, take that out of the mix. Take the warehouses out of the mix. The farm industry has the same thing. Robotic equipment, fully automated machinery that are harvesting things. They're taking the human aspect out of it, and they're including robotic equipment to take it over. And they've been working on it for forever. It's already there.
Sorry.
I mean,
I was telling my daughter.
yeah, you're good.
Oh,
Bonnie.
Mom, way to go.
I mean, I see them trying to point us all this direction, including Elon. I don't trust Elon. He's not someone that I've ever supported, and I've gotten flack for it because he's, supposedly doing all these great things. And, kind of like with Trump, I think they're going to do enough good things or say that the things they're doing are for good purposes in order to set the precedent for where they're really going to take us. And I don't think that it's hopeless yet, but I also do see that things are quite far along in the plan. I think these are very long-term plans that we're seeing come to fruition in real time.
Oh yeah, there's going to be some wilderness. I'm reading the chat too. There's definitely going to be some wilderness families out there that just say, hey, "Okay, I'm not doing that. I'm doing my own thing." The problem is
communities.
What sucks about it is that the seeds that you're buying right now are bioengineered seeds. So you're gonna have to go down to Siberia or somewhere, some remote location that still has natural organic seeds that are legit, that aren't contaminated, because what they've done with all the cornfields during this process of where people were growing real corn for food, they stopped doing that. They started selling bioengineered corn for ethanol, and these farmers were poisoning each other's crops on purpose, and seeding their other farms. So the seeds that you're buying at Walmart and then growing your own garden in are already bioengineered seeds.
Right. We were talking about that earlier.
You know what I'm talking about? So it's no different than the painted eggs I was telling you about. There's nothing you could do about it except for, like I said, go out in the woods, go out in the woods and be a wilderness family if you want. But these guys,
well, a lot of people are going off grid or building communal living or doing it in ways that are becoming more self-sustainable and removing themselves from the system, because that is the best way that we can become self-sufficient and not rely on the government. It's just a matter of whether people are going to accept that we have to own nothing and be happy, which is the plan that you're talking about, or whether we're going to remove ourselves from the system and maybe make ourselves a little less comfortable and have things be a little less convenient, but work towards being free.
And you know what happened during that process? You watch the Wilderness Family. You remember the shit that the cops were after him, trying to kick him off, and then
you don't have to move out to the woods.
Okay, hold on, Dennis. Let Bonnie have a chance to talk.
First blood.
Hold on, Dennis. Let Bonnie have a chance. Go ahead.
Go for
it. Where do I start? You don't have to move out to the woods to live the way you want to live. You don't, what you're saying about the seeds may be GMO modified, whatever, but still, once you plant them and you keep saving the seeds from what you're planting, it's putting less and less GMO into those foods. So learn how to reuse the seeds out of your produce. Everything that you're talking about is like, so this is the way it is, and that's the way it's going to be. And I'm sorry, I disagree. And Lori said, I believe the earth is ascending to a higher dimension. We are all ascending. If our vibrational frequency is high, others may choose to stay in a lower frequency. Be the glitch in the matrix. Be the glitch in the matrix is an important part of it. What are we here for? We are here to protect our future generations by taking a stand, not just falling into whatever they put out there. And that's what you're talking about doing.
That's
And I'm
because
Well, and also,
you
hold on, like Algo says here, there is no AI revolution. AI is far less potent than they are telling us. People are talking, even today, there's been comments about when AI or if AI is sentient. Sentient to me is what comes from our soul, and that's from God. That's never going to happen in AI. They can imitate it, but they're never going to be able to create it. And so all AI is programmed. They've been telling us for decades and decades that what's going to happen, but they're still telling us this whole green new BS that the world is overpopulated. There's not enough here to sustain us. We have to cull the herd of our population, reduce our carbon because that's what they want. They want to be able to live off of us, and they want us to believe that they have more power than they actually do. But if you're going to just say, well, this is how it is, and Elon said so, then you don't have hope for that, Dennis. But I'm going to
no,
continue to
check it
have
out.
some hope. We can do
Here,
something
check
to
it out.
resist it.
Check it out. Here's a better example on it, because, like I said, I'm not taking emotion into the situation. I'm just looking at the
I'm not talking
factual
about
part,
emotion
right?
either. Because I speak with emotion doesn't mean that my thoughts are based on emotion.
I know, but what you guys are like, oh, I'm just like,
Funny.
it is what it is.
We're talking about logic.
I'm being logical here too. It's just
Well, I think I'm
the
being
whole,
logical as well, talking about the facts of the matter, not looking
right.
at. I'm not talking about emotion, even if I'm
And
speaking
I
with
believe
emotion.
you are too. I believe you are too.
All right,
But
go ahead.
where I'm getting at is that, okay, so AI, what they're talking about with it taking over jobs. The fact of the matter is well, the way I believe it, and this is just my opinion, is this whole COVID shutdown, everything that happened, all that was just a social experiment to figure out who is essential and who is not essential. Okay, same way that Hitler did it during in his concentration camps, and they got rid of the people that weren't essential. Anybody that could work from home, guess what? AI could do your job. Okay, that means project managers. That means I'm just going to talk about the construction field, right? Your engineers, your architects, your project managers, your CEOs, your VPs, your operations managers, and all those guys right there that are just always on the phone and on meetings and everything, and just calling the shots, making decisions. Guess what?
I've
This
heard of
robot,
that.
this robot right here that's connected to the cloud, that's on the job site right now, is all of those people
Right,
at once. And now it's a deal where, okay, well, now we don't need competition anymore. So that makes it to where everything just becomes a monopoly, because there's no competition needed anymore. If it's what's AI versus AI, it's all going by the same logic. So everybody's going to source those things, everything's going to get sourced by the same place, and at the same time frame, same logic. It's all going to be designed the same way. So there's not going to be a need for these. And I'm saying these are the people that were not needed to be on site. They could work from home. So AI can take over their job and do a better job of it, more logically, more precise, smarter, better, any and everything above. Doesn't matter about your college level. Okay. That's a fact. So because of that, there's no need for competition. So everything's just going to be there would be no reason to have several different stores providing the same thing for different prices anymore if everything just becomes all just sourced by one particular entity via AI, right? This is what I'm talking about where it comes to this is what they're doing. This is what's happening. So
Well, this is their plan, and this is what's happening. But you're saying you think that the people have as many of us as there are, and how our system supposedly is based on the law of the land, which is the Constitution, which gives us the power. You still think that there's no way we can overturn what they want to have happen?
did anybody have a problem with any of the other industrial revolutions that were happening? There was tons of old people that are sitting there, goddamn cars, going too fast. Not used to it. All I need is my horse, and I can't ride my damn horse no more. Can't I just go to the barber shop and just get my hair cut and ride my horse back to my house? Look,
See, but even that's propagandized. I mean, we can even see how in shows and cartoons and music and books, kids are supposed to be smarter than parents and the old generation. And if you look at farmers, they're always portrayed as idiots and morons. And I mean, if you look, that's all part of this same system that they're pushing now. And we're seeing those plans come to fruition. So are we going to stand up and fight and take it back? Or are we going to roll over and take it? I mean, that's
You're,
what the point we're really at. So if
you're
you're
gonna
going to
roll
roll over
over
and
and
take
take
it,
it.
that's on you. But I'm not. No, I'm
You
not.
have.
I gave up
See,
my job for a year. I
he
changed
who
the
has
course
the
of my
gold
entire family's
makes the
life
rules.
to not roll over and take it. And I'm still not going to roll over and take it. I'll die not taking it. And I hope more people will stand with
Okay,
me,
that's
because the people
fine.
that do roll over and take it, you're going to get what you deserve.
That's totally fine. I understand the attitude and I understand the drive. And I agree with it. The fact of the matter is I'll go back to like the same situation I was talking to my friend with. It's all about having these guns, and they ain't never taking my guns. This, that, next thing. I'm like, guess what? If they want to take our guns, they're going to take our guns, because
Yeah,
we're not.
until more people stand
We're
up and not let them.
no, we
Because
can't,
you
because
have
we don't have the firepower to do it. They have better weapons than
we in
we
the
do.
United
They
States,
could use
there's
sound
a
weapons
gun
and
behind
then
every
take our
blade of
guns away.
grass. We don't have the firepower. That's
But
not
don't.
true.
That's 100% true.
We
They have
do
better
still have the firepower
technology
at
and more
this point.
weaponry. They have sound weapons that could disable us from doing anything before we even could pull a trigger. I don't care how many bullets in your
Yeah.
semi-automatic
Are
rifle
people going to
that you
die
have.
having to fight against it? Will it come to that point? Very likely so.
No, because the majority of the people are too scared to pull the trigger anyway. You're going to have a battalion of military trained people sweeping the neighborhoods and taking your shit. And there ain't nothing you can do about it. And you're going to die if you try to fight back. That's a
Right.
fact.
And you don't think that when people start dying because the government's taking gun grabs, you don't think more people are going to stand up? You think more people are going to sit back and just take
People
it?
will stand up, but when it comes down to it, if they have more firepower, which they do, and they have more trained, and if we had actual militias, like groups, like legit militias of trained citizens that knew how to do this, that were organized, that'd be one thing. And there are some here and there, little pockets, but they're not like the cops and the military and ICE and all
Yeah,
these
true.
different people that are out there that are going to sweep through the neighborhoods and that are organized and that train for this all year long, that will sweep the neighborhoods and will take our shit regardless of whether we like it or not. It's like, I get it. It's a nice idea and it's a freedom idea. It's patriotic and it makes sense to me. And I feel the same way. Fact of the matter is, we're not allowed, unless like with special permits and all this kind of shit, to have fully automatic weapons. We're not allowed to have grenades. We're not allowed to have all
The
these
fact
robots
is that we
they
have
have.
God-given rights that supersede any government. So globally, not just here in the United States, we as human beings have God-given rights. So either we're going to maintain our rights and fight for them, or we're not. And that's really what it comes down to. And it goes right back to the whole battle of good versus evil.
Sure, but we could, and that's the thing, is that we could pound our chest and fucking act like we're Braveheart, but guess what? Technology is taking
Well,
over that
hopefully
now.
some people will.
Well, no, that's great. Hopefully they will. But the fact of the matter is, the technology is there and the firepower is there to make it so we don't. We're slaves. After slavery was abolished, they made everybody slaves. This whole system right now is set up for everybody. It doesn't matter what fucking race you are. We're all slaves. That's why they make it so hard for anybody in a small business to step ahead to get bigger. Because the second you get up to 49 employees, once you hit 50, now you got to pay for FMLA. And now you got all these taxes and all this kind of shit you got to pay for that you can't afford. The only way you can is to jump up to the next level and have enough clout to do it, and so on and so forth. They make it so impossible for you to get to their level, to become at that point, to be on the other side of the castle, that we are all the same. We all buy the same shit. We go to the same shopping mall. We go to the same oil change place, the same gas stations. We wear the same fucking clothes. We eat the same fucking food. We go to the same grocery stores. Everything we do is the same. We're all slaves to these guys. All I'm saying is that if they wanted to, they could take our shit, and there's not a fucking thing we could do about it. That's just pure and simple fact. And that, if it wasn't that case, then all of us could have grenades and any tanks and anything that they have access
Right,
to.
which is how it
And just
should
like
be.
the Constitution says that we should have that, but
Exactly.
we don't. But we don't. That's all I'm saying. I agree with you,
Yeah.
all you guys,
I
100%.
hear what
Yeah,
you're saying, and I have
but
the
the fact
same,
is we
I've
don't.
been called black-pilled for the same reason, as I understand the direction things are headed and where they want to take it. I'm just not to the point of having hopelessness. And even if I thought it was insurmountable, I would still want to follow my morals and go by what I think is right as far as freedom. I'm still going to fight for my kids and future generations,
Oh, dude,
even
I'm
if it
sure
means death.
everybody's going to. I'm just That's fine. Maybe we might fucking win, but there's got to be some organization. That's all I'm saying. Because we're the Indians versus the cavalry that's coming with rifles. That we're outgunned, but we have more people. They still killed the Indians. Okay, and then they use biological warfare to do it as well. As I was saying, they have sound weapons. They have other means to shut off our power,
Can't help
shut off
it,
our
man.
access to communications, to shut off all of our means. Well, they still have it. They have their own. The government has its own internet protocol aside from the World Wide Web. They gave that away to when the colleges, like when it broke out and all that, when it was leaked out, they just gave that away. They have their own means and methods of surveilance.
We
Okay?
all know
So
this.
so this is the thing. So you're trying to fight against something that they already know they have control over it. It just is what it is. So sure, we could try to fight back all day long, and hey, maybe it'll work. Our best bet is that our military won't fight up against us, and they'll have our back, and it'll never work. But if you get drones in charge and it's all unmanned equipment and it's all programmed, now we're talking about X-Men versus freaking Sentinels.
And guess what? They can't kill our soul.
That's right.
And we are the soul of America.
Damn, sure ain't taking it.
No, and you can sit there and you can say all this and be so negative and so sure about all of this is going to go down. Maybe it is, but why sit here for an hour and talk about how we're doomed? And why are you doing this, sir?
You know, even in the movie The Matrix, they called Neo the One.
It's a
we all search for that one, but we have to be that one.
I'm telling you what they have.
See, okay, I understand, Dennis. Yeah. Let me say something. I do understand that, Dennis, because I think people have said that I'm being negative when I'm talking about things that are just the way I see it. And yeah, there are some really negative things happening. So I do understand what you're saying. And I'm not trying to, I obviously, I get worked up just like anybody else, and you do too, you know what I mean? But like, I understand what you're saying. I just think, I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to roll over and take it. So whatever that may be, we all are going to face a line. I thought we would have faced it when they were injecting our children with poison, but that apparently wasn't the line for a lot of people. I've thought that they are going to, when they come to take our guns, I hope that'll be when that's the line for people, but it's already happened in instances in different places, like Hurricane Katrina. No, in our country, it's happened in small doses in different places during different events. So, and I think that's probably the way they're going to go about it. So, I don't know when it comes down to it. And I'm not trying to say this as a cop out. I still want to continue the conversation, but when it comes down to it, I think it's going to be divine intervention. Either God has plans for us to go in a different direction than what they have planned, or he's going to allow it to happen because we're heading into Revelation.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, look, my attitude is not just like, okay, it's gonna happen. Let's just fold. If these guys break into my house, I'm going to shoot at them, and then I'm just probably gonna be dead. Right. That's just what that's my realistic outlook on this whole thing. When it comes down to logic here, I'm gonna die saying "fuck you," you can't have it. That's what's gonna happen. And that's
I mean, I don't hope for that for anyone, but I hope that there will be enough people that stand up and are willing to take that sacrifice. I mean, what do we ask our military men and women to do? That's what they do. They sacrifice their lives. They put them on the line. Hopefully enough of us here stateside that are civilians are going to be willing to put our necks on the line too, to stand up for what is right if it comes to that.
Yeah, I mean, there's people posting over there. Dennis is weak. Dude. Okay, get your little bump fire AR-15 that you got. Your little bump fire system on your AR-15 that's inaccurate as fuck. Might as well be a Tommy gun. Okay, and then get a battalion of military troops running through your neighborhood, sweeping through in an organized fashion and taking your shit. There's not a thing you could do about it. They're gonna do that. They would do that if this was like 2020. If it was a real quarantine. Where like we've seen it on movies and all this shit. It's a real deal. They will lock shit down and set a curfew and you're hosed. And there's nothing you can do about it. They will do it and that's it. Okay, it's just like if we go to invade Iraq or invade another country, there's a plan, there's generals, there's lieutenants, there's a hierarchy, it's a set organized plan. We don't have that. We have a bunch of redneck militia guys that are sitting there with a bunch of fucking semi-auto guns that are some of them modified, some of them. Hey, guess what? I got the FBI approval to have a fully automatic weapon. Great, good for you. But when it comes down to this, they have drones that will just bomb the shit out of your ass, and then infrared and all this technology that you don't have because you can't afford it.
And we know the military will follow orders. We got it.
That's it. So that's all I'm getting at. I'm not saying anything about where it's like it's just like you got to be realistic. That's all I'm saying. That's what bugs me.
All I can hope for is to go out in a blaze of glory.
My OCD goes out. You're not being realistic.
I said that's all I can hope for is to go out in a blaze of glory.
Exactly.
If that's what it's meant to be. Let it be so.
Amen.
Yeah, better than that to be. You know, if they're going to take you prisoner and then you're just host, screw that. Go down fighting. But I'm just saying, it's just we're set up in a manner where our economic system is already set up to we are slaves to be, on the other side of the castle walls. And these guys all work together in the same freaking room. They're all making money hand over fist. There's a reason why we know how much these Congress people make on their salaries. It's all public knowledge. Yet they're fucking millionaires. And all these senators and all these people, Obama is so much richer than he was before, as far as the what they disclosed when he was first elected president. All of them are. They're all paid off. He who has the gold makes the rules. It always has been that way. It always will be that way. And they're just going to conquer and divide. And then eventually this country will fall apart if it's just like every other superpower has ever done. History repeats itself. That's the only thing that's fact, is what we know. The scientific theory is based on things that if this happened, then this will happen, based on deductive reasoning, right? So that's what we can go by. And these guys have better weapons than us. They are more organized than us. They have more technology than us. It just is what it is. And we're working. We're too distracted. Anybody that's got a brain on them is fucking working and taking care of a fucking family, doesn't have enough time to spend full 24/7 training like these troops do. Then they're going to come berate the whole entire area and sweep, and we're fucked. That's just a fact. I'm just, it's not like a cowardice way of saying it. It's just being realistic.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying, Dennis. I do. Wingnut, thanks for coming up. Do you want to add something to this?
I put it in the chat already, but I'll say it again. When it comes down to it, if you believe that you shouldn't fight, or you think you're not going to win, you've already lost before it even begun. You know what I mean? You've already have this mentality: you're not going to win. You're not going to win. You're going to lose. So I don't really personally have this mentality that I'm going to lose. But I do get, when it comes down, I can't fight a battalion, by myself. You know what I mean? I understand that. I'm perfectly aware of that situation. But
good to see you, Music Man.
I do know a lot of deer hunters out here that are giving them a damn good run for their fucking money. I'm gonna tell you. Yeah. Put it this way. But I'll tell you this also. You got these bunch of people wearing rags on their heads, and supposedly goat herders kept the best military in the world busy for 20 fucking years. What do you think we could do on our own turf?
That's right.
No, that's totally get it. I totally get it. But the fact of the matter is, they had fully automatic weapons, and they had caves and shit. They had the design. There's a reason why they don't invade Switzerland, for example, because they got mountains full of caves. Who's got all the good guns, all the good automatic weapons and stuff like that? Who's got that? Well, we sold it to them. That's why.
Well, no, I'm saying, like, for instance, if an invading force of some kind decided, even if it's our own, decided to come boots on the ground and start doing stuff here in America, between the citizens and whoever's doing that, who's got all those fancy, nice weapons, right? Who's got those?
The center
of the
country. It's the center of the country, because each side of the country right here, you got the West Coast that's full of a bunch of hippies that don't like guns and they just want to be gay and happy and transsexual and shit and get rid of guns and not let everybody have them. Same thing on the East Coast. So if they want to invade, they got perfect grounds to be able to do it, and then take over that side, then work their way into the heartland where people are actually locked and loaded. And
I'll tell you this.
the mountains are on the West Coast and the East.
I know a guy that never was able to get out of Venezuela, and he was telling me a bunch of things since this crap that happened a few years back over there in Venezuela. There's some areas, man, that's getting really bad. I mean, they're like literally eating dogs and cats and stuff. You know what I mean? But he was telling me, it's like, guns are hard to find, so they end up going after the people that had the guns, which were cops. Or whatever, the ones that have guns, shit, let's go take theirs. That same mentality will eventually happen. It's like, well, okay, I want something better. There's a whole bunch of motherfuckers that got a bunch of better stuff coming my way. Let's take them out. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that really can't be. There's a really mentality or a language that really can't be spoken in the public realm or whatever, but it's a lot better than saying that we have no choice and we just bend over and take it up the ass.
Why not? That's the thing. I'm not hearing the legitimate reason why not, because what I'm stating is a fact here. They have better technology. They have better weapons. They have a more organized structure of how they would do it, and how they and the people that are trained enough to be able to go about it. So if they wanted to, and they went to go do this, what in fact would you or your neighborhood or who do you know? What would you guys do to stop them from doing that?
Oh, I'm not going to tell you I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do, especially on the internet. But
okay, we're not talking about rainbow red blood, or first blood here. You can set booby traps all day long. Guess what? They're not going to have boots on the ground when they go to sweep this place. They have.
Yeah, well, I understand that. I mean, hell, like I said, I've been telling a lot of people.
They have gas. They could do. They could
Tony,
they could stop everything before they even fire a weapon or put you inside.
Yeah, well, I mean, I understand. I mean, I get a lot of certain areas. I mean, most people won't really understand how bad it is until they see those robots going down the street killing people and the drones are over our heads. But by that time, it's already too late. Now's the time to really understand this stuff, you know what I mean, and be aware of it and utilize the same technique. Because honestly, I think fight fire with fire is the best way to do it. Some people don't agree with me, but that's my opinion.
In Vietnam, we
okay, hold on. I want to address a couple things. Real quick. Hold on, Dennis. Dennis, hold on a second. First of all, Tony, thank you for coming up. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. How are you all?
Good. Good. It's intense conversation, but I'm glad we're all here for it, and I appreciate people keeping it respectful for the most part. We are going to switch to music here in probably a little bit. I want to wrap up this conversation because we are having a good one. A lot of people in chat have been bringing up that, we've talked a lot about the military and the power that comes with that and who controls it, and that people will follow and, follow what they're told to do. But like Rescue says here, where do we think that they come from? Another planet? A guy joins and then he will turn on his family. Sounds so lost. Okay. A couple things about that. I do think that the military over the last few years, especially, has been groomed, is really the word that comes to my mind, into something weaker than it was before. I think there are a lot of people that are more likely to accept what they're told and not push back, even though lawfully they can, if they're given instructions that are not lawful under the Constitution. Their oath is to the people and to the Constitution, not to their hires in command. But also, while that said, I think that, we're seeing some changes under Trump that might correct some of that. And I don't want to really get into all those specifics, and make the focus on that. But also, a lot of times what they'll do is they'll send people to an area that's not where they're from. So, yes, they're here to serve the entire country, but if they're not sending them to their hometowns, just like with police, they'll take them sometimes and send them to other areas to fight so that they're not fighting their neighbors. Okay, anyway, thoughts along those lines. Yeah, with the National Guard. Yeah, exactly. But what are you guys' thoughts as far as when it comes to the military? Do you think that they are fully owned and operated by their superior officers, or do you think that they would stand up and push back if they were given unlawful commands.
Well, it totally depends on their morality, for one. Go ahead, Bonnie. Sorry.
I've seen many active duty say they will follow orders.
Yeah, and I've heard the same thing too myself. Because quite honestly, their freedom and their paycheck depends on it.
Good to
You
see
know what I
Miss
mean?
again.
Yes.
So,
And they have been built into war machines. Exactly.
They'll get
They-
court-martialed if they don't. They're trained to follow orders, no questions asked. Their superior tells them what to do. That's an order. They follow it. If it's something illegal or something bad happens out of it, the person that gets in trouble for it is the person that gave the order, the superior officer.
Our commander-in-chief, do they listen to the commander-in-chief over their superiors?
It's kind of like the whole who gave the code red for Private Santiago on that freaking movie, Few Good Men. You know, it's the same kind of deal. The soldiers didn't get arrested for it. They're the ones that beat the shit out. They're the ones that beat the shit and killed Private Santiago, but it was their superior that gave them the order to perform the code red on them. Okay, that's how the shit works. It's all in line. So these guys are.
It wouldn't be the first.
That's
it wouldn't be the first time. What was it around Vietnam? There was a bunch of protesters at a college that were protesting. They actually had military men point their rifles at those college kids. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not the first time it's happened. Yeah, I mean, they didn't shoot anybody, but they pointed their rifles at them.
Right out of the
remember
gate.
Remember the iconic picture of the hippie chick putting a flower in a barrel of a gun?
Right.
Remember that?
Yeah. Right out of the gate, they're brainwashed. Right out of the gate into boot camp, they're brainwashed from day one. And then, but the whole deal
they
is
break them down.
They smack them into. They break them down. And they smack them into place, and then let them know what their role is. And their role is their rank. And as long as they know their rank, they know whose order they got to follow. That's above them, and that's just it. And it's a hierarchy. They're trained this way, and there's a whole. It's a structured deal that's just a science now that they've already dialed in, and that's not something that the public has. The veterans will have it, but the actual public does not have an organized militia that's set up this way to be able to combat something like that. That's the only point that I'm getting at.
There's more of them out there than you think.
I know there's a lot of them out there, but they're not organized enough to be able to combat what's out there that is organized. It's way more than we can do. And I'm saying, and I'm also talking about firepower. The technology that's out there right now, it doesn't matter how many full or semi-automatic rifles that are modified that they carry right now and try to march and just march down a hill. They don't have tanks, okay? And if they have a tank, military has tanks. We have so many tanks. I've seen them on rail cars by the thousands just this year alone. I worked on Fort Stewart. I've watched all the tanks go that they shipped over to Ukraine.
And unlawful.
Dude, these guys, it's a night and day difference. It's a program. So it's a system. It's not organized compared to what these guys have, and it's the reason for that.
Tony, go ahead.
No, I'm just listening. It sounds like some really heavy duty stuff you guys are chatting about.
It happens.
Yeah, I mean, but I think we're on the cusp of big changes, not just here, but all over the world. I think people are fed up with the way things are going. And I think the change is going to be positive. Now, whether that is, it comes through violent change, through war or whatever, I would hate to think it would come to that. I think that more people are becoming aware that, we've all been played, you know what I mean?
Right.
In one way or another, but and politicians are politicians, they'll backroom deals, they'll do all that, and if you follow the money and you do a little research, you see that politicians throughout the world are the same, and they're in the game to stay in the game for as long as possible and make as much money. And whoever's paying them the most money is who they're going to advance as far as the policy. I think people nowadays have finally wised up to that fact, and they can't pull the wool over the eyes of everybody all the time anymore. There's too much communication. You've got the internet. Everybody's got a voice now, and people are starting to speak out, and I think they're starting to pay attention to the people.
Well, I think they're going to have to. I think that's the point, is if enough of us are standing up and coming into these realities and realizing these truths and then fighting for them, then I do think that they're going to have to listen, because we far outnumber them.
Well, here's the thing. As far as I'm concerned,
agreed, avoid.
The reason I came to this country was this was the greatest country in the world. Okay? It still is the greatest country in the world. And I've had more opportunity here than I ever would have had back in Ireland and in the UK. I've very rarely have I been out of work in this country. I think I was out of work for about a month, and I had to draw unemployment for a month, or maybe 5 weeks. And that's if you're willing to work, you're willing to contribute to society, pay your taxes, and keep your nose clean. Don't be an asshole. Don't be causing trouble. Don't get into trouble. And obey the laws of this country. It's the greatest place on earth. There's more opportunity here than anywhere else. There's more freedom here than anywhere else. I've seen a lot of other places, and you'd be amazed at some of the conditions that some people are living under. We're very, very fortunate to live in the United States.
Right.
Bless you for mentioning that. Thank you.
Good perspective.
Yep.
All right, you guys. We are past the time we should have switched into music. I do have a short video. It's only a couple minutes long. I want to play, but actually, yeah. Let me go ahead and pull that up and play it, and then we'll kind of see if we want to go from there into a little bit of final thoughts before we move into music. Okay, so this is kind of a plug for the Backstage Speakeasy. I've shared this with some of you before. This is a clip from the movie from 1981 called Early Warning. And it's something I'm going to be playing on this Sunday night. I'm starting to do this Backstage Speakeasies as much as possible every Sunday at 8:30 p.m. Well, no, let's see, 11:30 p.m. Eastern. So the Backstage Speakeasy, again, is when you can click on the link that's pinned in the chat. It'll look like I'm going to be going live, but I probably will not be. You can check the video description and the pinned comment for details as well. But basically, it's like you would join the panel. You click the link to join the panel. You're doing that, but the panel is backstage. And that way we're able to watch movies and talk about things uncensored. We can speak easy. It's the things we can't put out on YouTube. And so it's also for people who aren't necessarily comfortable coming up and having it be on YouTube, for everyone to see. It's a little more intimate than that. I think there's about 14 or 15 people we can have all together backstage. So it's a small group. You can come up on panel and show your face. You can come up on panel and unmute and speak. You can come up on panel and just type into the chat like normal. If you're normally in chat. So feel free to come back and check it out. It's really simple to do. And I hope more of you will come back there. It's been really great to have some people come back there in the Backstage Speakeasy who don't normally come up on panel. And I've appreciated all the great conversation that's happened based on some different movies or music or things that we're talking about back there. So we'll be watching this movie, Early Warning, this coming Sunday at 11:30 p.m. Eastern, probably more closer to midnight. Actually, we'll actually get the film going. And as long as the link is pinned in the chat, there's room to come on back and join us. So here's just a little clip from this movie that it's pretty predictive of what's happening now. Here we go.
We're all bored now. But has it ever occurred to you, Wally, that the process that creates this boredom that we see in the world now may very well be a self-perpetuating, unconscious form of brainwashing created by a world totalitarian government based on money, and that all of this is much more dangerous than one thinks? And it's not just a question of individual survival, Wally, but that somebody who's bored is asleep, and somebody who's asleep will not say no? See, I keep meeting these people. I mean, just a few days ago, I met this man whom I greatly admire. He's a Swedish physicist, Gustav Bjornstrand, and he told me that he no longer watches television, he doesn't read newspapers, and he doesn't read magazines. He's completely cut them out of his life because he really does feel that we're living in some kind of Orwellian nightmare now, and that everything that you hear now contributes to turning you into a robot. And when I was at Findhorn, I met this extraordinary English tree expert who had devoted his life to saving trees. He just got back from Washington, lobbying to save the redwoods. He's 84 years old. He always travels with a backpack because he never knows where he's going to be tomorrow. And when I met him at Findhorn, he said to me, "Where are you from?" And I said, "New York." He said, "New York, yes, that's a very interesting place. Do you know a lot of New Yorkers who keep talking about the fact that they want to leave but never do?" And I said, "Oh, yes." And he said, "Why do you think they don't leave?" I gave him different banal theories. He said, "Oh, I don't think it's that way at all." He said, "I think that New York is the new model for the new concentration camp, where the camp has been built by the inmates themselves, and the inmates are the guards, and they have this pride in this thing they've built. They've built their own prison, and so they exist in a state of schizophrenia, where they are both guards and prisoners, and as a result, they no longer have, having been lobotomized, the capacity to leave the prison they've made, or to even see it as a prison." And then he went into his pocket and he took out a seed for a tree and he said, "This is a pine tree." He put it in my hand and he said, "Escape before it's too late." See, actually for 2 or 3 years now, Chiquita and I have had this very unpleasant feeling that we really should get out. And we really feel like Jews in Germany in the late 30s. Get out of here. Of course, the problem is where to go, because it seems quite obvious that the whole world is going in the same direction. See, I think it's quite possible that the 1960s represented the last burst of the human being before he was extinguished, and that this is the beginning of the rest of the future now, and that from now on there'll simply be all these robots walking around, feeling nothing, thinking nothing, and there'll be nobody left almost to remind them that there once was a species called a human being, with feelings and thoughts, and that history and memory are right now being erased, and soon nobody will really remember that life existed on the planet.
All right. Hope you guys will come and join us for that movie. That's just one little clip, and that movie is full of gems just like it. I put the link there for that clip, and I have not set up the backstage speakeasy yet, so stay tuned. That'll be on Sunday. Okay. Yes, I agree, Dennis. I know. All right. Okay, we're going to kind of shift gears into music, but any final thoughts from anybody on panel before we do? Let's just kind of go around the circle here and take turns. So, Bonnie, you want to start us off?
Okay. You mentioned the Constitution. So there's 2 constitutions. One original, one that was rewritten by the powers that be. The original, I know that they believe is a piece of paper worth nothing, but that is what we still have to hold on to and live by. And it coincides with the Bible. So that's what I'm sticking to. I'm sticking to my community and doing what I can and just not being fearful, not falling into the negativity that we are just doomed. I just don't accept that. We are not doomed. I believe that we would feel that. We would feel it. I think we're going to be okay.
Okay, thank you, Bonnie. Bran, any thoughts you want to share before we switch gears? I probably am putting Bran on the spot because he's switching his sound around. All right, Bran, you talk out if you want to. Wingnut, go ahead.
Were you asking me?
No, not yet, Music Man.
All right, I'll skip this. I'll be back for the music.
Okay. Well, yeah, we're going to be switching gears here in just a few minutes. Go ahead. Wingnut, did you have any final thoughts before we move into music?
Well, I don't know. My advice right now is just don't let your guard down. Keep your head on a swivel like always, and keep your ear to the ground. I feel like me personally, I'm kind of like an airplane in a holding pattern, because my gut tells me something's coming close. Something's close. You know what I mean? I can feel it, but I'm not sure what the spark's going to be myself. And I'm not just worried about the dingleberries up there in this thing they call the government in here. I'm also thinking about all these other ones all these other players in play that are like this global cabal that wants to unify everything into one, to be the master of the universe, these type of people. And, those are the ones that are really in the background that really need to, that we have to focus on, because honestly, all the strings they're pulling is what we're getting distracted with. We got to go for the puppet master, not the puppets. You know what I'm saying? And realize which ones are being pulled, which strings are being pulled and all that stuff, and where they lead to and who's pulling the strings. Those are the ones that we really need to concentrate or focus on if we're going to do anything. You know what I mean? So anyway.
All right. Thanks, Wingnut. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, Dennis, final thoughts?
Well, I agree with Wingnut. We definitely got to look out for Skeletor because he's out there and he's going to take over everything if He-Man doesn't shut him down. And then Bigfoot is gaining more knowledge. The more things he steals from our campsites, he's getting more technology and he's going to take us over. He's already taken the cloaking devices from the Russians, so that's why he's blurry. You got to watch out for that guy when you go into the woods and go to camp to get away from the government. So that being the case, that's all I got to say about that.
Okay. Thanks, Dennis. All right, Watt, final thoughts?
Appreciate the topics and the conversations as always. But just remember, a single twig can be broken easily, but a bundle of twigs together, it's not so easy to break that. Just with all the doom and gloom we can consume, just remember, just all you got to do is reach one, be that one. That's all I got to say about that.
I love that. Thank you, Watt. All right, Tony.
Well, in my humble opinion, there's a much higher power than all these governments and all these World Economic Forum people and all this, and that's who I know who is in control ultimately, and it's just a fact that good will triumph over evil eventually, and it always does, and light always cancels out the dark. So just everybody try to be positive and don't get bogged down in depression. Because we're going through a transitional period right now, worldwide. But think good thoughts. Be good to your neighbor. Just be good to each other. And it'll work out. I know it will.
All right. Love the optimism, Tony. Thank you. Music Man, did you want to share some final thoughts before we switch to music? Might have stepped away for a minute.
He said he was skipping out and he was waiting for the music.
Okay.
Hey,
just checking. Yeah.
I don't mean to budge in, but just to go along with what Tony said there, because that's the thing. I might get riled up and getting involved in all that. But the reality is, just like Tony said there's no sense in stressing about things you ain't got no control over. There's nothing you can do about it. Don't worry about things that haven't happened yet, because all you're doing is working yourself up for what could be no reason at all. I tend to make it a point not to take things seriously, and I joke around about anything and everything that's possible as much as I possibly can, because I don't like getting stressed out. I like to make a joke out of everything instead. I try to turn things into a positive.
That's comedy hour. That's usually when that is taking place. What I don't understand is people. There's ex-military across this whole country. Do you think that they don't have a gun? Do you think they're going to allow the army to come in and shoot them, or the military? They're going to fight. Americans would fight, but I don't think our country's out to come and take all Americans. Where are they going to put us?
No, they wouldn't. You're right.
I mean, it's not about that. What it is AI is taking over, but you still got to allow it to come into your business. I'm not going to hire a robot to run my company. So you have a choice. You don't have to go in that lane that has a computer with self-checkout. Don't go to that store.
You're not going to make a profit anymore, because the way the inflation's gone and the price of food, and what you have to pay somebody to be there for a minimum wage, it makes sense to spend the $20,000 for this robot that can do the job 24/7 without health insurance.
Do you know how to fix it? Do you know how to fix it?
You can hire a couple of techs that I'm sure they provide a book on doing it.
No, now they got you again.
Well, how we fix it is kind of what we're here and talking about for the last almost 4 hours. So we're gonna switch. We're gonna switch gears.
And they can work 24/7 nonstop.
One last thing.
For 20 grand.
The second richest president of all time is George Washington. He's worth $700 million. So don't worry about Barack Obama, or don't worry about anybody else. I want to know how a president from how many years ago, only did 2 terms, died 3 years after he was done, and he's worth $700 million. Check it out.
Okay. All right, we're going to switch gears to music. So thank you to everybody who's been here throughout the night for the conversation. Really good conversation tonight. I'm glad that we have a lot of different viewpoints. That's the point, is that we can hopefully agree to disagree, and we're all thinking outside the box. I know I don't want to be in an echo chamber, and I hope that you guys don't want to be either, because we're not going to learn that way. So thank you for everybody keeping it as respectful as possible, and appreciate you all. All right, this next song that we're going to use to kind of switch gears into our music is a song by an artist called Jesse Wells. I've played a lot of his songs before. He puts out so much too, you guys. And it is, a lot of his songs are political in nature. I have one saved for next week that isn't so much political, but this one is kind of tongue-in-cheek humor about Ozempic and sort of the medical field in general. So here we go, Jesse Wells, Ozempic.
Is your hunger a source of guilt and shame? Did they tell you your DNA's to blame? Did they sell you an injection just to help stand your reflection? Did the doctor recommend this novel way? Chemical-assisted self-starvation is the biggest fad in all the nations. Semaglutide tells the brain that your blood sugar's okay, and then your brain tells your stomach slow down, dadgummit, and the pounds just melt away. Novo Nordisk is profiteering, carpet-bagging, elixir-peddling, mafia masquerading as the help. The food is poison, that's the source. If the hay is bad, you don't whip the horse. Tell all these parasitic companies to crawl back down to hell. Whoa! The chemicals from pharmaceutic waste, they don't degrade, they just bioaccumulate. They leach down into the ecosystem, hurt the fishes and amphibians. Oh, Ozempic, baby, you keep being great. Cause you're getting the hunch, there ain't no free lunch. If it sounds too swell like a fairy tale, if it's too good to be true, they're making a lab rat out of you. If Eli Lilly and old Nova wanna make this world less hard, dump Wegovy on a famine, then they'll never know they're starving. Novo Nordisk is a carpet bagging, elixir peddling, profiteering mafia masquerading as the help. The food is poison, that's the source. If the hay is bad, you don't whip the horse. Tell all these parasitic companies to crawl back down to hell.
All right. Glad so many of you like that one too. Right? Yeah, he has such a great way of putting things into words. I mean, he's a great songwriter. And like I said, yes, and I did say he put that a lot. So go check out his channel, you guys, please. And I'm glad that he's staying independent, which is pretty nice. Okay. All right. Thank you, Bonnie, for being here. Thank you to everybody who's dipped out. Appreciate you being up here. And musicians, if you want to click the link to come on up and either sing live tonight, it's open mic, or have your video shared, you are more than welcome. Right? Yeah. Great poetry, genius, fitting big words in like that. Yep. Yeah, he does a great job. Okay. Hey, Devil Dog. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. I've been enjoying your lives and glad you're starting to do lives as well. Okay. Right. Kid has more talent than 100 Taylor Swifts. Agree with you there, Navy vet, for sure. Okay. All right. The next song we're going to pull up here is by 15th Bend. I know he just had to take off. Much love to you, 15th. This is his latest, and it is Reminisce. We were waiting a long time for this tease, and it's well worth the wait. 15th is also back from his vacation and is live streaming again. His roller coasters are on Thursday nights, and I will see you there, hopefully. Great streams, and I have a couple songs that I snagged from his playlist that I'll be sharing tonight as well. All right, here we go. Here's 15th Bend, Reminisce. Absolutely beautiful. Always from 15th Bend. Fantastic. Really love that. And it was, like I said, well worth that wait. His music is incredible. And like others said too, his videos are great as well. It's another whole level of his art and what he creates with his videos to go along with his music. All right. Please, if you're not subscribed to 15th Bend, you are really missing out. Like I said, check out his roller coasters on Thursday nights. Okay. I'm glad so many of you are enjoying it. Wonderful. Shamrock, much love to you. Glad you're here. Okay. All right. We're going to kind of, let me see, make sure I've got the right one here. We're going into next. Oop, there we go. Yes. All right. I was going to say we're going to stay with this kind of mellow vibe for a moment here with the latest original song by Lady Campion and Sal Caruso, also known as Jaded Spirit, also known as Unshackled Spirit. And this is their song that they did together, Serenity.
Troubles plague me and haunt my mind. Times are tough and they weigh me down. I look out and I lift my eyes and I feel peace inside. The mountains outside are beckoning. They remind me of what I need. Head down this road and I keep my eyes fixed on the goal ahead. Cool breezes touch my skin as the time stands still. I look up and troubles melt away.
beautiful, beautiful song by Lady Campion and Sal Caruso. That was actually the version that is on Unshackled Spirits page. It's the second link that was shared. And those paintings that were shown in the video were all painted by Sal. So a man of multiple talents, really well done. The first link that I dropped is to the video, which is a different video of the song on Lady Campion's channel, and we will save that to play next week. So, but go over, like it, watch it, leave comments on both videos. Please support our artists. We really appreciate that. And I know they do too. Beautiful song. And, you know, especially with so much stress and turmoil, it's a good thing to remember serenity. Beautiful. Well done, Lady Campion. Thanks for sticking around too. Appreciate you. Much love to you. And yes, she's so awesome. So is Sal. Two great talents. And I love when I see the collaborations that happened. Okay. All right. We're going to keep this music rolling. And the link is pinned at the top of the chat if anybody wants to come up to join us to sing live or to have your music played. I know we have a song of Costa's coming up here soon. Dennis Lowry, we have a song of yours we'll be playing. Tony, don't think you're getting off the hook. We got a song of yours coming up. So appreciate you being here. And a lot of great music. So glad you guys are here for it. It's kind of nice to get to switch gears. All right. Speaking of Tony Howie, this is a favorite of mine. 15th had played this on his stream last night, and I was like, oh, I haven't played that one in a while. So we're going to go ahead and jump into this one. This is just Tony being Tony, you know. Tony, anything you want to say about this since you're here?
Yeah, this was it's actually, it was my version. I did a cover of a Tears for Fears song. And it was Mad World, I believe. And
yes,
and I was just jamming to the backing track that I had made, and you know, just thinking of ideas and stuff. I think I was trying to figure out a piece for a solo in it or something. But yeah, it's just me doing what I do
right?
to have fun.
Well, you do it well, and I'm so glad you share it with all of us because I know we all enjoy it. And Tony, you have a real gift, not only with your guitar and your songwriting, but your voice. I love your voice too. And we don't hear that in this, but I'm just always glad when you sing as well. So I just want to shout you out.
Thank you so much.
I've got you here to say it to your face. Yep.
It's actually, it's wonderful to be on your show. It really is.
Oh, thank you. It's wonderful to have you here,
not,
Tony.
You know, I'm still not set up to, I don't know, with my StreamYard thing to play live and stuff, but
yeah,
at least I can say hello.
Well, I really appreciate you coming up, and I know it's been a joy to have you here before, and anytime you are always welcome. So I hope you know that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
And I appreciate you coming up for the conversation side of things a little bit too. I know that can be a little daunting sometimes, you know, especially when we're heated, but I appreciate hearing from everyone who wants to come up to share.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Tony Howie doing what he does, a favorite little warm-up jam. All right. We got that abrupt ending, Tony. I'm always like wanting more. That's how you leave us. Yep. Beautiful, beautiful song. And I like the little riff from Mad World in there as well. And
Thank
yes,
you.
as Anti said, Tony Howie matters. Absolutely.
I'm gonna have to get a T-shirt like that.
Yeah. The man with the cheat codes. I'm sure we can design some merch. Yeah, really beautiful. Well done. Thank you, Tony. And thank you for sharing that with us. I appreciate it. You know, you have your songs that are polished and worked on and put together, but I like that you share your jams too, because I enjoy them just as much. I just wish they were like 4 times as long.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
You're too kind.
Yeah. I loved Levitate. Levitate is a song that maybe we'll pull that one up here in a little bit too, that Tony did with Zio Fender and 15th Bend. And I was so happy to see that collaboration come to fruition. And I was glad that you did not scrimp on the time for that one at all.
Oh, it was an absolute honor to work with those 2 guys, man. Oh, it was beautiful. It just came together so quickly, and you know, Zio and 15th, they're total pros, man. They really
Yeah.
are.
Well, you 3 are 3 of my faves, and all 3 of you have such talent that, you know, I think it resonates with all of us who listen. And to have you guys do a collaboration together was just, I mean, levitate was the right word for it.
That
So
was a lot of
well
fun,
done.
man. Hopefully there'll
Yeah.
be more in the future.
Yes, let's make that happen. I love it. I hope so. Okay. All right, we're going to keep the music coming. This next one is by Dennis Lowry. Dennis was here earlier on panel for conversation. Really appreciate you being here whenever you can be, Dennis. If you're able to come up to sing some more tonight, you are more than welcome. And this is one of his latest that he's put up on his channel. He's also been doing some live streaming over on his channel as well. And this is Something Special by Dennis Lowry. Here we go.
I ain't perfect, and I've made my share of mistakes in my life that I could live without. So I'm not saying that I'm better or that I'm special or that I got it all figured out. So now that we got that out the way, well, I can see now that your world is upside down, that you've gone to silence to explain that you don't want to be found. Well, it's so damn sad, simple, like a phone call. It could cure so many things. But the pride it takes to hold on to the grudges that we make keep things the same. Across thousands of miles, but we've watched as we grow far apart, so far away. Looks like when God went and took Dad, our roots stuck to his boots while he was on his way. And it's sad that something simple like a phone call, it could cure so many things. But the pride it takes to hold on to the grudges that we make keep things the same. Yeah, the pride that it takes to hold on to the grudges that we make keep things the same. Keep things the same. Yeah, the pride it takes to hold on to the grudges that we make and keep things from changing. Keep things from changing. Keep things the same.
Beautiful. Love your voice, Dennis, and love the messages of your songs as well. Fantastic. Lisa, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Much love and sending hugs your way. Wolfgang, thanks for coming in. Appreciate you being here. Thanks to my mods for dropping links for everybody coming into the chat. Please make sure you're subbing each other up. And we had a question for you, Tony, from Anti-Atjack. He says, have you been to Spain and have you played pure flamenco at all? Great questions. Oh, I think you're muted, Tony.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. No, I haven't had a chance to go there. And I haven't really played flamenco. Flamenco is a very hard style. And a lot of great guitarists, Spanish guitarists make it look easy, but it's not at all easy. But I love that. I love that sound of the classical guitar, and a lot of people use it, in all types of music. But I just like that sound. Yeah, but as far as being able to play flamenco, that's way above my pay grade.
Well, something maybe to aspire to. I'd love to see it or hear it, more importantly, if you ever did. And then what I maybe it wasn't you, Tony. Someone recently had said that they were starting to play the banjo. Was that you?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay. I'm not going to remember.
Yeah, I would think that, see, trying to get all those fingers to do on my picking hand to do that, it's like those guys, those country players that do chicken picking. Man, that's fantastic, but I'm just not that coordinated, Just not.
Well, stick with what you're doing then, because we love it. So, but I can't remember now. It's going to bug me. I wonder who it was. There was someone, one of you amazing guitar players in the community who was starting to do the banjo, and I was excited for it. But now I'm not remembering who it was. So, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Okay. Much love to you, Shamrock. Thanks for being here. Love you, sis. All right, this next one is by Tyler, or Tylar, as I call him. This is one of his latest he's put out. Tyler is the son of Mandar and Pendar, and he says, "Let me ruin Time Bomb by Rancid for you." But I don't think he ruined it. I just think he did a really great job at spinning it his own way. And this is a song I grew up with, so I love how his take on it. But here we go, Time Bomb by Tyler.
If you wanna make a move, then you better come in. It's just the ability to reason, and we're so thin. Living and dying, and the stories that are true. Secret to a good life is knowing when you're through. Black or white shoes, black hat, Cadillac, yeah. What's the time bomb? Black or white shoes, black hat, Cadillac, yeah. What's the time bomb? Well, he's back in the hole where they got him living like a rat, but he's smarter than that. Learning lives like a cat, 15 years old, they take him to the youth authority. Thing you learn, you gotta make it in this world alone. Black or white shoes, black hat, Cadillac, yeah. What's the time bomb? Black or white shoes, black hat, Cadillac. What's the time bomb? Now he's got in, now got him free, gotta go get a car. He's 21 years old, he's running the numbers from the bar. His page is beeping, he's getting deep in work. black kid is sleeping in a black or white shoes, black-eyed Cadillac, yeah. What's the time bomb? Black or white shoes, black-eyed Cadillac, yeah. What's the time bomb? Tears come from the wrist that the tattoo below his eye. His mother cries, she knows that he is strong enough to die. He's rolling the Cadillac at midnight, sunroof is down. Shots ring out, our hero dead, a new king is crowned. Black or white shoes, black hat Cadillac, yeah. What's the time bomb? Black or white shoes, black hat Cadillac, yeah. What's the time bomb? What's the time bomb?
All right. Love how he did that. Very different. And I thought it was really cool. Good job, Tyler. Joe, thanks for coming up and joining us.
Hey, good to see you.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm okay. How
All
are you?
right. Good. It's been kind of a wild night, but it's been a good one. So I'm glad to be here. Glad my voice is still kind of holding up. I feel it's getting a little raspier as the night goes on. I am not singing tonight, that's for sure.
Sorry I missed the chat before.
Oh, it was a good one. You got to go back and listen a little bit. But yeah, thank you. And I really appreciated, Joe, that you were up last week for the conversation part of things too.
Yeah, I was hoping that people weren't too upset with me.
Nah, we're hopefully open to hearing opposing viewpoints. All right, Music Man, do you want to start us off on our live part of music? Let us know if you're back there. I know people step away for a minute, so if not, that's okay. Okay, Joe, do you want to start us off on the live part of music?
I can, yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Okay, let me share my screen here. Okay, there it is.
And Costa, your song is coming up next, so don't take off yet. All right. Anything you want to tell us about this, Joe?
This is a song by Meatloaf, Heaven Can Wait.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
And a band of angels wrapped in my heart will take me through the
Beautifully done, Joe.
Thank you.
That was great. I don't know if you saw the comment. You sounded amazing, but your music is a little bit overpowering your voice.
Oh,
So
okay.
you're just on the quieter side on that one, but you sounded wonderful.
I'll adjust it better next time.
Wonderful. You still sounded great. All right. I saw your comment, Music Man. So we'll go ahead and pull up another song in between. And then if you want to go ahead and sing after that, if you're ready, or else you can just let me know in the private chat when you're ready to. But thank you. Yeah, that was great, Joe. Beautiful. Okay. All right. This next one I have not heard yet. This is one that Costa let us know that he just finished and posted during the stream. So it's a little bit of a premiere-ish. And this is his cover of Overkill by Men at Work. Here we go.
I can't get to sleep. I think about the implication of diving in too deep, and possibly the complications, especially at night. I worry over situations I know will be alright. Perhaps it's just imagination. Day after day it reappears. Night after night my heartbeat shows the fear. Ghosts appear and fade away. Between the sheets only brings exasperation. It's time to walk the streets, smell the desperation. At least there's pretty lights, although there's little variation. It nullifies the night from overkill. Day after day it reappears. Night after night my heartbeat shows the fear. Ghosts appear and fade away. Come back another day. Of diving in too deep, and possibly the complication, especially at night. I worry over a situation that I know be alright. It's just overkill. Day after day it reappears. Ghosts appear and fade away. Ghosts appear and fade away. Ghosts appear and fade away.
Costa, that was awesome. Well done. Thank you so much for sharing that here with us. Appreciate it. That was great.
I like that version.
Yeah, I like the comment. Liked it better than the original from James. Great.
Yep. It was amazing how you can take a simple song and make it even more, like have a better sound. It's amazing.
Yeah, I like the pictures that you included in there too, Costa. That's pretty cool. Little glimpse behind the curtain. I like it.
That was cool.
Okay.
That was very cool.
Yeah. All right, Music Man, you ready?
Yeah, I believe I got something.
Really quickly, Tony, do you have Levitate on your page too? I know it's on 15th. I wasn't sure if it was also.
I don't think so.
Okay, it's okay. I just want to make sure we share it out from all the channels. We'll play that one coming up here soon. Okay, here we go, Music Man.
All right. Use a little punk media karaoke here. Dark side call now, nothing is real. She'll never know just how I feel. From out of the shadows she walked like a dream. Made me feel crazy, made me feel so mean. Nothing gonna take me from a love that's blind. Slip through the dark side, cross that line. On the dark side, oh yeah. On the dark side, oh yeah. Dark side calling out, nothing is real. She'll never know just how I feel. Out of the shadows she walked like a dream. Make me feel crazy, make me feel so mean. And nothing gonna save me from a love that's blind. Slip through the dark side, cross that line. On the dark side, oh yeah. On the dark side, oh yeah. And nothing gonna save me from a love that's blind. Slip through the dark side, cross that line. On the dark side, oh yeah. On the dark side, oh yeah. On the dark side, oh yeah. On the dark side, oh.
All right, bring in that energy. I love it, Music Man.
Yeah, I gotta go. I forgot. I gotta go in Discord and it's mixing up my. I gotta go turn Discord off because it's messing up my mic. I appreciate it. I'll be right back.
No, it was awesome. All right, hopefully you'll come on back up and play some more for us. That was great. All right. I'm here. Those are fighting words. Okay. All right, we have another song coming up here. Yeah, I know. We need some more chat dances, right? Okay, this one is by the Flaherty. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but I think it's Flaherty Brotherhood. And this is Why Is the Water So Dark? Wonderful song. And I've loved every song of theirs I've heard. So go check out their channel. Here we go.
Left the building, ran away, shackles, saw the pain in the mirror, lines on face, couldn't lose them, felt no gain, saw it crumbling like dust, left it dry with no blood. We should have clocked when it rusted, losing the faith and the trust. Power lovers, so many cars, bloodless bodies, fleshy hearts. Counting cash, count the lords, holding masses, holding swords, farming houses of God. I paid a man for his word. I saw a soul getting hurt. Why is the water so dark? Broken banners, fallen pride, fingers pointing, no place to hide. Fallen houses of God, I paid a man for his word. I saw a soul getting hurt. Why is the water so dark? Nothing new under the sun as days gone by, and nights prayed together. We all forgot our dreams in return for convenience is better. We count it as net gain, no need to be told. I know the half-past pain, the half-past heart feels good in the cold. Oh, meet me in the field of gold. Forget me not, linger long in my memory. Our heads in the clouds, our bodies neath the boughs of the sycamore tree. Do not be ashamed of anything you do not understand. Meet me in the field of gold. Forget me not, linger long in my memory. Our heads in the clouds, our bodies neath the boughs of the sycamore.
right. Wonderful song by Flaherty Brotherhood. Please go check them out. I see slippers flying in the chat. Well done, Nana. Algo, glad you're back. Twisted, so good to see you.
That
Glad you're
was
here.
really good.
Thanks for coming out of lurking. Yeah, every song I've heard by them, I'm really impressed with. So please go sub them up and check them out. All right. Yeah, very soulful vocals indeed, for sure. Okay, let's see here. Lowry, thanks for. Oh, wait, where'd he go?
I don't know.
Dang it, Lowry, come back up here. All right. Well, I know that happens sometimes with connection issues or, life. So if you're able to come back up, Lowry, come and join us. All right. Let's go ahead and pull up this next video then. This is Levitate. We were talking about it earlier, and then we'll go to you, Joe, next.
Okay.
And this is the collaboration we were talking about with Tony Howie, Zio Fender, and 15th Bend. And do you want to tell us anything more about it, Tony, before we play it?
Just that it was a long time coming, and I was always wanting to do a collab with 15th, and then when we heard that Zio was going to be on it too, then it just made it all so much more. I mean, and like I say, it was an absolute privilege and an honor to play with those guys, and I think they really outdid themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys all did. It's a beautiful song and I love it. So I'm glad to play it again. Here we go. Levitate. I mean, how much better than that can you possibly get? That was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Tony, thanks for coming up, and thank you for putting your music out there. I love that song so much, and the three of you together, I'm really looking forward to whatever you guys do next.
Yeah, me too.
That was awesome.
Beautiful.
Oh, and I just wanted to say really quick.
Yeah.
I heard from Scars today.
Oh, good.
And yeah, she just has been under the weather. She came down with a bug or something, and
Okay.
I sent her a track for a collab, so she's on the mend and on her way back.
Good. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I had heard, I had noticed, people get lost in the algorithms and sometimes you don't, their pages don't pop up and whatever. And, but I'd heard some others saying that she'd been kind of MIA. And so I was trying to get concerned about her, and it's really good to hear that she's doing okay. Yeah. Really good. And I like that we all look out for each other like that. When people go missing for a little bit, we know to be concerned. And thank you for giving the update. And I'm glad she's on the mend. For those who pray, let's continue to hold Scars up in our prayers, and hopefully she'll continue to recover from whatever ails her and be back amongst us soon. Another one of the very talented artists in this community for sure. Love her to pieces. Mm-hmm. Beautiful soul. All right. Joe, you are up next.
Okay. This is a song that, well, it's Michael Bublé's version, but it's a
thanks, I'll go.
Old classic.
Oh, I love Michael Bublé. Okay. I'll probably like you singing him even. Oops, nope, wait, wrong thing. There we go. Yeah. Oh, nope, no, we're not. There we go. Now we're ready. I removed you from the panel by accident.
Uh-oh.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. Put your head on my shoulder, hold me in your arms, baby, squeeze me oh so tight, show me that you love me too. Put your lips next to mine, dear. Won't you kiss me once, baby? Just a kiss goodnight, maybe. You and I will fall in love. Say that love's a game you just can't win. If there's a way, I'll find it someday, and then this fool will rush in. Put your head on my shoulder, whisper in my ear, baby, words I want to hear. Tell me that you love me too.
say that love's a game you just can't win. If there's a way, I'll find it someday, and then this fool will rush in. Put your head on my shoulder, whisper in my ear, baby, words I want to hear. Tell me, put your head on my shoulder.
Beautiful, Joe.
Was the mix
That was
better
wonderful.
that time?
Yes, I'd still say your music is a little louder than normal, but you sounded great and it was definitely better.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Love that song too. Really beautifully done.
Thank you.
Yep, I think people are swooning all over the place in here.
What a voice, Joe. What a voice.
Right? I know. Yeah, it's always a treat when you come and grace us with it, Joe, for sure. Mr. B!
He's watching on his cell.
Yep. Glad you're here. Thank you for letting us know you're lurking, Mr. V. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull up another song. I know Music Man is having some technical difficulties he's working on. So let's go ahead and pull up this next song. This is by Home of Ohm, and it's her cover of Both Sides Now. And I'm sorry if I get this wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is one that Matt had shared with me in my Discord. I'm pretty sure that's how I found her. And really great channel. Did I say House of Ohm? It's Home of Ohm. Makes more sense. Sounds a little catchier. Home of Ohm. And has some other beautiful songs on her channel as well. So please go check her out. And I love this song. And you guys will, I think, love her voice and her cover of it. Here we go.
Rows and flows of angel hair and ice cream castles in the air and feathered canyons everywhere. I've looked at clouds that way, but now they only block the sun. They rain and snow on everyone. So many things I would have done, but clouds got in my way. I've looked at clouds from both sides now, from up and down, and still somehow it's cloud illusions I recall. I really don't know clouds at all. And shoes and Ferris wheels, the dizzy dancing way you feel as every fairy tale comes real. I've looked at love that way, but now it's just another show. You leave them laughing when you go, and if you care, don't let them know. Don't give yourself away. I've looked at love from both sides now, from give and take, and still somehow it's love's illusions I recall. I really don't know love at all. Tears and fears and feeling proud to say I love you right out loud. Dreams and schemes and circus crowds, I've looked at life that way. But now old friends are acting strange. They shake their heads, they say I've changed. Why something's lost, but something's gained in living every day. I've looked at life from both sides now, from win and lose, and still somehow it's life's illusions I recall. I really don't know life at all. I've looked at life from both sides now, from up and down, and still somehow it's life's illusions I recall. I really don't know life at all.
Beautifully, beautifully done. All right, please go check out Home Alone. Make sure to subscribe, and if you want to leave a comment and let her know you heard her over here, maybe we can get her to come and join us sometime. All right, let's see. I think we're back to you, Joe. If you want to go, we'll keep the music hopping, or I can pull up another video. It's up to you. Oh, you're muted, Joe.
Yes, I am ready.
Okay. What are you going to sing for us next year?
Patrick Swayze song.
Thanks, Aldo. Oh, I hope I know what it is. Yes, I love the song. Who doesn't? I mean, wonderful.
It's a classic.
She's like the wind through my dream. She rides the night next to me. She leads me through moonlight, only to burn me with the sun. She's taking my heart, but she doesn't know what she's done. Feel her breath on my face, her body close to me. Can't look in her eyes, she's out of my league. Just a fool to believe I have everything she needs. She's like the wind. Look in the mirror, and all I see is a young old man with only a dream. Am I just fooling myself that she'll stop the pain? Living without her, I'd go insane. Feel her breath on my face, her body close to me. Can't
She's out of my league. Just a fool to believe I have anything she needs. She's like the wind. Feel your breath on my face, your body close to me. Can't look in your eyes, you're out of my league. Just a fool to believe, just a fool to believe. She's like the wind. Just a fool to believe. Just a fool to believe. Just a fool to believe. She's like the wind. Just a fool to believe. She's like the wind.
Love that, Joe. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you know, I think there is another Patrick Swayze song that he does in that video, but is it, I can't remember which song it is. I think in Dirty Dancing, there's another song that's sang by Patrick
I can't
Swayze.
remember what the other one is, but I think you're right.
Is it Hungry Eyes?
No, Hungry Eyes is by
No.
Eric
That's
Carmen.
not. Yeah. No, it's not. Yeah. I can't remember. Heidi, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Google knows.
Yeah.
Duck, duck, go it. Thank you, Joe. That was great. And I do love that song. CS, good to see you. Citizen Soldier, thanks for coming by. Thank you. Yeah, well done, Joe. Awesome job. Okay. Hey, Darren, thanks for coming up and joining us. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, pretty good. Yourself?
Having a great night.
I've been listening. I'm just a listener tonight, but I'm motivated to maybe crank one out too for you. So let me know when it's my turn.
Well, you are up if you want to go right away. You're more than welcome to, or I can pull up a video while you get ready. Either way. We want the harmonica emoji and the acoustic guitar. Right, Anti?
Well, I was just going to do the one. I'd hate to hit and run, but if you're ready for me, I'd be happy to hit you here. Are you ready to
Yeah.
go? Okay.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Won't make you wait.
Check 1, 2, make noise and sound impressive. Check, check, check.
Good night, Heidi.
Impressiveness on.
Sounding good. So over here.
Let's just make sure that's going to work. I think it is. Yeah, I think it's going to be fine. Yeah, there's a little window for you. Ooh, back to that. That's too small. Something for y'all to see there. And away we go. The way you're bathed in light reminds me of that night God laid me down into your rose garden and just I was swept away with nothing left to say. Some helpless fool, yeah, I was lost in a swoon of peace. You're all I need to find. So when the time is right, come to me sweetly, come to me, come to me. Love will lead us, alright. Love will lead us, it will lead us. Can you hear the dolphins cry? See the road rise up to greet us. It's in the air we like we never left. Time in between was just a dream. Did we leave this place? This crazy fog surrounds me. You wrap your legs around me. All I can do is try and breathe. Let me breathe. So that we can be together. Love will lead us, alright. Love will lead us, it will lead us. Can you hear the dolphins cry? See the road rise up to greet us. It's in the air we breathe tonight. Love will lead us, she will lead us. Life is like a shooting star. It don't matter who you are if you only run for cover. It's just a waste of time. We are lost till we are found. This phoenix rises up from the ground, and all these worlds are over. Love will lead us, alright. Love will lead us, she will lead us. Can you hear the dolphins cry? See the road rise up to greet us. It's in the air we breathe tonight. Love will lead us, she will lead us. Life is like a shooting star. It don't matter who you are if you only run for cover. It's just a waste of time. We are lost till we are found. This phoenix rises up from the ground after all these wars are over. Are over. Are over. Are over. Love will lead us, alright. Love will lead us, she will lead us. Can you hear the dolphins cry? See the road rise up to greet us. It's in the air we breathe tonight. Love will lead us, she will lead us. Oh yeah. Thank you very.
That was awesome, Darren. Well done. Thank you for coming up and sharing that with us. Hey,
That was a lot of
Emperism.
fun.
Yeah. High energy. I appreciate that for sure. Whoops. There we go. Emperism, how are you doing?
Hello, good morning.
Thanks for being here. And
Feeling
Costa,
well.
I saw you said you were taking off. Much love to you, Costa. Thank you for sharing your song and for being here with us throughout the night. BH, good to see you. Thanks for, whoops, there we go. Thanks for being here. And just we have the receipts. Algo says one of these nights he will sing too. I'm going to look forward to that, Algo. Awesome.
Indy, I'm going to have to jump down too. It's getting late over here.
Thank you so much, Tony, for being here. Really a treat to have you up here to hang out with us and talk.
Thank you.
And
Good night,
Thanks
Tony.
to you so much for having me. And
Love
Joe,
you to
great to
pieces.
see you.
Yeah, great to
Haven't
see you
seen you in a
too.
while. And thank you for your audience and everybody in the chat. Much love and good thoughts to everybody. And we'll catch you on the next one.
Okay.
All right. Thanks so much, Tony. Much love to you as well.
Good night.
Take care.
Good night.
Okay, what a treat to have Tony up here. Love that guy to pieces, and I don't get to see him on panel often to talk with him, so that was really nice. Thank you, Tony, very much. And Emperism, how are you doing tonight? Empic?
Just woke up, you know.
All right, well, you can wake up and
waiting for
warm
my
up.
morning coffee and stuff like that.
Right? Yeah, I feel that. I'm worthless until I get my first coffee, that's for sure. I actually don't drink a lot of coffee, but the day doesn't really start until I get it. That's for
man.
sure. All right. Darren, thanks again for coming up and singing. It was a kind of quick turnover there, but appreciate you being here. And thanks for bringing the energy. Appreciate that a lot. Okay. Let's see. Thank you, Anti. Make sure you're subbed up to Tony Howie, everybody. And good morning to you, Emperism. All right. Where are we at? Let's see. Well, Emperism, do you want to play something right away? Or do you want to?
Yeah,
Need a
I
minute.
can.
Up to you.
I think he's getting ready.
Looks like it. Prism, you are amazing. I just love it. I love that that's what comes out when you first wake up. That is nothing like what comes out of me when I first wake up in the morning. Fantastic. I could have just listened and had you go for another like 20 minutes. You know, that's all I'm saying.
Well, in 2 weeks, Kurt Fest, you might have 20 minutes.
M-Fest. I did not know about M-Fest. Is that over on Camp
Kurt
Chimay?
Fest on Camp Chimay at
Okay, yes, I didn't know about that.
2 weeks, yeah. 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You might get 20 minutes of the...
Oh, I love that. Yes. All right. Fantastic. That'd be cool. Well, are you able to stick around for more music to come?
Yeah,
we have
sure.
calls for an encore.
Yeah, I can do. Yeah, thank you very
wonderful. Much. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video, and then we'll go to you, Joe, and then we'll be right back to you and Prism.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah. All right. This next song is a huge collaboration. Anti is going to be dropping the links to the other collaborating artists. This is on Lori Mishma's channel, and it's their full band cover of Faithfully. Really well done. Metal Soprano is one of the main singers in this, and I absolutely love her voice. So I'm glad she's was included in this one. And please go sub everybody up, leave some comments, and here we are, Faithfully.
Into the midnight sun, wheels go round and round, you're on my mind. Restless hearts sleep alone tonight, sending all my love along the wire. They say that the road ain't no place to start a family. Right down the line, it's been you and me. And loving and music, man, ain't always what it's supposed to be. Whoa, you stand by me. I'm forever yours, faithfully. Dark is the light under our big dark world. We all need the clouds to make us smile.
Fantastic. What a great collaboration of so much talent. Really well done. And yeah, I mean, I have to say, Metal Soprano's voice, she just does such a great job on that one too. So go check them all out, you guys. Thank you, Anti, for dropping all those links. Appreciate it. Glad you're all feeling it too.
That was cool.
Yeah.
Neat how they did the video.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Lori is usually the one that puts those all together, and she does a great job.
She's a master. I don't know how to do
Okay.
stuff
And
like
I like
that.
the whole 80s vibe to it too.
Yeah.
Right? That's a good word for it, Sea Lover. Her voice is dynamic.
Yes.
I love it, Wayne. Always hold out hope for love.
Yeah, Lori have always that retro vibe.
Yeah, I know. I like that about a lot of Lori stuff too. I think we're probably around the same age, so I feel it. All right, Joe, you are up next.
Okay, this is...
And then I'm going to leave a note for you in the private chat in just a second, just a heads up.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
This is a song that first time I ever heard it was Elvis Costello sing it. Then his wife sang it. So it's been sung by a few people, and it's also been sung by Engelbert Humperdinck. Try to say that 5 times fast. But it's a good love song. Here we go. She may be the face I can't forget, a trace of pleasure or regret, may be the treasure or the price I have to pay. She may be the song that summer sings, may be the chill that autumn brings, may be 100 different things within the measure of a day. She may be the beauty or the beast, may be the famine or the feast, may turn each day into a heaven or a hell. She may be the mirror of my dreams, the smile reflected in the stream. She may not be what she may seem inside her shell. She who always seems so happy in a crowd, whose eyes can be so private and so proud, no one's allowed to see them when they cry. She may be the love that cannot hope to last, may come to me from shadows of the past, that I'd remember till the day I die. She may be the reason I survive, the why and wherefore I'm alive, the one I'll care for through the rough and ready years. Me, I'll take her laughter and her tears and make them all my souvenirs. For where she goes, I've got to be. The meaning of my life is she.
Gorgeous, Joe. An acapella to boot.
Oh,
loved it. Oh, I thought you meant to. Yeah, I didn't show this the music. You sounded amazing. I did not miss the music on that one at all.
I did share it. It just, you didn't share it with me.
Oh, it's, yep, you know what? It just popped up, Joe, and it was not there before. And that's the third time that's happened tonight. So there's some kind of glitch going. I'm sorry, Joe. I thought you were doing it a cappella. It's not you were, but you sounded incredible, Joe. So,
not intentional.
Sorry about that, but you really did sound phenomenal.
Should I start over?
If you want to do it again, you are more than welcome. It was beautifully done.
I didn't quite finish the song, so.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let's.
Music.
Okay, all right. Here we go. I'm all for it.
All right, thanks.
Sorry about that, Joe. Okay, here we go.
And here's the reason. choice of pleasure or regret, maybe the treasure or the price I have to pay. She may be the song that summer sings, maybe the chill that autumn brings, maybe 100 different things within the measure of a day. She may be the beauty or the beast, maybe the famine or the feast, may turn each day into a hell. She may be the mirror of my dreams, the smile reflected in the stream. She may not be what she may seem inside her shell. She who always seems so happy in a crowd, whose eyes can be so private and so proud, no one's allowed to see them when they cry. She may be the love that cannot hope to last, may come to me from shadows of the past, that I remember till the day I die. She may be the reason I survive, the why and wherefore I'm alive, the one I'll care for through the rough and ready years. Me, I'll take her laughter and her tears and make them all my souvenirs. For where she goes, I've got to be. The meaning of my life is she. May be the love that cannot hope to last, may come to me from shadows of the past, that I'll remember till the day I die. She may be the reason I survive, the why and wherefore I'm alive, the one I'll care for through the rough and ready years. I'll take her laughter and her tears and make them all my souvenirs. For where she goes, I've got to be. The meaning of my life is she. She. Little better with
beautiful. I liked it better a cappella, I'm not gonna lie, but others said they liked it with music, and I'm sure I know it's awkward when you don't mean to sing a cappella, Joe, but you really sounded stunning both times.
Thank you.
Beautifully done. All right. Okay, well, we have a treat because I'm going to take a little break, and Emperism has been nice enough to say that he will play while I take it. So I will still be listening. I'm not missing out on this. But thank you, Emperism. And Joe, that was really beautifully done. Thank you so much. BH, I see that you were backstage. BH, I know I've seen you around in chats, but I don't know you well. I don't know if anybody else can vouch for
pretty well.
you. Oh, okay. Has BH come up on panel before?
Yeah, he's been on my show before.
Awesome. All right. Well, then welcome. Thank you. Yeah, don't take it personally, BH. We've had some issues. I think you know how it goes on YouTube, so have to be a little careful.
Not a problem. Not a problem. I'll be.
Thanks for coming up and joining us, and thank you, Joe, for letting us know.
He's good.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. Beautiful singing too. You guys rock on here. Thank you, guys.
Glad you're here, BH. Welcome, Hunting. Thank you for being here. Okay. All right. Emp, go ahead and take it away. I am listening, and I will be away from the chat for just a moment, and then be right back. And then we'll go right to you, BH. Phenomenal. That was amazing, Emp. I love all the comments from everybody. You're on another
Thank you very
plane.
much. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Very
Beautiful.
creative.
Beautiful work.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, some people weren't sure you knew about that clown behind you, Emp.
He's watching over me.
Anti said it's him. Bonnie says when you feel every note, right? I know. We all feel it when Emp plays, that's for sure.
Yep.
Thank you, JM. He says, thanks to everyone who pressed the like. Thank you to you, JM, and all of your support. Appreciate you so much. Yeah, absolutely wonderful, Emperism. Thank you for that. And thank you. That was the best break I think I've had. Thank you. Yeah, a little bit of Blade Runner feel in there for sure, Tate.
That's what I was thinking of.
You took us on the same journey then. That's great.
Yes.
Right? Wayne says he makes me feel comfortable. I like that. Yep. Agreed, Blue. The sexy sax. All right. Okay, Joe.
I
Wanna
thought
come-
you were going to let
Yeah.
BH go.
Oh, I was just going to say, actually, I think you went right before. If you want to go to BH, you are next.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joe. Keeping me on the loop.
Sure.
All right. I'm going to change my music settings if
I love
that's all
that.
right.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, great.
Twisted said, I feel like I'm in a 50s detective movie. I totally got that vibe too. That's a great one, Twisted.
That's a good one. I got some Ziggy Marley, true to myself. Hey, life has come a long way since yesterday. I say, not the same old thing over again. I say, just do what you feel and don't you fool yourself. I say, 'cause I can't make you happy unless I am. I got to be true to myself. 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 Day in, day out, I ask many questions. I say, only to find the truth that never changes. I say, if you don't deal with it, it keeps killing you little by little. I say, call me selfish if you will. My life, I alone can live. I say, I got to be true to myself. 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 In a Anyway, I don't care if it hurts. Tired of lies in all these games. I've reached a point in life. Hey, no longer can I be this way. Don't come crying to me. I too have shed my share of tears. I'm moving on. Yes, I'm grooving on. Hey, well, we're finally free. I got to be true to myself. Got to be true to myself. In a way, got to be true to myself. Got to be true to myself. Come on now. Got to be true. Got to be true. Got to be true to myself. In a way, got to be true. Got to be true. Got to be true to myself. Let me fix this.
Yeah, that was awesome, PH.
Thank you. Just fixing my thing back.
Yep. I know it takes a second.
I couldn't find my mouth. All right.
Yeah, cool stuff, man.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, that was awesome. Thanks so much for coming up, BH. If you're able to stick around, you can get in for another round here too.
Yeah, I'll stay in for one more. I appreciate it.
Awesome.
Stick around.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Great. All right. We always like to have new faces up here, so I appreciate you coming up. I know it takes a little guts to jump up on a panel, you know?
Yes, it does.
Especially to share your music, you know, or your talents. All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video here, and then we'll get right back to the live music with Joe. And this is Take Two drum covers. So many songs to pick from. Go check out his channel, you guys. He does such a great job with so many great covers. This is one of his latest, and it is Midnight Blue. Here we go.
Ain't got no regrets. I ain't losing track of which way I'm going. I ain't gonna double back now. Don't wanna misplay. Put on no display. An angel no, but I know my way. Oh yeah. I used to follow. Yeah, that's true. But my following days are over. Now I just gotta follow through. And I remember what my father said. He said, son, life is simple. See the cherry red or the midnight blue. Midnight blue. You were the restless one, and you did not care that I was the trouble boy, looking for a double dare. I won't apologize for the things I've done and said, but when I win your heart, I'm gonna paint it cherry red. I don't wanna talk about it. What you do to me, I can't live without it. And you might think that it's much too soon for us to go this far into the midnight blue. It's midnight blue. Things could be different. That'd be a shame, 'cause I'm the one who can feel the sun right in the pouring rain. I won't say when, don't know when, but soon there's gonna come a day, baby, I'll be back again. Yeah, I'll be back for you.
Fantastic. Love it, Take Two. That was awesome. Mark, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Mike, much love. Thanks for coming in. And yeah, you guys, please go check out Take Two. He does so many great covers. I have a wonderful playlist of all Take Two drum covers that I enjoy all the time. All right. Okay, I'll go. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Looking forward to Sunday. Thank you. We have a backstage speakeasy coming up. Some of you were here for kind of a little preview for the movie we'll be watching, Early Warning. It's a movie from 1981 that is very relevant still today. All right. Have a good night, Algo. We'll see you soon. Okay. Joe, I think we are back to you. Oh, and you are muted, Joe.
Rookie mistake. Okay.
That's all right.
Let me see if my share screen works this time.
All right. And Mark, I have a song of yours on the list. We are getting close to wrapping up, but I will add it in. So if you're able to stick around, we'll get one more of yours in here, or one of yours in here too. Okay. All right. It's shared this time. Sorry about that, Joe.
Right.
Here we go.
Thank you. This is a song by Neil Diamond called The Story of My Life. The story of my life is very plain to read. It starts the day you came. It ends the day you leave. The story of my life begins and ends with you. The names are still the same. The story's still the truth. I was alone. You found me waiting and made me your own. I was afraid that somehow I never could be the man that you wanted of me. You're the story of my life, and every word is true. Each chapter sings your name. Each page begins with you. It's the story of our times and never letting go. And if I die today, I wanted you to know. Stay with me, share with me. And when it began, I'd lie awake every night, just knowing somewhere deep inside that the story of our life, it's so very plain to read. It starts the day you came. It ends the day you leave.
Beautiful song, Joe.
I found a bad version and it had some of the words missing.
Oh no, not helpful, but you still sounded amazing.
Thank you.
Right?
You just
Really
plug
well
along
done.
when it's live.
Yeah. That's that whole stage presence you're really good at.
Thanks.
Yep, that was awesome. Awesome, Mark. Okay. Oh, I love it, Wayne. All right. Okay, I'm gonna kind of alternate
Good
here.
stuff,
Live.
Joe.
Yeah. Live music and videos here. Emperism, did you need to go? Did you say?
No, just
Okay, good.
that show was so awesome again.
Oh yeah, I know. Awesome as always. I know so much talent up here. Good. Glad you're sticking around for a minute, too, Emperism. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video and we'll get right back to the live music. This is one by Natalie DeCross Hansen, and she has such an incredible voice. And this song is one that I've always loved, and it's her cover of Betty Davis Eyes. Here we go.
It's my way.
Her hair is hollow gold. Her lips a sweet surprise. Her hands are never cold. She's got Betty Davis eyes. Turn the music on you. You won't have to think twice. She's pure as New York snow. She's got Betty Davis eyes. She'll teach you, she'll need you, all the better just to please you. She's precocious, and she knows just what it takes to make her progress. She's got red goggles, stand up side. She's got Betty Davis eyes. She'll let you take her home. It whets your appetite. She'll lay you on the throne. She's got Betty Davis eyes. Take a toggle on you. Roll you like you were dice until you come out through. She's got Betty Davis eyes. She'll expose you when she snows you. Off your free when it bombs, she throws you. She's ferocious, and she knows just what it takes to make her progress. Got all the boys think she's a spy. She's got Betty Davis eyes. And she'll teach you, and ease you, all the better just to please you. She's precocious, and she knows just what it takes to make her progress. All the boys think she's a spy. She's got Betty Davis eyes. Yeah. She'll teach you, she'll amuse you, please you. She's got Betty Davis eyes. She'll expose you when she snows you. She knows you. She's got Betty Davis eyes.
Yeah, I'm just having fun. But I'm really sweaty because I had to really.
That was great.
Yeah, she's amazing. Yeah, I've shared a couple of her songs here before. You guys go make sure that you're subbed up because all of her songs are incredible. Her voice is amazing, and she seems like a great.
I love that
personality.
attitude.
Yes,
First you
exactly.
take epic, and then just having fun.
Right? Yeah, I think you're right. I'm sure Anti and Moon and probably a couple others were shuffle dancing in socks as well. Awesome. All right. Emperism, you are up next.
Oh, okay.
I'm excited to see where you're going to take us. fantastic, Emperism. And big for sure.
Thank you for having me.
That was awesome. Thank you
great.
so much. I always appreciate when you come up and share your talents with us. You are a phenom and appreciate you, my friend.
What's up?
Great job.
Very nice, sir.
Thanks for being here.
Can't believe you can do that right out of waking up.
I know, right? At all, but let alone when he's just
Yeah.
woken up.
That's what I do. Yeah.
I know, it's amazing. You really are so talented, and also the variety in what you do. I mean, you know, each
Yeah.
song is like I always say it's like a different journey, and it really is.
Yeah,
So,
they're all different, but
yep.
amazing.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull up another song. Right, Blue? Just Amazed. We're going to alternate here because we are getting close to wrapping things up.
Okay.
So this is Mark Tanner's cover of 3 a.m., one of his latest that he's put out. But go check out Mark's channel. A lot of really great music. And glad you're here tonight, Mark. Thanks for being here. All right, here we go.
She said it's cold outside, and she hands me a raincoat. She's always worried about things like that. She said it's all gonna end, and it might as well be my fault. And she only sleeps when it's raining. And she screams, and her voice is straining. She says, baby, it's 3 a.m., I must be lonely. And she says, baby, well, I can't help but be scared of it. Oh, sometimes, and the rain's gonna wash away. I believe this. She's got a little bit of something. God, it's better than nothing. And in her color portrait world, she believes that she's got it all. She swears that the moon don't hang quite as high as it used to. And she only sleeps when it's raining. And she screams, and her voice is straining. And she says, baby, when it's 3 a.m. I must be lonely. And she says, baby, well, I can't help but be scared of it all sometimes. And the rain's gonna wash away, I believe this. She believes that life isn't made up of all that you're used to. And that clock on the wall has been stuck at 3 for days and days. She thinks that happiness is a mat that sits on her doorway. But outside,
it stopped raining. And she said, baby, it's 3 a.m., I must be lonely. She says, baby, I can't help but be scared of it all. Sometimes the rain's gonna wash away, I believe this.
Really well done, Mark. Love, love, love what you did with that song. That is a favorite of mine. I saw Matchbox in 20 many times in concert, and that's a favorite song of theirs that I enjoy. And I really liked your take on it. I thought it was really well done. And I like that you let us know that that was a challenge to yourself and it was a one shot with no tricks.
Yeah, as always,
Fantastic.
Mark.
Yeah.
Phenomenal job, bro.
Yeah, really well done. Love it, Mark. Okay. Tyler, thanks for coming up. How are you doing tonight? I saw that comment back there, Tyler. All right. Okay. Oh, there we go. You're more than welcome, Mark. Thanks for being here. If you ever want to come up
cursor's
and
too far from the unmute button. I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing good. We played your cover song earlier of Time Bomb, and I loved what you did with that one. Kind of like what Mark did here. You guys really make it your own, and it's really, I love listening to songs that I'm familiar with, especially songs I love, and hearing them in a totally different way.
Yeah.
So you're really good at that as well, Tyler, the bearded weirdo, otherwise known as Tylar. JM, much love to you. Thank you so much for all of your support in so many ways. I'll be seeing you around, I'm sure, and love you lots. Have a good night. Okay. Right, I know that happens, Blue. Got lost in the song. Okay. Let's see. Where are we at? I think that it's
VH is
VH.
next.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe, keeping me in the rotation the right way.
Hello.
And then I'll pull up a video and then we'll go to you, Tyler. And Tyler, if you, since you're just up here at the end, if you want to do 2 songs, I'll give you that option. It's up to you. But if not, you want to just do one, that's good too. It's totally up to you. All right, BH.
All right. Thank you.
Got some Van Morrison.
Thanks for waiting patiently too.
Oh, thanks for having me again. And this will be my last song, so I'll see you guys around.
Okay.
This is
Yeah. It might just be because the echoes off and everything, but your mic volume is a little low.
Okay, got it. I'll check it as we go. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. It's called Reminds Me of You. I miss you so much. I can't stand it. Seems like my heart is breaking in two. My head says no, but my soul demands it. Everything I do reminds me of you. I miss you so much in this house full of shadows, while the rain keeps pouring down my window too. When will the pain recede to the darkness from whence it has come? And I'm feeling so blue. Ain't going down no more to the well. Sometimes it feels like I'm going to hell. Sometimes I'm knocking on your front door. I don't have nothing to sell no more. Seems like the spirit is pushing me onwards. I'm able to see where I tripped and went wrong. Just have to guess where my soul will find comfort. I miss you so much when I'm singing my song. Going down no more to the well. Sometimes it seems I'm going to hell. You'll find me knocking on your front door. I don't have nothing sell no more. Seems like my spirit is pushing me onward. So I'm able to see where I tripped when I went wrong. I just have to guess where my soul will get comfort. I miss you so much when I'm singing my song. I miss you so much, I can't stand it. Seems like my heart is breaking in two. Head says no, but my soul demands it. And everything I do reminds me of you. Everything I do reminds me of you. Everything I do reminds me of you.
Really well done, BH.
Hey, thank you so much. And
That was awesome. Yeah, your volume was still a little low on your mic.
okay.
Just
Okay.
for next time, so you know. And I turned up the volume all the way on this end. So I think it's a setting on your end. You still sounded amazing, but I want to just hear you more, you know?
Yeah, that was a great song.
It just hits the red line on my board, so I don't know. Maybe I'll test it another time. But.
Yeah. Well, you still sounded awesome, and thank you so much for coming up. And that was a great song.
Thanks,
I
guys.
like the feeling behind that a lot.
Well, hope to see you more. Have a great night,
Yeah.
y'all.
Yeah.
I'll be
You're every
Good to see you,
Friday.
BH.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, everyone.
Yep.
Peace out.
Appreciate you.
Very
Okay.
nice.
All right. I'm going to pull up one more song, and then we'll go to you, Tyler.
All right.
Okay. This is a song that Anti picked out. It's another of Metal Sopranos, who we heard in the collaboration with Lori's Mishmash and crew for Faithfully. And this is another full band cover by Metal Soprano of Queen of the Reich. Here we go. right. Awesome cover by Metal Soprano and crew. Fantastic. I love her voice and how she just goes for it, right? Yeah.
Nice.
Always impressed by her. Nice.
Oh,
Okay. Well, Tyler, just got to follow that up now. No pressure. No, Tyler, you're amazing, and I'm really excited you're here. Thanks for being here to sing.
Oh, oh my
Sorry, that was a
goodness.
bad setup. No, you're amazing. I'm glad you're
Thank you
here,
for
for real.
having
I didn't mean to put that pressure on you. All right.
Well, all right. Well, I had a little problem with my pedal board earlier today, so I disconnected. Hopefully,
Yeah, Tyler,
hopefully I don't
you're
have to adjust too much.
your sound is really good, but your video is kind of wonky. We like to watch. Well, it's getting clearer actually as we go. I was going to say if the sound starts going funny, if you turn off your vid, sometimes it helps with your connection.
Well, I can do that.
Actually, Joe, would you try turning off yours? Sometimes that helps too through StreamYard. I don't know why, but okay, Tyler, try turning yours back on. We'll see if that helped. For whatever reason, when more people are sharing screens with.
Mine is historically awful because of my internet service provider.
Yeah, I totally know how that goes.
I
totally get that.
I have to use OBS and turn down everything in my settings. I have to turn down my bit rate. I have to turn down the FPS. I have to turn down everything, and then you get this quality video out of it.
Yeah. All right. Well, glad you're here, and we're here about the music, and you sound awesome. So let's go.
All right. Thank you. All right. Let's go for it. Well, I guess I grew up on a no dirt road. Pedal to the metal, I was do what I was told. Till I found out that my brand new came a second hand from the rich kids next door. Well, I grew up fast, I guess I grew up me. There's 1,000 things outside my head I wish I hadn't seen. And now I'm just wandering through a real bad dream. Wondering if I come on a part of this Tennessee whiskey got me drinking in heaven, and it seems that you do me. You're gonna have to deport me to the fiery deep. So I'm sitting in a boss who's a starts to go root, feeling like an old worn out pair of shoes. Tell me what it is that I should do when I'm swimming on the liquor only halfway through. I'm watching as the wings spread as wide as could be. Come down here and spread them around me. 'Cause all I wanna do is fall asleep. Come down here and lay next to me. I wanna thank you, Jack Daniels. Oh, number 7, Tennessee whiskey got me drinking in heaven, and I ain't starting to look good to me. They're gonna have to deport me to the fiery DDD. To the fiery DDD. To the fiery DDD. To the fiery DDD.
That was cool.
Oh,
That
number
was-
7, baby. Oh, shit.
That was
Wow,
awesome,
bro,
Tyler.
Man, I love that song, man.
Happy hiding, Wayne. Yeah. Love it, Tyler. That was great.
Yeah.
Okay. Tyler, did you want to do another one? I'm sorry. I didn't want to put you on the spot if you didn't, but if you want to, you're go ahead.
Appreciate
You're
it.
all up for it. Great.
Oh no, I want to listen to Joe Norman is what I want to do.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much for coming up, Tyler. All right, Joe. I'm excited for this one. Thanks for giving us the choices back there. It was a tough pick, but I love this song.
It's not a blues song, but it is a good song to end on, I guess. Okay. In the wee small hours of the morning, while the whole wide
Joe,
world...
sorry,
Yep.
I hate to interrupt you. I just want to make sure I don't have music for you.
Oh.
So I didn't want to do it again. You sounded amazing, and I hate to interrupt it, but been there and done that tonight.
Yeah, let me see if it'll share this time.
Okay, now I've got it.
Okay, thank you. Let me start over.
All right.
This is a good song before bed. Small hours of the morning, while the whole wide world is fast asleep, you lie awake and think about the girl, and never ever think of counting sheep. When your lonely heart has learned its lesson, you'd be hers if only she would call. In the wee small hours of the morning, that's the time you miss her most. When your lonely heart has learned its lesson, you'd be hers if only she would call. In the wee small hours of the morning, that's the time you miss her most of all.
Really well done, Joe.
It's so beautiful.
It is. I love that song.
Old Frank Sinatra tune.
Yep. Yeah, beautiful. Actually, I first heard that song in the soundtrack to Sleepless in Seattle.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of really great music in that soundtrack.
Yeah, there is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Chris, good to see you. Cindy, thanks for being here. We are just about to wrap things up. Okay, Emperism, do you want to do one more before we go? I can't pass up on an opportunity for another Emp if you're up for it.
Okay, I can do it.
If you're up here, I'm going to keep you hopping. I'm just saying.
Heat of warning, this might be a little weird, but yeah. Okay, something like that.
Something like that for sure. We'll take something like that every time.
Something dreamy like that.
Yep. Awesome. All right, fantastic. Thank you so much, Em, for coming up tonight. Really appreciate
Thanks
you being
for
here.
having me. Really like it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we like having you here. Thank you so much, everybody. We got to wrap this up for tonight. We're going to end with a Tony Howie song. He was here earlier. If any of you missed it, he was up on panel, which was a rare sighting, and I was glad for it. And so I have one of my favorite songs of his that we'll share to close things out. But much love to everybody who is here tonight for the conversation half, the first half, for the music, for being here in chat, and just appreciate you all. I'm so grateful for this community, and it was a really great night. So any final thoughts from anybody up on panel?
Just spread the love.
Love it. Yep. Spread the love. We're stronger together. And, we're going to keep getting through everything. Yes. Be good to one another. Absolutely.
Yes.
All right. Much love, everybody. Have a great night. And here we go. Here is Tony Howie's original song, A Great Change Is Gonna Come.
Stars, is it written in the book of life? Is there any way to tell if this is wrong or right? How much pain can you take? Souls must we lose? Stand in the dark or in the light? Only you can choose. The great change is gonna come. Will it take all the lonely sun? When all is said and done, the great change is gonna come.